Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds all of you well. Well, we have an interesting day today. Today, we're going to be in a verdict watch for the Ali trial. And then we are going to be following the Texas Billy Delgado trial, where he attempted to unalive his wife. Yep. And he did so by shooting her multiple times. So it is an interesting case that I did not have on my radar. So I'm going to give you a quick overview before we get going. While I get ready for that, I want to welcome everybody in chat today. Miss Erin first in chat, then Miss June Tinkatoon, Luca, welcome aboard, Sweet Magnolia, of course, our lovely Nightbot, Brooklyn, Teresa 80 Music Man. So okay, good morning. All right, so let's do a really quick background on this Billy Delgado trial. The trial of Billy Delgado in Texas is currently underway, drawing significant attention and unprecedented, surprising the amount of attention due to the severity of the charges and the emotional testimony. Billy Delgado, 34, is charged with the aggravated assault and violence. They could have charged him with redrum, but that doesn't carry as much weight and time in Texas as the aggravated assault family violence for allegedly shooting his estranged wife, Erica Torres, on June 4th of 2024, where in Laredo, Texas. According to the reports, Delgado fired more than a dozen shots at Torres. Now, when we saw the video, I counted 14. 5 of those hit her in the abdomen while she was picking up her daughter. Despite her injuries, Torres managed to drive away, but was involved in a car crash en route to the hospital. She spent 2 days shy of a year in the hospital and had over 20 surgeries. The trial began on the 28th. The prosecutors presented surveillance footage, crime scene photos, and testimony from first responders. Sharon Estrada, a witness, Delgado's former roommate, who testified about hearing the gunshots and described Delgado's character. Officer Luis Castillo, who responded to the crash scene and described Torres as pleading for her children. Investigator Marco Vela, who conducted gunshot residue testing on Delgado and noticed his combative demeanor during the process. The legal proceedings and bond issues, Delgado is initially released on bond in October 2024, but failed to appeal in court in November, prompting a warrant for his arrest. His attorney claimed that he was hospitalized at the time, but the judge proceeded with the warrant. A lifetime protective order was issued against Delgado for Torres July 2nd of 2024. The Webb County DA's office has filed a motion to amend the bond conditions, including a GPS monitoring and substance testing. And that's where we are, y'all. Good morning, out and about with Diane. Miss June, just so you know, it was 3:30 before I fell asleep. I tried. I just couldn't get to sleep, y'all. had a couple of nights of no sleep. So, so we are, no, I don't believe he is. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. All right. So we're going to go ahead. Yesterday they ended. We're going to go into closing arguments.
The state and the defense both have an opportunity to argue the case, and then we will ask you to deliberate. This is clause number 2024 CRG 00717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, stands charged by indictment with the offense of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, a felony of the first degree alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to these charges. Assault is defined as a person commits the offense of assault if he intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Aggravated assault, a person commits the offense of aggravated assault if he commits assault as herein.
Who has no sound? Brooklyn? I have full sound. Guard your ears, y'all.
Before us defined, and he causes serious bodily injury to the
I had full sound.
Bodily injury is defined as physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means a bodily injury that creates a
okay. I'm fully gained.
Causes death, serious permanent disfigurement,
100%,
or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly
Better.
weapon means firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Family means individuals related by consanguinity or affinity as defined under sections 573.022 and 573.024 of the Government Code. Individuals who are the former spouses of each other, individuals who are biological parents of the same child without regard to marriage, and a foster child and foster parent without regard to whether those individuals reside together. Dating violence means an act by a member of the family or household against another member of the family or household that is intended to result in physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or that is a threat that reasonably places the member in fear of imminent physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, but does not include defensive measures to protect oneself. Act means bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Conduct means an act and its accompanying mental state. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from fertilization until birth. Intentionally, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means a person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or the circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly. A person recklessly causes bodily injury to another if the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's action will cause bodily injury to another. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Count one, application, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas, The defendant, Billy Delgado, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a member of his family, to Erica Edith Torres, herein styled the complainant, by shooting at her person, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, during the commission of the assault, and the complainant was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship as described by section 71.003 or 71.005 or 71.0021B of the Texas Family Code, then you will find the defendant guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Justification, defense of a third person. A person is justified in using force against another to protect a third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And number two, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect the third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using deadly force to protect himself against the unlawful deadly force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Number two, the actor reasonably believes his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. Reasonable belief means a belief that an ordinary and prudent person would have held in the same circumstances as the defendant. The use of force or deadly force to protect the third person is not justified, number one, if it is in response to verbal provocation alone, or number two, the actor provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force, unless the actor abandons the encounter or clearly communicates his intent to do so, and the other nevertheless continues or attempts to use unlawful force against the actor or third person, or number three, if the actor sought an explanation from or discussion with the other person concerning the actor's differences with the other person while the actor was unlawfully carrying a weapon, a person who has a right to be present at the location where the force or deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the force or deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the force or deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using force or deadly force to protect a third person. In determining whether the actor reasonably believed that the use of force or deadly force was necessary, you may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat. When the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty. Application of the law to the facts in that regard, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Webb County, Texas, on or about the first day of June 2024, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to Erica Edith Torres by shooting at her person, and that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm and or G3C 9mm Taurus, during the commission of the offense, and that Erica Edith Torres was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship. You must agree on all of these elements, but if you do not have to agree which culpable mental state, that is intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, the state proved. If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, as stated above, you must next consider whether his conduct was justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. If you all agree the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the elements listed above, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict guilty. If you agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements listed above, you must next decide whether the state has proven that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado To decide the issue of defense of Esmeralda Delgado, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the following three elements. The elements are that number one, the defendant did not reasonably believe his conduct was immediately necessary to protect Esmeralda Delgado against Erica Edith Torres's use or attempted use of unlawful force or unlawful deadly force. Or number two, the defendant did not reasonably believe that Erica Edith Torres was using or attempting to use unlawful force or unlawful deadly force against Esmeralda Delgado. Or number three, under the circumstances as the defendant reasonably believed them to be, the third person would not have been justified in using force or deadly force to protect himself or herself against the unlawful force or unlawful deadly force of Erica Edith Torres. You must all agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the three elements listed above. You need not agree on which of these elements the state has proven. If the state has failed to prove at least one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then the state has failed to prove that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state has proven at least one of the elements listed above beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant has proven the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that he has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required, however, that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given their testimony. But the law of the case you shall receive in these written instructions and be governed thereby. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your foreman or presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as foreman or presiding juror. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. No person has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the officer. Any communication relative to the case must be written, prepared, and signed by the foreman and shall be submitted to the court through the officer. Do not attempt to talk to the officer who has you in charge or the attorneys or the court or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to the jury room to consider your verdict, and we will await your unanimous verdict. You have one verdict form attached, ladies and gentlemen, where you find the defendant either guilty or not guilty. Please make sure that the presiding juror signs the correct line indicating your unanimous verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, not in the charge, but I just want to tell you orally, every court treats notes differently. I encourage note taking because if it assists you in concentrating on the evidence, I want you to do it. But it is important you understand that although you were permitted to take notes during the testimony, in the case, in the event you did take notes, you may rely on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors, and you should not permit the other jurors to share their notes with you. You may, however, discuss the contents of your notes with the other jurors. You shall not use your notes as authority to persuade your fellow jurors in the deliberations. In your deliberations, give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because that juror did or did not take notes. Your notes are not official transcripts. They are personal memory aids, just like the notes of the judge and counsel. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the other hand, you might have made an error in observing or might have made a mistake in transcribing what you heard. Therefore, you are not to use your notes as authority to persuade fellow jurors of the evidence during the trial. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute occurs as to testimony that was presented. In that case, you shall inform the court and request the court read that portion of the official transcript. You will not rely on your notes to resolve a dispute. If you do have a dispute, specify what it is in writing, and that portion and only that portion will be read back from the official transcript. With that, ladies and gentlemen, both sides have been given an hour to argue the case. Should they elect to use it, the state does have the burden of proof, so they have the right to open and close the arguments. I'll ask them to address you at this time.
Thank you, Judge. May I peace of court? Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You are free to choose, but you're not free to from the consequences of your.
No, that was on me, boo. I was trying to stop it. Okay, while I'm stopping it, I will share with you that I am very I thought that was a pretty Billy, what was his name? Delgado. I was very, very pleased with the way that was presented. That was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. I like the way the judge put the closing and the instructions for the closing remarks. Why did it not come up? I'll get it, guys. Just give me a minute. I don't know why that didn't come up. Let's see. Let's see if this will come up. I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to have to. Tag nabbit. Okay, here we go. So anyway, I wanted to tell you that the jury instructions, I really, really enjoyed the jury instructions on that one. Very simple, very easy to understand, very clear. So yay. And here we go.
You are free to choose, but you're not free from the consequences of your choices. What did Mr. Soto say in opening statements? This was a case of choices and consequences. And how on June 1st of 2024, that man sitting right there made a fateful choice that has consequences for which he must be held accountable for. Now, what choice did he make? He chose to commit the offense of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon, which resulted in serious bodily injury. Let's go over those elements. You heard testimony when it comes to on or about June 1st, 2024, from the investigators that responded to the case, from Investigator Lopez to Amasquita, Mark Vela, Florencio Barrera, how they got a call and they were dispatched to 2420 North Smith Avenue for a shooting call. You heard the victim, Erica. She took the stand and she told you, she testified that she went to Billy Delgado's residence because he called her over because of some issue with her daughter. Let's move on to the second element. In Webb County, Texas. It happened on 2420 North Smith Avenue. I asked Officer Amasquita and even Erica testified that that residence is located in Laredo, Texas, which is in Webb County. Let's move on to the next element. The defendant, Billy Delgado. What evidence do we have? Well, we saw Officer Amasquita testify. We saw his body cam. You'll be able to take that with you in the back. He confessed. Yeah, I shot her mom. Who's her? Emmy, his daughter, who happens to be Erica's daughter as well. We see Juan Angel Pina surveillance footage, and we see it point blank. Look, it's right there, point blank, aiming a gun right at Erica through the passenger side window. Erica IDs. I heard 3 shots through my windshield, and as I drive by, I see Billy shooting, pointing a gun at me. And let's not forget the forensic scientists that came over and confirmed that there was gunshot residue on Billy Delgado after Mark Vela got samples from his hands and sent it out for testing. But ladies and gentlemen, the most important one, he confessed on June 1st, 2024. He confessed back then, and he took the stand, and he confessed on the stand as well. Check, check, check. All right, let's talk about the next element. Intentionally, knowingly, and or recklessly. Well, it started May 19th, prior to June 1st. Erica and Kayla took the stand, and what did they say? Erica said on May 19th, almost 2 weeks prior to the date in question, Billy told her, enjoy your birthday, because this will be her last one. Kayla overheard that same conversation and could confirm that's what Billy said. So he had a plan already. He had a plan that he wanted to execute. And execute he did. There he is. Look at State's Exhibit 4. He's laying in wait. Erica's up there. You see her coming in a green Kia Soul. He's laying in wait, waiting to ambush her to execute that plan. And execute he did. What did Florencio Barrera say? In my experience, he was about 5 feet away from her. He didn't fire one shot to eliminate a threat like he's going to later claim. He fired 10 rounds. He had a purpose. A man with a purpose, walking with a purpose. State's Exhibit 5 will show the other angle of Pina's home surveillance footage. And what is he doing? She pulls over in distraught. He's walking with a purpose, fidgeting with his pockets. Go, look at it. He's fidgeting with his pockets, touching his gun. He goes back to his apartment and he puts his gun. Oh, and what else did he put up there? 2 loaded magazines. He didn't get to finish the purpose he set out for. He gets arrested once Amasquita gets there. And what does he say? I emptied a whole clip in her mother. Again, who's her? Emmy. Mother being Erica. He was in handcuffs in the patrol unit, talking to a neighbor. And you can see it on Amasquita's body cam. And what does he tell this neighbor? What am I supposed to do? I'll just deal with the consequences. He took the witness stand as well, and he admitted Yesterday, he took the witness stand and he admitted to shooting her intentionally. Now, let me talk about serious bodily injury. Now, you're going to get the law from the court, which you already did. It's right here. The definition of serious bodily injury is here. Let me discuss it real quick. Serious bodily injury is bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. What did Dr. Mederos come? He came here on his busy schedule and he took the stand. And what did he say? He said that if I did not intervene and do the medical treatment and surgery on Erica, she would have 100% had a chance of dying. That at any time that he was doing his surgeries, his laparotomies, as he called it, which he did twice, by the way, to save her, that at any moment she could have died. I asked him on page 17 of the medical records, and you'll have him in evidence, what does hemorrhagic shock mean? He defined it for us. And I asked him, if that were to be left untreated, what could it result in? He said death. That her pH levels are below a certain level, to the point that if somebody has them and if they're not treated, they die. That's what she had. pH levels below the level he described to where she could have died. Ladies and gentlemen, bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, check. I think we got that. We've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. But let's continue. He also talked about how, and that's page 17, ladies and gentlemen, on the medical records, they're in evidence, how she lost 4 liters of blood. And I asked him, had they not been replenished, what could have happened, Dr. Mederos? She would have died. And he goes into discussion about, he discusses in detail how much blood she had to be replenished. And it's in the records. He also testified that she's going to suffer from short gut syndrome, meaning a large part of her intestines were cut out and she doesn't have them. It's going to affect her ability to get nutrients, to live a long, healthy life, be able to do certain activities that you and I take for granted. She spent 363 days in the hospital. That's close to a year. Losing a large part of your intestine? Let's go back. Protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Check. This is how that man left her. This is the picture on the right. That's 4 days prior to today. 4 days. And look how we left her. I believe she even testified that she still had a staple, and you can see it right there. Oh, but yes. She did come in walking normally and looked fine. Okay, yes. Serious permanent disfigurement. Check. I asked Dr. Mederos, are you familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury? And he said yes. I asked him, as to all 3 possible definitions, do the injuries that Erica sustained at the hands of Billy Delgado, would you, in your medical opinion, classify them as serious bodily injury? And he said yes to all 3. As a matter of fact, he took the stand up here and even said, yes, I caused serious bodily injury to Erica Torres. That's another element that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, who is our victim? You heard it from the horse's mouth. She came up here. She testified as to what she experienced, what she went through, what she remembers, what she didn't remember, not because she was trying not to remember anything, because she literally couldn't remember because of what he did to her. We saw Pina's home surveillance footage where she's driving her green Kia Soul. And how do we know she was driving the green Kia Soul? Because Kayla testified that she drives the green Kia Soul. Kayla also testified that she was on the phone as Billy was raining bullets at Erica. And again, He confessed back then on June 1st, 2024 to Officer Mesquita, and he confessed again when he took the stand yesterday. Another element met beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the deadly weapon element now. Deadly weapon. So again, you're given the law by the court, by that man right there, the judge. He gave you the law. It's in here. A deadly weapon, we know automatically, we call it per se in our legal terms, but it's automatically considered a deadly weapon, a firearm. We know State's Exhibit 6 right here. Y'all can check it out. Y'all can take it back and look at it. Investigator Juan Lopez sees a black Taurus G3C pistol. I asked Lopez and I asked Mesquita, Officer Mesquita, is a Taurus G3C pistol considered a firearm? Yes, it is a firearm. It's meant to kill.
What? What? I didn't hit that.
We look at Piña's home surveillance footage. And actually, I can go back.
Apologies. Just trying to type a chat.
You can see the firearm he used right there on his hand. Erica described it. And he admits to it too. You can see an offer on Mesquita's body cam. Where did you put the gun? Oh, and I believe, quote for quote, oh, it's on the chair right there on the black chair. Sure enough, that's where it is, with 2 loaded magazines. And then again, he took the stand yesterday and he testified that he did use a deadly weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another element meant beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go to the final element. So again, the court has provided you the law. Here's the law. This, it's going to be right here with you. You take it there, you go read it, and you look into it. You base the evidence and see if it matches, if it qualifies. 71.003, family includes individuals who are former spouses of each other or individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Section 71.0021B talks about dating violence. So in this case, it's committed against a victim, Erica Torres, with whom the actor, that man right there, Billy Delgado, has or has had a dating relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Erica. They dated since 2018. They got married on March 21st of 2021. They divorced 2025. In between June 1st, 2024 is when the actions that Billy Delgado took, that shooting, happened in between. They were married when he committed that crime. Married. So, satisfied. Oh, they both testified. Erica took the stand. Billy took the stand. Yes, we share a daughter, Emmy. Individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Satisfied as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the evidence presented, the state of Texas has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that each element of the offense alleged against Billy Delgado has been satisfied. On top of the mountain of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, he confessed back then. He confessed on the stand yesterday. You should find him guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury. Now, I anticipate defense is going to come up, and I anticipate that they're going to deflect from the situation at hand. And that's that. Not focus on the choice that man made, and the consequences that he should be accountable for, but focus on the victim and how she's a bad mother and how she looks fine and how she's a bad person, airing out all her dirty laundry. Ladies and gentlemen, she took the stand herself. She aired her dirty laundry for you. She didn't need them to do it. She went up there and she told her faults. She admitted to them. I also anticipate that they will probably argue that, well, Billy did what he did because he had to defend somebody. In this case, he had to defend Emmy. You're going to go back there and there's going to be a defense of third person. And defense of third person, and again, you have this, it's being to you by the court. It says, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor will be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And important, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, another important word, immediately necessary to protect the third person. Okay, so he's trying to protect Emmy from who? This Uncle Louie, who never made an appearance in this case other than just him saying it. As a matter of fact, we brought you Investigator Vaquera. They looked into it, the multidisciplinary team. There was no merit in that allegation. There was nothing there. So why pursue when there's nothing there? They did their job, investigated it. Protected from him? From Louis? Protect from what? From Erica? Because he was going to take Emmy back to Louis. Well, if I recall from the testimony, Billy was supposed to have Emmy until Sunday. Erica was supposed to pick up Emmy on Sunday. No, he calls her a day before. Hey, I'm having issues with her daughter. Come get her. So a day before Erica is supposed to have Emmy, he calls her over. So he calls Erica, who may be a danger to Emmy, over on his day where he's supposed to have his daughter. Remember, Emmy was in his apartment eating pancakes that he happily was making for her, playing with toys that he gave her, according to his roommate's testimony. What danger was she in? There was no danger. There was no immediate danger. There was no danger at all. He called her over to execute his plan so that he can ambush her and kill her. And he executed that plan, but he failed. And luckily he failed because she was able to come up here and testify for you and tell her what she went through, tell you all what she went through, instead of being 6 feet deep. And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest of my time to Mr. Soto.
Thank you. That was 18 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a quick little detour for a minute. I wanted to share with we have so many new people, and we got people from all over the world watching today, and we really appreciate it. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, welcome, welcome. We have an end of the month giveaway, and for those people who are out of country, it will be an Amazon gift card. People in country, it's a merch card. But in order to enter, all you have to do is give us a thumbs up and type I liked, just like you see right there in all caps. If you subscribed or shared the video, please share the video. That is one of the biggest ways you can help me. If you shared the video, put I shared. And if you subscribed for the first time, put I subbed. And at the end of the video today, we will we'll be doing drawings, and everybody who gets their name drawn will be in the entry at the end of the month giveaway. So please, please, please join us. It doesn't cost you a thing. And I love giving things away. I'm a gift giver, majorly a gift giver. Oh, somebody asked about the hat. I bead hats for those who are not normally on this channel. I do Native American beadwork because I'm Native. eye is that close to being done. So in 2 days, I've done that much work, and it's an hour an inch. So I hope to get it done today. Yay! I'm not beating yet. I'm not in the right mind frame. Thank you, She-Wolf. Thank you, Brooklyn.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let me address you. I'm not going to be yelling at you. I'm not going to be showing you gross pictures to try to deflect you from the issues at hand, okay? So what are the issues at hand?
Snark much? Did y'all catch that? Listen to this dude.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Snarky, and he's not on. I got to back off. He's not on the microphone, guys. I apologize. So it's going to be harder to hear him. I have gained everything up 100% through their program, 100% on my computer, and 100% on my soundboard. So I cannot gain it anymore. Maud, give me a thumbs up if my volume is good. Give me 2 thumbs up if I need to be louder. Give me an ear if I need to be softer, please. Thank you.
Let me address you. I'm not going to be yelling at you. I'm not going to be showing you gross pictures to try to deflect you from the issues at hand, okay? So what are the issues at hand? State seems to believe that it's just an aggravated assault with serious bodily injury. As you see in your jury instructions, you're going to see that it says when the issue of the application of defense to a third person is raised, which it has in this case, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty, okay? So they're going to try to disprove defense of a third person by argument, okay? Argument. They didn't put up any evidence up there to say that there was not a defense of a third person. They failed. So it's just not those things that he showed up there, check, check, check. He forgot to check this one, okay? He didn't check this one because they failed to do it. They could have called Uncle Louie to come up here. Did you do it? No. Disproved, okay, of our defense. It had to be immediate. It had to be an immediate threat. That's why he didn't wait till Sunday. If you want to take care of it now, okay? If it wasn't immediate, he would wait till Sunday. If he wanted to ambush her and kill her, he would have waited till Sunday. She was going to come over, okay? It didn't flow that way. It doesn't flow right, right? In his brain, and how does his brain get in this position? Will we be here, first of all? If he wasn't abused all these years, would we be here? Probably not, okay? So remember how he's been shaped over these years. He threw a weight at him. They hit him several times. She told you she's been arrested for beating up her own brother. And her words are laying hands on somebody. Okay, she got arrested. Okay, Billy says that she's got friends in high places. Nothing happened to her. You know, we talked about second chances. How many chances does she have? Her brother, Billy, several times. She admitted to drinking with her kids in the back seat. One of her kids. That's a felony offense here in Texas. Anything happen? Okay.
And he admitted to drinking and driving. Don't throw crap at a wall if your client is the wall.
Keeps going over and over in his mind. That's what he's thinking, okay? And it's in the instructions what a reasonable person is, okay? It tells you at that moment what he's thinking. And it's just not that moment. It's everything that pushed it to that moment, okay? The abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, the physical abuse, it shaped him, okay? I can't get any help, okay? Because of her friends. Nothing's going to happen. He's had enough. Now something's happened to his daughter, so he's got to act. And he acted. That's what it was. Now, there is a jury instruction for that. The state can't disprove it that he did it to defend his daughter. Okay? She's being abused. They even told you during voir dire, I believe. They said, we have a single witness rule. All we need is one witness. The state always does that. Well, in this case, we have one witness of the abuse, and guess what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply now. He heard it. Did you go talk to the guy that did it? He just got out of prison. If I was a cop, that's what I would do. The guy got out of prison. Let me go see what he wants to tell me. Okay, maybe he'll confess. I don't know. I called him. I couldn't find him. It's good enough for me. She didn't say anything. Her mom just got shot. Dad's in jail. The kid clams up. And the end of the case. That's the end of the case. Okay? The kid goes back to the same situation, the same family where the abuses occurred to Mr. Delgado and to her. That's the end of that case right there. And who knows what that child's going to be a product of in the future because of all the abuse that's going on. It's we weren't disputing.
Don't speak that over a child. Don't. I don't care if you're trying to save somebody's life. Our words have power. And I hate it when people speak things like that over children. Many people come from very, very abusive, horrible home environments and grow up to be amazing people. So don't put that on that child, boo.
And we saw the video, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't need to bring an expert to say there was gun residue. Okay?
I know, right?
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing the shooting. We're disputing why it was shot. Why did he shoot? Okay, that's the whole issue. Do you need to take a look at the at this? We have.
Okay, honey, 2800, you're correct. And for those of you who are just joining us, let me explain quickly why that comment. He not only had the lead shooter with the magazine in it that held 15 shots, and he emptied all 15 shots, or maybe 16, but he emptied them all. He also had 2 more magazines. Now, if you don't know what a magazine, it's the thing that holds the lead. And I can't say these words. It's what propels out of the weapon. And you put it up in, you do this, if it's a semi, which it was. And now you have 15 more shots. He had 45 shots minimal total. Or up to 48. He went back in the house and put the remaining 2 loaded magazines down. So that to me is definitely forethought and malice. No way around it.
Instruction, the judge thought it was that it weren't merit for you to take a look at. Okay, that's why it's on here. There's evidence to back it up. If there was no evidence, we wouldn't get this instruction. So we have evidence, take a look at it. The state has to disprove it before you get to a guilty verdict, okay? They didn't put on any evidence to disprove it. They're going to try to argue it. What the lawyers say is not evidence, okay? What lawyers say up here is not evidence. It's what comes out of that witness chair, okay? Whoever's up there, all right? You heard Erica's cousin say, she had it on speakerphone, and I could hear Billy was calling, where I said, you know, it's going to be your last birthday. When Erica testifies, what does she say? Go drop off the kid. He straps her in, comes over to my car, and says, it's going to be your last birthday. So they didn't get that story straight, all right? Because there's 2 different versions, all right? So it's different. And why would he say that? Why would he, if he wants to kill her? I mean, just do it. Could have done it right there when he dropped off the kid. Why didn't he do it? Because it's not true. All right. He had plenty of opportunities, plenty of abusive situations when he got dropped off in the middle of the night. Hey, leave the house. I don't care. You know, they're stuck in traffic. They're trying to exit so that they can drop her off.
Working on
San
it.
Antonio. What does she do? Gets her kids and starts walking down the freeway. I mean, what kind of mother does that? Okay. Wait till you drop me off so my kids are safe. It's not about your kids being safe. Okay. It's about her. All right. It's unfortunate that she got shot. It's horrible. Billy told you. I regret it. You know, I didn't want to shoot her, but he had to do it to protect his daughter. Right. In his mind, it was just that moment. And I told you during voir dire, I said, if I could judge you for your worst 5 minutes of your life, you know, what would be my verdict on you?
If I could judge you, sir, for the worst 5 minutes of your life, you know, innocent dude. I hate that phrase. If I could judge you, I hate that phrase. Hate it.
All right. And that's what you're going to be doing to Billy. 5 minutes when you should be considering the 4 years that we're together.
No.
All right. Take a look at the entire picture. Don't focus in on what they're trying to show you. They're going to show you gross things and bad things, and they say all these things. Do you really need to get those issues proved? I mean, really, it was a shooting. She's injured. She was the wife. They've already done that. Get to the good stuff, okay? Show me how you disprove that the little kid was not abused, that he was trying to protect her. Show me that. They're going to have words. They're not going to have evidence, okay? No evidence. So they can't disprove that. And because of all that, you have to find him not guilty because they can't disprove it. It's their burden, not mine. I raised the issue. They needed to put up evidence. They didn't do it. So it's a verdict of not guilty. That's the reason you get to not guilty, not because there was no weapon, not because they weren't dating, not because of the other issues. It's because of that. Okay? And all of this was focused toward a prosecution, and it's more vindictive. It's more of anything. I mean, who would take pictures of your daughter to go show your granddaughter or have her later so she can examine it? I mean, nobody does that. Those are horrible pictures to be able to show, to come back. Look what your dad did. Okay, that is just absolutely incredible. All right, and you know they were praying for Erica. She made it. She survived. You know, but part of the Lord's prayer is, you know, forgive me for my sins, as I forgive those who trespass against me. Right. So in this case, that doesn't apply. It's all vindictive. It's all funneled to try to get him punished. Okay.
Oh,
Mr. Delgado's already been punished for a lot. All right. A lot of abuse, a lot of just torment that he's been through. And this was his expression when he couldn't do anything to protect himself. He had to protect his daughter, and he acted. Okay. Make the state prove all the elements of the offense, which includes now the justification. Can they disprove it? Did they put up any evidence? They didn't put up any evidence. Okay. So be looking at that. They're going to put on some more stuff, say some other stuff. But remember what lawyers say is not evidence. It's not. So in your back of your mind, when he's talking about there's no justification, make him go back and say, that was my evidence. So you can analyze that. Check with your notes. Okay. And for the Delgado family sitting over there, and Mr. Delgado, we thank you for listening to our case. Okay.
I don't like this. He could have gone in a whole nother route. He could have gone in a whole nother route with this one and been a whole lot better. Whole lot better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't. Oh, dude, I'm trying not to hit the horn because that's how much that ticks me off. I'm going there. Hold your ears. Well, maybe not. Neurodivergent people, look away. Look away. Look away. Because I am going code red on this guy. This guy deserves a code red in 3, 2, 1. That has to be one of the most infuriating closings I've ever heard in my life. Dr. Bullbutter, in the meantime, just get me through Ronnie. Sorry, Ronnie, I'm putting you on the spot, but until I figured out what's happening, would you do that, please? Oh, June just reminded me, y'all. Last night I was beating, and June and I, sometimes we watch movies on Discord together. And I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little black dot at the tip of my thumbnail. I put a needle through my thumb. Hi, Tracy. Yeah, a needle through my thumb. I held it up and June was looking at it. It was through the thumb. I was beating the hat. Not the first time, nor will it be the last. Okay, let's see how he recovers this. Whatever y'all suggest. We do suggestions. So, yeah, that wasn't fun. Was not fun. But I'm almost done. Almost done. Yes, I do sell these. Somebody asked. Okay, so I'm gonna make a movie suggestion spot in our Discord, and then y'all can make suggestions, and we can watch movies together. A lot of people don't have not everybody has all the same movie or streaming formats like Netflix or whatever, Apple TV and all that. So sometimes I'll stream stuff over there when if I don't have it, one of my mods may. So it's kind of cool. It's fun to do. Grab your popcorn and watch with.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Defense just came up here and told you he's not going to show you any gross pictures. He's not going to do any of that stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures that we're looking at, that the defense calls gross, are the result of what his client did that day.
Yeah.
These are the results of what Billy Delgado did to Erica Torres as she drove up innocently, unsuspecting of the assault that she was about to suffer. I'm sorry that he thinks this is gross, but this is Erica's life now because of what the defendant did. Now, he said his client's been through torment, that he's been through a lot. What has Erica been through? Billy Delgado's a healthy young man. He can walk, he can talk, he can jump, he can run. Erica fought for her life. She has bullet holes to remember every single shot she received from him. And then he told you they brought words. That the state only brought words, that we didn't bring evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we brought a mountain of evidence. We brought a confession. He even told you on the stand, I did it. He confessed to every single element of the offense. And I want to bring your attention, if you could all grab your jury charge, please, and let's turn to page 5. If you look at that top line, it says, under the justification, because this is what they're arguing. He's saying that they have a justification. If you look at that top line, under the circumstances, as the actor reasonably believes them to be, and pay attention to that word, reasonably believes, the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Now, reasonably believes. To reasonably believe, you must be able to use what? Reason. You must be able to reason with what you're doing. Yet, when he took the stand and I asked him about shooting Erica, I blacked out. When I asked him about shooting her multiple times, do you remember? I don't remember. I can't remember. He conveniently blacked out. He conveniently doesn't remember. He remembers being in the apartment, and then he remembers the cops showing up. So where was he able to formulate this supposed reasonably believe? Where was he able to use his reason when he's conveniently blacking out throughout this entire process that he can't recall? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an excuse. This is a lie, another lie by the defendant. Just another excuse to justify his actions of what he did to Erica that day. Just the same way he made up the lie about this supposed sexual assault against his daughter by Uncle Louis. The only person that's ever cried wolf about that is the defendant. He's the only person, because Emmy's never told anybody else. She's never told anybody else about it. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you see reasonably believes, you need to prove and, because that's the next word. The next word means that reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and. So you need to do both. You need both for the justification of defense of third person. So, and the actor reasonably believes, so again, he's got to use reason, but apparently he was blacked out through this entire process. Blacked out because he couldn't recall what he did. He couldn't remember thinking about what to do or how he did it because he was blacked out. The actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, at that point in time, immediately necessary to protect the third person. The third person, Emmy, who's in the apartment upstairs, that he left Emmy with his roommate. You saw Estrada take the stand. She said Billy dropped off some toys and he told Emmy to play and for me to watch her, that he was going to go talk to Erica. There's no immediacy. Where's the immediate danger? There's no Uncle Louis, the supposed cry wolf that's outside waving, "I'm here, Billy, I'm here." He called Erica over to the house. He told her, "Get here now. Come pick up Emmy. I can't do this no more." Why lure her there? If you're going to do the right thing, call LPD. Do what a normal person would do. Call the police or say, "Hey, Erica, look, I'm not going to give Emmy back. We need to figure out what to do about this. Okay? I'm going to keep her. I'm going to keep her with me. I'll give her back to you after we talk to the police." There was no immediacy, ladies and gentlemen. There was no immediacy. So this doesn't apply. And then even then, when the issue of the application, if you turn to page 6, please. When the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. And defense told you we can't disprove that we can't disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like I told you in Voir dire. This is common sense. We use common sense every day. Every day. You heard the defendant. I blacked out. I blacked out. I blacked out. There's no evidence for his reasonableness. There's no immediacy. Again, just another excuse. So let's talk about what this case is really about.
Oh, thank you, Ada.
Like I said, defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he was triggered by what happened to his daughter. Well, then why Erica? Why shoot Erica? She didn't do this. If you were triggered by this, she's not the one who abused Emmy. if this is supposed incident that happened pushed you over the limit, she's the wrong person. Why not take the proper measures like I just told you? Call the police. He bragged about his family being in law enforcement, how his grandmother was the captain of police. If that's the case, then you know police will do a good job, right? You know they'll do their job if you just call and take the proper measures like a normal person. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't get to take justice and be the judge in this case. What he did is not justified by any circumstance. What he did to the mother of his child. And that case was closed. There was no evidence. There was no outcry. The child was interviewed by a trained professional in a controlled environment, in a comfortable situation where there was no time limit. And Investigator Vaquera told you, the child never outcried to any abuse. They gave her a doll to even say, you know, where has anyone ever touched you in any of these places? She never outcried. They gave her an anatomical drawing where it shows the outline of the human body. And they ask, do you know your private parts? You know, are these areas that no one's supposed to touch you, right? And has anyone ever touched you here? She never outcried after all the opportunities that she had. So of course the case was closed because that was just an excuse, a lie that the defendant made up to shoot and to try to kill Erica Torres that day. Defense would have you believe that Billy is a victim of violence. He's a victim of violence based off a 2-minute and 30-second video, a self-serving video. I'll have you at that. Ladies and gentlemen, if I go home to my wife, I know all the buttons to press. I know what to do to upset her. And if at that point in time, after I've riled her up, and I say, oh, leave me alone, hold on. Let me put in selfie mode real quick. Okay. Stop, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. That was a self-serving video. We didn't see the circumstances leading up to that. Erica told you herself. She took ownership. She said, I needed to get to San Antonio. Well, why didn't you get off? He was driving on the highway. I couldn't get off. Well, why didn't you try exiting the vehicle? It was moving. My kids were in the back. And why were you so concerned? Because if I missed court, I would get arrested. And I would stay in custody until I had court. And I didn't want a warrant out for my arrest. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, she was upset. She was upset because she was being held against her will. When the defendant had told her.
Sorry, this is a good question. I'll interrupt. 7 hours and 47 minutes and 29 seconds is what the Ali jury has been in deliberating. No questions, nothing. It has been a ghost town of information on that end. We are now watching the Billy Delgado, Texas versus Billy Delgado. And then also we have a third verdict watch that is in place. And that is the dentist who killed his wife by poisoning. That trial is also in deliberation. So we have 3 deliberating juries right now.
That he would take her to court in San Antonio.
Hello,
but in the video,
Dave.
you hear him say, we were late. We weren't going to make it anyways. She still made it that day, even after getting dropped off, or she didn't get dropped off. She jumped out of the car while it was in between 2 trailers and walked.
I think they're hung on the wife.
To the truck stop, waiting for her mom to pick her up. And you saw in the video the defense like, no, please. Yeah, I'm tired of this. And what does he do? He looks down to make sure that he's showing his face. Y'all saw him. He looked down. And then, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. What does he do? Afterwards, he pulls up the phone. He's like, all right, let me take it off selfie mode. Let me close it. Yes, he was very concerned about crashing while trying to record a video after he was starting a fight, after he was fighting with Ms. Torres, and she was upset because she didn't want to get arrested. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for not wanting to get arrested. Nobody wants to get arrested. And meanwhile, being held against her will, right? Because she couldn't get out of the moving vehicle. Defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he thought he needed to protect his daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, we already talked about this. There was no immediacy. There was no threat. Emmy was upstairs, locked, or not locked, but in a room with the door closed. I'll have you, because Erica Estrada texts, she said on the stand that the door was closed while she was in the room with Emmy. The front door to the apartment was closed, and Billy Delgado walked outside, apparently conveniently to his benefit. He was blacked out, but he told you, I always carry my gun. I always have my gun. It's small enough for me to carry it. I'm not a convicted felon. I can carry a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, where's the immediacy? Erica didn't rev her engine and pull up. No, she's just pulling up nice and slow, ready to pick up Emmy. And what does she hear? Bang, 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 bang. Yes, Mr. Delgado felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. And most importantly, he called Erica to come over. That's what you need to go back to every single time. He called her there. It wasn't her day. It wasn't her time to pick up Emmy. Emmy was supposed to get picked up on Sunday. It was his visitation. But the defendant lured her there. Why? Because he wanted to ambush her. He wanted to attack her and knew that she wouldn't stand a chance, that she wouldn't suspect it. He wanted to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Like I told you, this case is about choices and consequences.
Mm-hmm.
We all have free will to make choices. You heard Sharon Estrada. Billy was making pancakes that morning. He looked at peace. He looked at peace. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're upset and if Emmy told him this the night before, why not call PD that night? Why not call Erica that night? The moment you just got told that when he claims that his daughter, she jumped in my arms and she was crying. Get the phone. It's not like LPD only works 8 to 5. Call her mother. Let her know. I called the police. I just got told this. No, ladies and gentlemen, because that didn't happen. Erica testified. Billy called her to come over to his apartment to immediately pick up the daughter. He told her, get here now. She told you she was at a friend's house. She dropped what she was doing because she said, Billy told her, get here now. Come pick up Emmy.
Dang it.
There was no immediacy. Billy created this situation. He created the situation he wanted. He made a plan to execute Erica Torres. What did Dr. Medeiros tell you? When we asked him about serious bodily injury, all the different definitions, he said, she did everything but die. So we met serious bodily injury. She lost her blood volume. She will have difficulties for the rest of her life. And she will need to be monitored because she will never have a normal life ever again. But at least she can walk normally or look like she walks normally. Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. We brought you the pieces of the puzzle. Remember, I said we were going to bring you the pieces of the puzzle, and it may not be a complete puzzle, but you'll be able to make it out. We brought you the videos, the shooting. We brought you the interview. Look at that video. There's no remorse. He looked like nothing. You know, instead of saying, how's Erica? Is Erica okay? Is Erica okay? Instead, he's like, look at my rap sheet. Look at her rap sheet. I don't got nothing. She's been arrested. In his eyes, he thinks of her as less than dirt. Look at the way he treated her that day, the mother of his child. He had the opportunity. Billy Delgado called Erica and ambushed her that day. So we brought you the videos. We brought you the opportunity that he had. We've shown it to you. The weapon and the casings, all 10 casings. We didn't just bring you the casings. We brought you all of them. All 10 opportunities he had to kill her. The confession. He told you he did it. He told you here to your face that he did it. Not only did he see that, he said, I did it. I shot the mother of my child. I'll deal with the consequences. He told you on the video when he was arrested, and he told you here in court on the stand. You saw her serious bodily injury with Dr. Medeiros. And they were still married the date of the assault and share a child. So we've proven our case. We've proven that on or about June 1st, 2024, in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury. Remember, I told you in voir dire, intentionally, go up to someone directly, point a gun at them, right in front of them, boom. That's intentionally. Knowingly, you see a group of people together, you shoot, you know you're going to hit them if you're aiming at the crowd and they're all jam-packed together. And I said recklessly. When I explained recklessly was that you can appreciate the standard, but you do a gross deviation from it, regardless of the outcome of your actions, right? So even if you think that Billy Delgado says, well, I was just shooting at the car, I wasn't shooting at her. You shoot at a car with somebody in it, you're disregarding the fact that they could get hit. You're disregarding the fact that they could die. You're disregarding the fact that they could get seriously injured. And he did all of those. He intentionally shot at the car. He knew she was going to get shot. And he disregarded that fact when he recklessly shot at her in the car. So all of those three intentional elements are met. And used or exhibited a deadly weapon. A firearm, automatically a deadly weapon. And he also admitted to you, yes, I used a deadly weapon on the stand. During the commission of the assault, namely a firearm and or a G3C 9mm Taurus. This is what he used.
Crappy firearm.
Not only what he used in the firearm that he was carrying, this is the one that he likes to carry, right? Has he told you that he always carries a gun? But he was also accompanied by its two buddies, 2 loaded magazines.
Come on. Okay. These things. Oh, let me go back. Let me go back so I can show you. See that thing right there? That's a magazine. That's a magazine. Some people don't know anything about lead shooters, so that's why I'm showing it. And I'll be honest, that brand is a piece of crap. Just be honest. It's not a good one. But it's cheap and people can get them.
He was carrying, this is the one that he likes to carry, right? Has he told you that he always carries a gun? But he was also accompanied by its 2 buddies, 2 loaded magazines. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
He had one intent that day.
What we get for
It wasn't
thinking.
to talk to Erica. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to remove Erica from Emmy's life for his own personal, selfish motives. And like I said, we've satisfied the family dating relationship. You've heard about their entire relationship, right? You know the truth. Remember in voir dire, I told you.
I think you said Torres or Lorson. Crappy. Give me Sig, give me Glock, give me Ruger.
Can we know exactly 100% exactly what happened that day? No, right? I told you. Because the only way you know is if you were there, if you saw it.
But you
Ladies
did.
and gentlemen, not only did we show you the acts of Billy Delgado that day, we brought the crime to you. You saw it with your own eyes. You all saw the actions, the lack of remorse. At no point was there any hesitation. And you'll see the video, play it as many times as you want. She pulls up, and without hesitation, he points his firearm and just starts unloading, one after the other. He's not moving. And I know that there was some argument by defense. Well, if he wanted to kill her, he could have killed her. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is the car, he was right there in front of it. He was trying his best to aim. He had a mission that day.
Good.
But what do we have? We have Billy Delgado still hiding behind his excuses. I blacked out, or I did it for my daughter. Which one is it? You can't have both. You can't have both, ladies and gentlemen. I did it for my daughter to protect her. Okay, well, then you did it? Well, no, I blacked out. Those are completely contradicting statements. That doesn't make sense at all. You did it because you wanted to protect your daughter, but you don't remember doing it because you blacked out? You know why that doesn't make sense? Because it's a lie. It's an excuse for his actions. His own mom told LPD. She testified. She didn't believe Billy. She doubted him. She told LPD, there's no way. She told you on the stand. Yes, I said, there's no way this could have happened to Emmy. She would have told me. Emmy's a talkative child. Well, if she's a talkative child, of course she would have told her.
Okay, I disagree with that because I was a talkative child and there were things happening to me in my life that I didn't tell mommy and daddy because I was scared as hell. So I don't agree with that. Just because they're a talkative child does not mean that they're going to tell everything, especially when they're fearful.
Would have picked up on it. She even told you, yes, I check her underwear when she comes from her mother's. Ladies and gentlemen, she said that on the stand. Your own mom doesn't even believe you. And she tried to stop him. You heard her, that she was talking to him right before he did it. Was he blacked out? Or was he using reason when he talked to his mom? Because he told her, watch this. And then he put his phone in his pocket and boom, 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 boom. But he was blacked out, like he told me, right? He was blacked out. No, ladies and gentlemen. He was trying to execute his own motives. He had an agenda. He had a plan to lure Erica there and execute her. Sharon Estrada, she talked about the box of toys. But I want to talk to you about how, did you hear how she said it? She said it on her own. He looked calm. He looked at peace that morning. If he was so triggered, if he was so bothered by what he heard the night before, how are you going to be in the morning looking calm and at peace? I would be ringing the phones. I'd be ringing the bell. I'd be at LPD banging on the door saying, open up, we're going to talk about this. And I'd be there with my daughter saying, something happened.
True. Good point.
Remember in Fort Dyer, when we discussed unhealthy relationships? I asked you, I talked to you all about unhealthy relationships, and we discussed how, yes, maybe we or people we know are involved in unhealthy or toxic relationships. And I asked you all, I said, if someone chose to stay or if they were part of an unhealthy relationship and they suffered abuse, is that abuse justified? And you all took a note and you all said, no. Just because somebody is part of an abusive relationship or they were part of an abusive relationship, that doesn't mean that their abuse should go unpunished, that it should be allowed. You all said that and you all agreed. And that's why we're here, to hold Billy Delgado to his actions. It is time for him to face his consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, Erica Torres, she fought for her life. She fought for her life to be here to tell you her story. All 363 days, she fought for her life so that she could have her day in court. And she could come and she could take this stand and tell you about the pain, the suffering, and the actions that Mr. Delgado caused to her. Multiple individuals testified. They said that they believed she was going to die. Officer Luis Castillo, off duty, told you, I was pretty sure she was going to die in front of me. Dr. Madero said, if she did not receive medical help, she was going to die. Erica told you, I was trying to get to the hospital. I didn't want to die. Kayla told you, Kayla de la Cruz, she told you she needed to get to the hospital. She was going to die. And let me remind you about something. Erica Torres is not on trial. This is called the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado.
Good for you.
That's what this case is called. The victim is not on trial here. She is not on trial. Why? Because she is the victim in this case. And we are here for the actions of Billy Delgado, for what he did, for what the defendant did, for what that man sitting over there did to her. That is why we're here. We're not here for the state of Texas against Erica. And she took the stand. And yes, like my co-counsel told you, we heard their dirty laundry. But you know what? I'll tell you something that she did. She owns it. She takes it. She takes accountability for what she did. She was on probation for what she did. She takes accountability for her actions. But you know who doesn't? The defendant. Because lie after excuse after excuse, his actions he still believes were justified. No, ladies and gentlemen. You heard when I asked his tia, his aunt, I said, nobody deserves to get shot, right? 10 times? Yes. I asked her, no woman deserves to be shot 10 times? And she agreed. Nobody deserves that. Nobody. Billy Delgado made his choices, and now it's time for him to face the consequences. So, when I'm done here, you'll go to the back. You're going to turn to the verdict form, and it says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault, causes serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree. And you will sign right there under guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you with the exception of Mr. Pedroza and Mr. Nunez. If you would stay with us momentarily. I need to talk to you all outside the presence of the other folks. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't begin your deliberations because they may have some stuff in the jury room. I'm going to let them come in there and get whatever they left. And then as alternates, they're going to be excused. So once they leave, you begin your deliberations and only discuss the case when all 12 of you are in the room. If somebody goes to the restroom, stop the deliberations and wait till they return. So we will await your unanimous verdict. If those two jurors would stay with us momentarily, would everyone rise as the jury goes to the jury room? All right, the jury.
I like the closing arguments of the prosecution. These are little town these are lawyers. They're not the big lawyers we're used to seeing, like with the Karen Reed trial. But I thought he did a good job. I do like watching small town trials.
There's a new law that says what I'm supposed to do is put you in a closet and keep you in the closet until the jury reaches a verdict. But I don't want to do that. It was a short enough case. I don't think we'll need you. So thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Your time was not wasted. Everything I told you earlier about discussing the case is now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you. You're welcome to talk to them, or you're free to go. Thank you very much, and go get your stuff. All right, we're in recess, so you can see it in the courtroom.
Okay, so we're in recess until we get a verdict. I'm going to switch over here. Now, this is the verdict watch for the Ali trial. We've got a lot of verdict watches going on, y'all. We got 3, if not 4 of them going on at this time. So what I'm hoping for us to be able to do is we're going to watch some of this. Hold on a sec. Sorry, that was ringing. I was trying to disconnect it. So I don't think this is going to be a long deliberation, but we didn't think the Ali was going to be super long either. And right now, the Ali trial, we are at 7 hours. Or no, let me get back there. We are at 8 hours and 8 minutes in the Ali trial. So let me get this up. Ronnie, I know Laredo is not a small town. I wasn't referring to Laredo. I'm just saying I love watching small town lawyers. Small time? Maybe small time. No, not small time. Maybe bad choice of words. But it's not a small town. Their populations, well, compared to some places, they're small. How about LA? All right. You got me on that one. But but you know what I mean. These lawyers are amazing lawyers. I love seeing these lawyers deliberate, and I hate the dang music that you pop up. Now I just got demonetized. Okay, there we go. Maybe not. Um, I mean, okay. So what I'm trying to say is, let me get my foot out of my mouth. What I'm trying to say is I do like watching trial lawyers who don't have 40, 50 years experience, who are a little younger in their walk. I really did not like the DA in this case. I mean, the defense attorney in this case. I love the DA in this case. The defense attorney, oh, good. So we're good. That was the other live. I've got 2 lives up, and sometimes music comes on. So in this particular case, I think that the defense's attorney really should have done his homework and could have done a whole lot better of a closing. That was one of the worst closings I think I have ever heard in my life. One of the worst. Even in the Ali Ali trial, where the father's attorney appeared to be committal, didn't want to be there, didn't do much, barely said boo, had a better closing than this guy did. And we thought his closing was bad. That is true. Well, we can start watching some of them, definitely. But I've been known to just go into a surrounding county court and watch a trial. And, you know, I enjoyed the Karen Reed trial and these bigger trials like Lori Daybell and everything. And sometimes the lawyers get real robust and get really dramatic and slamming the podium and all that stuff. But y'all, if you ever have time to go and watch a trial in your area, go and sit in. Some of these attorneys are heroes, man. They rock. I'm really surprised. I mean, they're amazing. They're simply amazing. And I thoroughly, well, my bot just hit. Sometimes the times just hit all at once, and I apologize. So anyway, I thoroughly enjoy, and I may do that. If I don't have anything tomorrow, I may go and sit a little bit in court in our local court. This judge did not give many, did not sustain many of the objections from the prosecution. The prosecution only had one or two sustained objections that we heard. So I don't know where this judge lies. I have no idea. Case 1. Okay, we're gonna watch a little bit from Court TV. I love that they have their timers up, so we're gonna get into live time with them. You guys, I have a question. I have a stream from Ozzy Osbourne's home, Thousands Pay Tribute. with his wife, Sharon. I'm going to mute it, but I want you to, my heart breaks for her. Oh my gosh, my heart breaks. I'm going to show this part. It absolutely breaks. She looks so frail. Oh, I can't play the music because of copyright, but there he is in his casket, draped in purple flowers. My gosh, his daughter has changed so much over the years. There's the other child, the other daughter that we never really get to see publicly. She has a very private life. Oh, poor Sharon. Oh, poor family. My heart goes out to them. Tomorrow we'll be saying goodbye to my brother, my sister's brother-in-law, my sister's husband. He was playing in his band. He's a bass player, and he literally dropped dead on stage on the 17th of this month. I know, she does look amazing. My sister passed away November 30th of last year. 8 months later, her husband just drops dead. Yeah. So this is the family members of Osborne. I'm worried about Sharon because she looks like she's less than 100 pounds. I really do. I feel bad for her. She said she has had some health issues and stresses with Ozzy that has affected her weight gain, her weight loss, and ability to hold on to weight. There's the grandbaby. I think that's their only grandchild. I may not be correct in that, but there's the grandbaby. That is the baby to their son. Yes, but even her facial shapes, and I mean, she's really slimmed down. She's in her 30s or 40s now. I think she's in her early 40s. Poor family. Well, thank you so much, Janet. We appreciate it so very much. It says good night on the back of the hearse, but it looks like it says Ozzy in purple flowers. Oh, that is so cool. I love their hearse versus ours. I like that. I don't know. Did she just do a clothing change? No, she just did. She just changed clothes. Look, watch. Watch. Or am I just missing something? No, she didn't. Okay. I don't know why I thought she was in white. So anyway, they're going to head on and go on to his services. They're going to roll out. I mean, this is equal to the one of the royal family. I mean, he's royal in a lot of people's lives. I know. I just want to hug her too. Yeah, my sister died November 30th. My service dog just dropped dead March 30th. I was engaged and lost that relationship in May. And then my brother-in-law passed away. And then, of course, I live in Kerrville, Texas, where we had all that flooding. Yes, my house is safe, but our backyard was not so much. Okay, thank you very much, Don. I don't know. He has 4 daughters and Kelly has one son. Okay, thank you so much. Jack has 4 daughters, and Kelly's one son. Thank you. I don't know the grandchildren. Oh, thank you so much. Um, it has been very difficult. I am an emergency services chaplain for the state of Texas, volunteer, and I walked through some of the identifying of the remains of some of the victims of the floods. I worked with some of the victims' families of the floods. So it has been difficult, very, very difficult here in Kerrville, Texas. I will be doing a 30-day 4th of August. We will be doing a special memorial. No, chaplain, volunteer. I work with firefighters, EMS, first responders. I'm an emergency services chaplain. So I work with them. Sometimes I will work with them in grief. I will work with them with their PTSD when they're struggling, which I've done some with this case over the phone. I can, prayer ministry. I walk with victims through their tragedies. Whether it be fire, whether it be medical, whether it be accidental car death, whether it be homicide, a self unaliving, all of that. Well, he told us he was a Green Beret Ranger. He told me he worked for Tesla. He told me all these things. Come to find out, he was a fraud. And the morning that we put the deposit down on the church for the wedding to be held August 9th, that afternoon, I caught him texting other woman, telling her that he was currently working and he was not, telling her that he was not in a relationship and he just put the deposit. So I know I'm not trying to share too much of my personal stuff, but that relationship was a public relationship. So I feel like an explanation is needed. I do. But oh, that's heavy, man. See all that gold stuff, brass, whatever hanging on that guy's neck? That's heavy. So anyway, I am okay. I'm glad I found out before I walked down the aisle. Okay, we're going to come back over to court. But I'm all good. Um, uh, uh, Auntie Candy, I have the sound as if you notice on the streamer on the bottom, the sound is 100% gained on my end. I cannot fix the court. Let me go back to this time. This is 11:38. Let me make sure we're not in a verdict. We're not. Okay. I cannot gain it anymore. I apologize. I've done everything I can. Um, so I can't gain it any louder. I can't. I apologize. It's the best I can do. Everything is up 100%. It's the court. Is anybody else? I don't understand. Why do we not have audio? All right, let me do this. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Give me a minute. I'm what I'm doing is I see your comments. I'm peddling here. I am peddling. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know why the courts do that. I have sound everywhere else. All the other lives have sound. So let me do this. Have sound now. I'm pedaling. Okay, I've got a delay, so I'm gonna wait for y'all to catch up and let me know. Do I have sound now? If not, I'm gonna go to another. I'm just gonna pull another YouTube video up and see what's going on. It may be on their end because I have sound everywhere. Nothing is blocked. All my sound is fully engaged. All right, Ronnie, but did you have audio for this video here? Okay, what I'm going to do, guys, is don't go anywhere. Everything's going to go blank for a minute and I will return, okay? Don't go anywhere. Okay, let's see if that little thing helped. I don't know. Let's see. Can y'all hear me now? I don't know what's happening with the volume from courts and the YouTube. Let's see.
By medical professionals, but sadly, they were not able to save his life.
Why?
At the beginning of my opening, I told you I was going to tell you about some of the mistakes that were made during this investigation.
Why is court audio blocked?
Obviously, these investigations are not like what we see on NCIS, but we should expect that the police will conduct an investigation commensurate to the offense they're investigating. You should expect more of police officers. I'm going to start with talking about the knife. You're going to hear
Okay, I'm going to take a comfort break now.
from Officer Ben Martin that Stephen Campbell was unarmed. And you're saying, but you told me there was a knife. There was a knife. Past tense, ladies and gentlemen, it's gone. The police will testify that there was a knife carried by a man accused of an assault. When they found that knife, they said, this doesn't matter. And they gave it back to Mr. Campbell's family. Police keep track of every single thing that they keep, right? It's called an evidence log. And when they placed the knife into evidence, they placed it into evidence with other personal effects, lighters, keys, his pants. When they wrote down what was in that evidence bag, the knife is not listed on that evidence list. There is no record of where that knife went, but police will tell you that they didn't think it was important, so they gave it back to the family. You're going to be able to see photos of the knife, but you're not going to be able to, the police thought it was of such low importance that they took 4 photos of a knife.
Okay, we're going to get a break. First, let's bring in our guest for the hour in Santa Fe, New Mexico, trial attorney John Day. John, what's your take on this case. Oh, it looks like we have some issues with his feed. A couple things stand out to me is the guy was the defendant.
That's right.
Started this whole process by trying to do something nice.
Seemingly.
That I
He's
think
male.
sticks out. And then the decedent here, he was at a 0.3 alcohol, and we cover a lot of that's blasted.
That is a lot. That is
And
triple the usual
more than that,
state
it's 0.08
limit.
is the driving, but
Right.
yeah, so he is whacked out of his mind, presumably. I wonder, to what extent that factors in here, and then if he takes the stand,
I'm very
it's gonna
curious
be an
about the
interesting
surveillance
case.
video, because there is surveillance video. It seems like both sides say it's really grainy, but we know from what the police investigated initially, they felt like it does not appear that the victim is coming after Jordan Palmer in the moment that he fires his gun.
Yeah, he's got to take the stand to explain to the jury why he was so frightened and had to use lethal force.
For sure.
All right, let's get a break. We'll have more of the opening statement from the defense in this case. We're still monitoring those other cases where the juries are hard at work. 8 hours, 30 minutes plus in that Ali case. Wow. That one, where a lot of us are waiting to see what that jury decides.
No, absolutely. And we also have newly released body camera footage that is out of killer Brian Koberger. This was just months before the murdering of 4 University of Idaho students. Our own Matt Johnson is going to join us to break it all down next.
All righty. So we have multiple trials in verdict watch right now. I can hear you now, the court, but some is blocked by the court. Okay, that might be some of it. Yeah, you guys, please try to raise the volume on your end. I will try to lower my voice if I'm too loud on your end. I can also lower my sound just a little bit more, but please understand that I can only control the volume so much from a court. And if they're not using microphones or whatever, then I'm in a pickle, because I can't do anything about it. I can't. Returned mail trial. Hey, welcome, Justice. You are. Thank you so much for joining. I sound just fine. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I appreciate y'all so very much. I know I have some I got the no audio. I was working on it. I was. Let's look at this. Maybe we can, I wanted to, oh no, we don't want to look at that. I'm going to try and find something for us to watch. In the meantime, everybody, let's watch this. It is about the Karen Reed trial.
3 phones and a Lexus valued at about $60,000. State police took those items from Karen Reed. Now that her criminal case is done, she wants them back.
I put a call in to the Norfolk DA's office and inquired about getting back the personal cell phone as well as the car. When I didn't hear back after a month, it was time to, have to file a motion and let a judge order the items to be returned.
That's Steve Buzang. The Dedham-based attorney recently joined Reed's legal team. On Monday, Boston 25 reported that Buzang filed a motion or legal request to get Reed's Lexus SUV and 1 phone returned. We've since learned of a second request Buzang filed to get 2 additional phones belonging to Reed. State police took those in January 2024 while attempting to indict Reed and Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy, on new witness intimidation charges. As we previously reported, a grand jury blocked the indictment.
They returned no bill, meaning there was no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed, or Aiden Kearney had committed any crimes. So I'm bewildered why those phones weren't turned back over immediately.
You've never received a rationale or response saying, hey, we're keeping them for this reason or another?
Well, I think the civil lawyers may have some interest in it. The civil lawyers can fight in another case if they want phones or cars or anything.
John O'Keefe's family has filed a wrongful death suit against Reed. That's the civil case attorney Buzang is referring to. I asked DA Michael Morrissey's office why the items haven't been returned to Reed, if there are any protocols for doing that. The response, no comment. I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Okay, so
Today we will be.
no, today you will not be. Sorry. Don't need a copyright. For me, that is a huge frustration. Huge frustrating situation. Why are they not returning that property? Number one. Number two, let's talk about the car. Haley Sr., thank you so much for letting me know you'll be back soon. We appreciate having y'all. So Karen Reed's vehicle, $60,000 vehicle, was almost pretty much new. I mean, it was about a year old or less when they took it. The frustrating thing is they have torn that vehicle apart. They took out all the dash. They took out all of the GPS system. They took out all of that stuff. They did all of that. And then lo and behold, now she wants it back. It's damaged. They cannot ever, I would demanding that they just pay me the value of the vehicle. If the vehicle was valued at $70,000, $60,000, give me the money. I'll buy me a new one. I'll pay off that loan, because she still had to continue paying on that loan. Just because the vehicle was not in her possession does not mean that she did not have to continue paying the monthly payments on that. Renee, they can't return it in perfect condition. I am not trying to be, what's the word? Negative Nelly. My ex-significant other that I was with for 7 years had a used car lot and an auto repair lot. And I used to do Bondo and oil and filter changes and things of sorts. Oh, just joking. Okay. But that's a good point. I used to do all that. And unfortunately, when you dismantle a dash and do all that, you can try and put it back together perfectly. It ain't going to work. It isn't going to work. Just ain't gonna work. All right, let's look at this. I want to share this.
I have to figure out which of the traditional St. Olaf party games to play at Blanche's party.
Party? Is that why you've been sneaking around trying to find out my age? A party? I forbid it.
Blanche, a party is a celebration of life. And it's not just for you, but for your friends who love you.
No.
Stop being so vain. You can't stay 42 for.
But then again, she could get it back in any condition and auction it off to the highest bidder and probably make $150,000, $200,000. I mean, I'm probably not that much, but she might be able to auction that thing off and make more money than what it's worth.
Forever.
Yes, you can. If you eat right, exercise regularly, and live with women who look a lot older than you.
Has anybody seen Blanche? She had a date last night, and this morning her bed's all made, and she's not even there.
Wait a minute, here's our walking playground now. Boy, it must be true love. This guy is slowing down to 5 miles an hour.
Hey, Blanche, what is going on? I mean, that guy's a little young even for you.
What are you talking about? He's a mature young man with his own business. Now, who wants to help me pick out 5 magazines?
Blanche.
Please. I'm in no mood for ridicule. I've been going through a very tough time lately.
Yeah, we're concerned, Blanche. Jealous and concerned.
You haven't drowned yourself in young men since this time last year, when you brought those twins home from the Jimmy Smith's lookalike contest.
Oh, yeah. Jorge and Esteban. Romantic, passionate, and virtually interchangeable.
You know, Rose is right. Every year at this time, you start robbing the crate. Hey, wait a minute. By any chance, does somebody have a birthday coming up?
All right, yes, damn it. It's almost my birthday. And I intend to forget all about it. And if you are indeed my friend, you will forget about it too. And never bring the sordid subject up again.
I know, I'm going to give her a party.
I'm sorry. I just love those little critters. Okay, here we go. I needed a palate cleanse.
Of Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, walk us through this video that is newly released, but it predates the murders in this case.
Ted, Julia, yeah, it's newly released and also very chilling when you think about it. Just 2 months before those brutal murders of the 4 University of Idaho college students. The video is of a traffic stop for speeding in Idaho after he was allegedly casing the victim's house, because prosecutors say that his cell phone actually pinged off a cell tower near the victim's home that night of this video. Prosecutors had planned to introduce it as evidence during the trial, which has just been released now that he has already pleaded guilty. Let's watch.
Hey there. I stopped you going a little fast. You realize this is 35? Oh, it's 35? It is, yeah. So you go 41? Yeah,
What?
43 is what the radar said.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I
Do
got
you have your
yours.
license, the registration, insurance? Were you wearing your seatbelt when I stopped you? No.
Verdict in the Delgado. Here we go. That was quick.
All right for the jury. Please be seated in the courtroom. Okay, members of the jury, we received notice you have a verdict. Is that correct? Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you hand it to the bailiff for me and you can be seated? Could I have defendant and counsel rise? State of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of first degree. Do you wish to have a poll?
Yes, sir.
Do they know their numbers or no? Do they know their numbers? Okay, could I have the list, jury list? Thank you. Okay, when I call your last name, ladies and gentlemen, the question is whether that is your verdict and you join in that verdict. If you do, say yes. If you don't for any reason, please say no. Nieta?
Yes.
Received your verdict. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as we discussed in voir dire, it is a two-phase process. The defendant, having been found guilty, it is the jury's responsibility to assess the appropriate punishment. Both sides have an opportunity to produce further evidence if they wish to do so. So I'll ask the state to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The verdict watch exactly 2 hours and 52 seconds. Enough to have lunch and find him guilty. That was like somebody else I know.
First, I want to thank you. Thank you for executing your civic duty, and thank you.
I can't get it louder.
The District Attorney's Office, and on behalf of Mr. Evans. Now, the law is going to ask you to take the next step. The next step is to determine what the punishment should be. Now, this crime was not a crime of carelessness. It was a choice. You're going to hear evidence that is.
No! Sorry.
And all the suffering you went through.
Trying to fix something. I'll go somewhere else and do it.
You're also going to hear from a crash victim she's going to tell you not only how Billy affected the community directly, but indirectly. And lastly, you're going to hear from the victim herself again. She's going to tell you all the suffering and pain she went through because of what the defendant, Mr. Billy Delgado. And remember, you can consider all of the evidence, all of the aggravating evidence also from the guilt and innocence part of the trial. So all of this new evidence and the aggravating evidence from the guilt and innocence phase of the trial, you can consider it. So make sure you consider everything and determine a fair and firm punishment that Mr. Delgado deserves. All of that evidence is going to help you answer a critical question. It's going to help you answer what sentence will protect the victim, will protect the community, and will reflect the seriousness of this crime. When we conclude, the state is going to ask you to hold the defendant accountable, to impose a sentence that will show the gravity of the harm, the lasting trauma, and the danger posed if this violence caused by the defendant is not met with a firm and just punishment.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be able to talk to you one more time. Let me say what we are attempting to do. You didn't see the way you saw the case, but you present some witnesses, some characteristics of Billy. We'll be able to talk a little bit more freely now. We're not restraining by some of the rules. We'll know all the truth about Erica and her family. And Mr. Delgado will also be able to testify if he wishes. But the family's going to come up and tell you all these situations that they had with Erica and all the problems they had with her. They'll tell you all about the good times that they had with Billy, what kind of person Billy is. So you can use all that information you received from the trial and this new information to try to determine proper decisions. Okay, remember, you qualify for probation and it's all the way to the maximum amount of punishment. So folks have a wide range to deal with. All right? Thank you.
State your claim first witness.
Okay.
So interesting, Bob. So 99 years to 100 or more. I mean, yeah, he can get up to life. I think he can get up to life. I'm not surprised by the verdict. I mean, you can't beat a video showing you doing it. I mean, it's like the video with Ali Ali. I don't think that the Ali Ali, Mr. Ali, is where they're hung. I think they're hung on the mama. And I think that they're in. This is 346. Okay, the verdict watch in the Ali Ali has frozen. So either they're on lunch break or they're taking a stretch or something's going to happen. But at this moment, which is now 10:43 a.m. there, they may be having a break.
The witness is on the way here.
The jury will decide the verdict, I think. In Texas, yeah, the jury decides. Hey, Emmylou. Oh my gosh.
Silvia Navarro to the stand.
Emmylou, you're going to make me cry. I had a spiritual mama who's in heaven whose name was Emmylou. I loved her. I love that name.
She needs to be sworn in. Yes. Will. Let the court hear that we're gonna need an interpreter.
I am not surprised.
At this time, we'll be requesting that the exhibits from the guilt and innocence be moved to the punishment phase, and if we could have those exhibits, I don't think they're out here with the court.
Okay.
So I think we're going to start having victim impact.
Evidence that was admitted at the first phase of the trial and admitted for purposes of punishment. Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence and testimony are given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Have a seat over here.
Y'all, if you have to take an emotional break, we understand. Oh, look at that face. Man, she's no happy woman. That is not a happy lady. This is going to be good. The punishment phase of trial.
Can you see if there's anything else in the jury room as far as exhibits? Is there a particular one that you're looking for?
Yes, Your Honor. I was looking for the photos of the crash, but these are injuries and of the scene of the crime. Permission to go off record?
Yes.
We don't have the full list of exhibits here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, anybody got carrying any exhibits on them that are back in the jury room?
I do not know yet who this woman is. I think she's a mother of the
One more look
victim.
in the jury room for us.
There's a lot of photos. Yeah, we don't have any photos.
There's pictures here. You have copies?
All right, perfect. We got them.
Okay, while they're doing this, I want to let y'all know if you're new, if you are in our Discord, we've had some changes and it's all for the better. My mods have done a fabulous job of reorganizing and getting our Discord into ship shape. But we have now been something about made a community. It's something, I don't know, but it just happened. And we have a section called movie suggestions. I know, Mandy, you made a suggestion, but if there's a movie you would like to watch, we do like to watch movies with you guys through Discord. Please go to our Discord. Please, there's a lot of you who've not validated your accounts. You need to validate the account so you can access some of this stuff. All right, guys? Thank you. Housekeeping.
Okay. Mi nombre es Silvia Navarro. Me dedico a trabajar y al hogar. Soy madre de un niño
My name is Silvia Navarro, and I work at home, and I have one child.
And where do you reside?
¿Dónde está usted viviendo?
Vivo en Zapata.
I live in
Texas.
Zapata, Texas.
Thank you for coming down.
Gracias por venir.
Do you recall the date of June 1st, 2024?
¿Usted recuerda la fecha del día 1 de junio de 2024?
Oh, the date of her
Claro que
child.
sí, cómo olvidar ese día tan triste.
Of course, how could I forget that day? That
Thanks,
was so sad.
Mom.
What happened that day?
¿Qué sucedió ese día?
Ese día estábamos en la línea para dar vuelta para agarrar otra calle.
That day we were on the road to turn to another street.
Y de repente pues se vino un carro encima del carro de nosotros, ¿verdad? O sea, de una troca mía.
Then all of a sudden there was a car that came on top of us, one of our cars, our truck.
How did you feel at that moment?
¿Cómo se sintió usted en ese momento?
Pues desesperada, no sabía qué estaba pasando, fue algo muy rápido, algo que no me esperaba.
I felt desperate. I did not know what was happening. It all happened very soon. I was not expecting it.
And what did you do after you were struck by the vehicle?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de que el vehículo le golpeó?
Pues yo reboté en el vidrio de enfrente y me dolía toda la cabeza, todo el cuerpo.
I bounced off the windshield. I had body aches. My head hurt.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
¿Usted tuvo que irse al hospital?
Sí, me desmayé después.
Yes, I fainted later on.
Nothing on
una
it?
ambulancia.
And I was taking my ambulance.
Oh, cheese? No.
And how long were you in the hospital?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo usted en el hospital?
Pues estuve como medio día.
I was like half a day.
And did you have to go back? Did you have to do any therapy?
¿Usted tuvo que regresar? ¿Tuvo usted que tener alguna terapia?
Tuve que regresar como al tercer día porque el dolor era muy fuerte.
I did have to go back about the third day because the pain was very strong.
And today, do you still have pain?
¿Hoy todavía sufre de dolor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have the means to take care of that pain?
¿Usted tiene con qué cuidarse de ese dolor?
Pues hace una semana tuve que buscar un doctor para que me diera algo para el dolor.
A week ago, I had to look for a doctor so that I could get something for the pain.
Okay, let's go back. What happened to your car?
Vamos a regresarnos. ¿Qué sucedió con su automóvil?
Pues mi carro quedó completamente destrozado, pérdida total. Sí, la aseguranza me pagó $2,000, $2,200.
My car was a total loss. It was completely destroyed. Yes, the insurance did pay $2,200.
And were you able to get a new one?
¿Usted pudo obtener uno nuevo?
No.
No.
So after that, how did you manage to get around?
Después de eso, ¿cómo usted deambulaba?
Pues pedía ride para mi trabajo. Ese automóvil lo usaba para llevar a mi hijo a su doctor porque tengo un niño con problemas, autismo, asma, problemas de salud.
I would ask for a ride. That car I used to use it to go to work. That car I used it to take my son to the doctor. My kid has problems with his health. He has autism. He has asthma.
And how have you managed to pay for all the car expenses, and the medical expenses?
¿Cómo le ha hecho usted para pagar todos sus costos de su automóvil y sus costos médicos?
Pues con mi trabajo ahorita estoy yendo yo al doctor. Aún se deben los biles del hospital.
With my work, now I'm paying my doctor. I'm still owing the hospital bills.
Has your life changed because of this accident?
¿Ha cambiado su vida debido a este accidente?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
How so?
¿Cómo?
Pues me da miedo manejar. siento, si un carro está muy cerca, me viene el recuerdo que me van a volver a chocar. Algunas veces busco quien maneje.
Well, I am afraid to drive. I feel if a car is very close to me, it reminds me, and I am afraid, and I look for someone to give me a ride.
Your Honor, permission to publish State Exhibit 28 and 30.
Yes.
So very true.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 28.
Le voy a mostrar lo que tenemos como documento de prueba número 28.
Can you tell us in what car you were driving or you were a passenger of?
¿Me puede decir usted qué vehículo estaba usted conduciendo o en qué vehículo era usted la pasajera?
Era la Escape gris.
Gray Escape.
So this one.
Esta.
That's too.
And where were you riding?
¿Y dónde venía usted?
Del lado del pasajero.
On the passenger side.
So right here.
Aquí.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it would be right here, correct?
¿Sería aquí mismo?
Mm-hmm.
That looks like it was a head-on and then another head-on. That looks like a three-way head-on. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh, that is horrible.
That morning, did you foresee what was going to happen to you?
¿Y esa mañana sabía usted lo que iba a suceder ahí?
No, yo esa mañana venía con la intención de venir a comprar un piso para renovar mi trailer. Traía $500, que fue lo que usé para la reca, para mover el mueble de ahí para la salida de Zapata, que vive una hermana ahí.
No, that morning I had the intentions to go buy some flooring because I was going to renew the floor from my mobile home. I had $500 that later on I had to use for the car to be towed to the outside of Zapata. A sister lives there.
And nowadays, are you getting any medical treatment? And if so, how are you paying for it?
Ahora que está recibiendo usted tratamiento médico, ¿cómo lo está pagando?
Pues con mi dinero, con lo de mi trabajo.
With my own money from work.
And is that enough?
¿Y eso es suficiente?
¿Cómo suficiente?
What do you mean by enough?
Is that enough money to cover all the expenses?
¿Es suficiente dinero para cubrir todos sus gastos?
No.
No.
Some people do not inform the victims that they can go to their county victims as long as they're listed as a victim in the accident, and they can get assistance from the victims advocacy group.
We pass the witness.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name again?
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre nuevamente?
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Guerrero
Navarro.
Navarro being your dad's last name?
Navarro es el apellido de su papá.
Why do you care?
Yes.
Ma'am, did you hire a lawyer for the accident?
¿Usted ocupó un abogado para el accidente?
Mm-hmm.
Is he helping you get money?
¿Él le está ayudando a que usted obtenga dinero?
Nos dio, nomás dijo que la bolsa de la persona que nos había pegado eran $10,000. o él cobró no sé qué tanto, nos tocaron 6,000, como 6.
I was hit head on by a drunk driver. And I will tell you, the money was not enough to cover the expenses. All the expenses I was out from it. It covered maybe, I mean, I had to get a new car. All the medical bills that the co-pays were, the medical bills were covered. But loss of employment, loss of a lot of things were, it's not all covered all the time just because you're suing.
1,200 para nosotros, para mí.
He only gave us, he told us that the insurance was only up to $10,000 and he billed us. We only got around 6,000, 6,200.
Algo así.
Something like that.
Okay, so you received money for some compensation for your injuries, right?
Entonces usted fue
No.
compensación por sus lesiones.
Fue, pues no sé si fue por las lecciones o por el golpe de la troca. No supe. Él nomás nos dio ese dinero.
I don't know if it was for the injuries or if it was because of the damage to the car. He just gave us that money.
Okay, but you didn't elect to go to a jury and try to collect more damages. You chose to settle, and you settled for that amount, for $10,000, right?
Pero usted no ocupó a nadie para poder obtener más dinero. Usted estuvo de acuerdo en aceptar esos $10,000.
Sí, fue lo que nos dijo el abogado que tocaba del aseguro de la persona que nos había chocado, o sea, del accidente, y que no había otra manera que la póliza que ella tenía.
Yes, that's what the attorney said. That was our share from the person that hit us, that there was no other way. That was our portion.
Okay. Would you like for Mr. Delgado to reimburse you for your expenses?
¿Usted quiere que el señor Delgado le reembolse sus gastos?
Hell yeah.
¿Cómo?
What do you mean?
Well, you're here to testify because you're telling us of all the expenses you have. I'm asking, would it make you whole if we could repay you for those expenses?
No, you can repay me and then you can pay me for the pain and suffering. Just reimbursing me for the expenses is not good enough.
It occurred because of the accident.
Usted está aquí para dar su declaración y está diciendo de todos sus gastos y estamos preguntando si usted quiere ser reembolsada por esos gastos.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Oh, go look at my merch. Okay, Jennifer, I get yelled at for eating and drinking live, but when you sit here 8 hours a day, you got to eat. It's 1:00 my time, and I haven't eaten anything all day. So thank you for being so understanding. I try to do it discreetly, though. Yeah, he asked her about being reimbursed for her expenses, but her physical pain and suffering. Hello. Now I got to get water. Sorry.
In this entire year, has the defendant or his family reached out to try to pay you?
En todo este año, el acusado, los familiares del acusado han tratado de comunicarse con usted para tratar de pagarle.
No.
No.
You had to pay for that lawyer, correct?
Usted tuvo que pagar a ese abogado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
Es que el abogado ese se cobró de lo que tocaba de la bolsa de la persona del automóvil.
The thing is that he,
serían 3,800, algo así.
The thing is that he took his share, I think maybe about 3,800.
So you had to pay money to get money.
Entonces tuvo que pagar dinero para tener dinero.
Claro.
Of course.
For something that wasn't your fault,
Por
correct?
algo que no fue su culpa, ¿correcto?
No.
It wasn't.
And did you ever reach out to the Delgado family and ask them for money?
¿En algún momento usted contactó a la familia Delgado para obtener dinero?
Claro que no, no sé ni quiénes son. No soy de aquí de Laredo, vivo en Zapata, no conozco a nadie ni a la persona que provocó el accidente, no sé las razones.
Of course, not. I do not know the family. I'm not from Laredo. I am from Zapata. I don't know the person or the reasons.
Okay, just to clarify, you hired an attorney to see if you could get more funds for the accident. And if you obtain funds, you're going to pay him a percentage of the funds you received. Is that right?
Solamente para aclarar, usted contrató un abogado para ver si podía tener usted algunos fondos y cuando recibiera el dinero, él iba a recibir un porcentaje. ¿Correcto?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
And on the day of the accident, who were you with?
El día del accidente, ¿con quién estaba usted?
Estaba con un acompañante, Guadalupe García, era el que iba manejando.
I was with a partner, Guadalupe García.
So there was two people in the car.
Entonces, ¿había dos personas en el automóvil?
Sí.
Yes.
We'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
Is she excused on subject to recall?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. You're excused. You don't have to come back. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Your next witness, please.
It's going to be Joel Martinez, Judge.
Yeah, people don't realize that just because they reimburse you some of your expenses does not mean that you're not. When you get in wrecks like this, you're highly victimized again and again and again.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear.
I'm going to mute that for a minute. Again and again, you get victimized. It's not just the actual account. It's months and months of being drawn out crap that you shouldn't have to deal with, and you should not, help me do that. You shouldn't have to deal with. I took a log of all the time. Every time I dealt with anything with my accident, I logged my time, and it was over 200 hours worth of things that I personally dealt with, and nobody reimbursed me my time. My time is valuable. Why should I donate my time to deal with something that somebody else did? It really pisses me off.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Joe Martinez?
It won't. She
Mr.
can sue
Martinez,
him.
how are you employed?
I'm a nurse practitioner in the trauma department in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I've been a nurse practitioner for 7 years, and I've been a nurse since 2012, also in the trauma unit.
Ooh, nice looking nurse.
And what do you mean by nurse? Is that your title? It used to be your title, nurse, or?
You can be my nurse anytime.
Yes.
There you
I
go,
graduated
Ronnie.
in 2012 and started practicing as a registered nurse in the trauma ICU of that same hospital.
Okay.
Then I went and obtained my master's in nurse practitioner studies, and I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner since.
And you said about 6 years ago, so it was more or less about.
I still have lower back trouble that they said would not be, they said, oh, you're going to heal. You'll be fine. It's been 3 years and I still struggle with my herniated disc.
2018?
I started in January of 2019.
Okay. 2019. And are you licensed here in
Texas? Yes, sir.
Okay. What does your practice consist of?
So I take care of perioperative patients, mainly trauma patients. So anyone that's in the acute phase in the hospital that is not an ICU patient and part of the trauma team, I take care of them, as well as outpatient care. So after they get discharged and they do their follow-up appointments, they come and they see me.
Okay, and right now you testify acute patients. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Acute patients are any patients that are ill enough to still be admitted into the hospital, but they are not in an intensive care unit. So they're not ill enough to where they have to be in the ICU, but they are ill enough to where they have to stay in the hospital.
Okay, and you also testified about trauma. You've been dealing with trauma patients since, I believe, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that means? Trauma?
So any trauma patients are patients that come in due to a traumatic injury. So majority of patients are usually car crashes, falls from certain heights, gunshot wounds, stab victims. Those are probably the majority of the patients that I see.
Okay, and before we continue, let me ask about your educational background. What is it?
So I obtained my bachelor's in nursing from Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I graduated in 2012. Same year I became a registered nurse. While I was a trauma intensive care unit nurse, I also went to school to obtain my master's at UT Health San Antonio. And after graduating, took my boards and started practicing as a nurse practitioner in 2019.
Okay, and during the course of your duties as a nurse practitioner, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries? Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
With injuries? You've treated patients with injuries?
Yes.
And those injuries mainly consist of what kind of injuries?
Mainly consists of traumatic injuries, usually gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car crashes, orthopedic injuries that they sustain from what we call polytrauma, meaning that you have multiple injuries from one traumatic episode.
Okay, so since you've been dealing with trauma victims and injuries, what are the injuries that you most typically see?
I would say gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and rib fractures.
Okay.
And orthopedic injuries from car crashes.
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Ms. Erica Edith Torres?
I do. I took care of her for all 3 of the hospitalizations that she had in the last year.
Okay, so when was the first time you actually met with the victim, Erica Torres?
I met Erica, I believe it was in the 1st or 2nd week of July of 2024, after she had been in the intensive care unit for over a month. And my colleagues from the intensive care unit transferred her to me and gave me a report on what happened during her hospitalization in the ICU. And I took care of her from then moving forward.
And you testified that you work for University Hospital in San Antonio.
Correct.
Okay. So
Been
once
there
you met
many
Erica for
times.
the first time in early July 2024, what was your opinion, your medical opinion?
That she was extremely sick.
And what do you mean by extremely sick?
She had a lot of different injuries for different systems. So for her lungs, mainly in her abdomen, but she also had ongoing infections that required antibiotics. At that point, she wasn't moving or getting out of bed yet.
Okay.
She still had a breathing tube in her trachea, and she was still pending further surgical interventions.
What is the trachea?
So the tracheostomy tube is a tube that we put in someone's trachea when they've been on the breathing machine or the ventilator for prolonged periods of time, where it's not safe
7
enough
days
to
or
just
more.
take the tube out. So we make a breathing tube for them that goes into their trachea.
Okay, so when you started treating Ms. Torres in July 2024, how many times a week would you visit with her?
I saw her on rounds every day that I was at work, so at least 5 days a week.
5 days a week, and that continued for how long?
Every day that I was at work and that she was still in the hospital. So through her discharge May 30th, aside from the 2 times that she was discharged from the hospital, then I would see her in clinic.
Yeah, Ms. Torres testified that she was released from the hospital May 30th of 2025. So about, if you can tell the jury, you dealt with Erica, you
So
visited
she's
with her,
still
you treated
recovering.
her, you even prescribed medicine for how long in those until May 30th of 2025?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day that I was there, I would see her.
Okay, and so you know her progression pretty much from June or July 2024 all the way to May 30th, 2025.
I know it very well, yes.
And have you met with her after she was released on May 30th, 2025?
Yes, I've met with her at the hospital once or twice, I believe.
Okay, are you still gonna be treating her?
Yes, so
Based
she's
on-
supposed to follow up with us still to continue her care.
Okay, so the jury already found the defendant guilty of ag assault. They already established that it was serious bodily injury. What can you tell the jury about any long-term effects that Ms. Erica Torres might have from this point on to the future?
So since discharge from hospital, she's been referred to a gastroenterologist. Ms. Torres has about less than 150 centimeters of her small intestine. The average for an adult person is anywhere from 300 to 800. So she has a very limited amount of small bowel.
Okay, and how can that affect her? Only having 105 centimeters of her small intestine.
So your small intestine is where the majority of your nutrients and certain medications work on the small intestine. So she's at high risk for malnutrition, and certain medications that she takes will not be working for her the way that they would for a normal person.
Okay, you testify malnutrition. What does that mean?
That means that she's not getting the vitamins or minerals or calories from food that we eat in the same manner that people that have a full small bowel do.
Okay, and how can that affect her in the future?
She may have a hard time maintaining her weight, diet tolerance. She may not eat certain foods the way that we do. And she can also
getting close.
Not be able to get the same medications that we get and get the same effect from them.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Thank you. And Vikings. Oh my gosh. Thank you so very much. Love y'all. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to show you state exhibit.
Uh-oh. Here's the needle.
49 through 51. And you testified earlier that you've seen her since July 2024, so you're familiar with her injuries.
Correct.
When she was in the hospital. Okay. Oh,
Thank you, Ada.
I'm going to show you state exhibit 51, 50, and 49. These pictures were taken on Sunday, July 27th.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I saw when that wound was actually completely open.
Are you talking about this one?
No, the one on her flank. Yes. So that was actually an open wound. That's a split thickness skin graft. That's a wound that we made by taking skin from her thigh and transplanting it to her flank so that it can actually cover. And that's what it looks like healed.
Skin grafts are painful as, oh my gosh. Not only do you have they covering a open wound with your skin, now you have another wound where they took the skin and the nerves pain is unreal.
Healed.
Yes, that's a healed skin graft, correct.
Can this ever look better?
Nope.
There's certain surgical procedures that patients may have after getting a skin graft to help it not look as scarred down, but these are not an option for her.
Why not?
Because she's too high risk of a patient because she's had multiple abdominal surgeries.
Hey, Leroy.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 50.
Yeah, her abdomen looks like Swiss cheese.
This injury from Ms. Torres.
Thank you so much.
So
Nick
that is
and
her, I
Vikings.
believe, right side. So she had wounds on both of her flanks, the right and the left. She had developed a flesh-eating bacteria when she was initially in the intensive care unit that required her to go to the operating room multiple times to help cut away all of that muscle that was necrotic.
Do you remember the timeline of that?
That was when she first came in. I believe that was in early June. She was still in the ICU, but when she was down in the acute care unit with me, we were still sending her back to the operating room for washouts of that.
Very painful.
No, it's not recommended that she have any other surgeries to her abdomen.
And for the same reason, because of her skin.
Correct, because she could get really sick. She's at high risk for any surgeon that goes in there can nick her bowel and cause the same injuries that she had before.
This is horrible.
Sunday before trial. You also recognize this.
Correct. That's her midline of her abdomen. She had, I believe, at least 3 exploratory laparotomies. And then her most recent on April 15th for her takedown of her fistula that she developed.
And what is that?
So Ms. Torres developed what's called an enterocutaneous fistula, meaning that there was a portion of her bowel that was communicating to the outside of her skin. So anytime that she would eat or drink anything, her gastric contents would actually come out. So it wouldn't make its way down the entire intestine. So she wasn't able to absorb any of the food. And the only
Jennifer Cook, no, this is not the Ali case. We are waiting for the verdict in the Ali watch. This here is the Texas versus Billy Delgado. He was just found guilty of aggravated assault of a family member. He had a lead shooter with 15 rounds in a magazine and 2 additional magazines with 15 rounds, a total of 45 rounds, of lead. And he emptied an entire magazine, 15 rounds, into her vehicle, hitting her in the abdomen 5 times. And it's a miracle. Nobody expected her to live. She's lost more than 2/3 of her small bowel. She was in the hospital 2 days shy of a year. She's only been out since May, and she's still going in and out for treatment. This is horrendous. And this is in Laredo, Texas.
way that we were able to treat that is to keep her from eating anything by mouth. So she was not allowed to eat anything by mouth for at least 6 months.
Until April 2025.
Correct.
And Ms. Torres also testified about this little thing that she has. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the remainder of the wound that she has from her surgery.
They did come back. Billy Delgado was found guilty as charged. So now we are in the sentencing phase, and they're doing testimony as to the details of her condition.
In April, that wound actually extended all the way down to the bottom of her abdomen. And we did what are called wound vac changes, where we would take a vacuum to help close it up. And that was getting changed 3 times a day at the bed, or 3 times a week at the bedside. This is the remainder of an opening that hasn't closed yet.
Do you think that opening is going to close soon, or it's going to be there for a while?
It's hard to tell. It should be closing, but as of right now, we're just having a difficult time getting it to close completely.
In the honor red room, we are still waiting. We are 9 hours, 6 minutes, and 30 seconds into deliberations.
And again, another question: can Ms. Torres get plastic surgery so she can fix her abdomen?
We have recommended that she's not a good surgical candidate for that.
And Mr. Martinez, does this look normal to you?
It just, in comparison to a normal person, absolutely not.
She'll never be normal again. And she still can die from her wounds. She can still die from this. She's not in the clear at all. Humans still deliberating. I think they're hung on the mother's. I think they're hung on
you also
mama.
testified about the risk of malnutrition. Can you describe what you mean by that?
So she cannot eat the same types or amounts of food that a person without her injuries is able to. So she gets nauseous very easily. We've advised her from having big meals, so she usually takes very small meals. So the amount of food that she eats is very limited.
Okay.
Therefore, she won't have the kind of nutrition that a normal person would have. So if she continues to be nauseous, she'll have a difficult time eating those foods.
And can that change in the near future?
It's very unlikely because you cannot grow more small bowel and you cannot get a small bowel transplant.
Okay.
So this is an anatomical issue that she has that's not going to change.
What about disease processes? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
So if she were to develop, with her age advancement, if she were to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, she may be a little bit more difficult to manage than a normal person because a lot of these medications work on specific parts of your small bowel. So because she has...
And what do you mean by small bowel? What is that?
Her small intestine.
Okay.
So Erica has a very small amount of small intestine. And if she develops high blood pressure or diabetes, the medications that are used to treat those will not work on her the way that they would work on somebody that has the full extent of their small intestine because they work specifically in that portion of the bowel.
Okay, so she'll be limited in taking all that.
She'll have more limited options, correct.
Okay.
And specifically for any medications that say extended release, those medications require their extended release. So they go through the entire bowel, small and large intestine, and they require a lot more time for absorption. So she's just not going to absorb what she needs out of those medications.
And that is important in case she does develop high blood pressure, cholesterol.
Correct.
It's not going to work the same as like a regular person.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Erica Torres also testified about having PTSD. Did you treat her for PTSD?
We actually consulted our psychiatry team that's in the hospital for the PTSD.
Did you prescribe any medicine to her about?
Yes, they recommended medications. Unfortunately, during the initial portion of her hospitalization, when we weren't allowing her to have anything to eat or drink, the medications that were available to her were not an option for her because they were in pill form. So we had very limited options that were able to be given to her through her vein because that's all we were using at the time.
And just for the record, please describe to the jury what PTSD is.
It's a post-traumatic stress disorder. After somebody has a traumatic event, they can develop signs and symptoms of reliving the situation, but also can be extremely anxious, paranoid. Some of these actually, which happened to Miss Torres, they can actually be seen physically. So she would become extremely nauseous whenever she was asked about why she was in the hospital or what happened prior to her being in the hospital.
Okay, so let's go back to when she was in the hospital. You testified that you treated her for about maybe 11 months from July to May 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw Erica and the progression of her injuries and her, I guess, willingness or her will to live, can you comment on that? What you experienced, what you personally observed from Erica Torres?
She was definitely very determined. So she, whenever we asked her to, get out of bed, and even if she was feeling weak or she was feeling tired, she would make it a point to get out of bed, and then she would try to even walk more. She never wore a gown. She always wanted to be in her own clothes.
Okay.
She had visitors. She would get her nails done at the hospital because she was there forever. So she would have a friend come and do them for her. She was trying to, in my opinion, be as normal as possible after being in the hospital for almost a year.
And let me ask you, I guess, a follow-up question on that. Will she ever be normal again?
In comparison to a person that...
normal person?
No.
She also testified that she can only lift about 10 pounds right now.
Correct.
Is that going to change in the future, or she's always going to be limited?
She's always going to be limited. She shouldn't be moving a couch or picking up anything super heavy.
And based on the injuries that Ms. Torres sustained, do you think she can get pregnant? on your medical opinion?
I would say no, but I would probably defer that question to
fair.
a gyne expert.
I want him to
That's a
ask,
witness.
I want the lawyer, I want them to ask what is her life projection? What is the risk that she can still pass away from this, these injuries? Because she's not out of the red yet.
Just a few questions. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez. Is there medication that she can use that can be absorbed through the skin, like some compounding medications?
It depends on what medications
hell no.
you're asking for. So there are some transdermal medications, but it just depends on which ones and what you want them for.
Okay. And as you see her today, is she malnourished?
She is not eating as much as she should, yes. So she actually has an appointment with a gastroenterologist next month.
So she should be gaining more weight at this time, is what you're saying.
Weight is not something that we use.
Malnourishment is not represented by weight, period. I could be huge and still be considered malnourished.
Very much as far as malnourishment or not, she would need to get labs drawn to see what her nutrition labs are looking like.
And there's other ways she can get nutrition?
We treated her to have nutrition, which is not optimal, but it was the only option that we had at the time. She was having to get nutrition through her vein, but that's a very high risk.
Tucker, by the looks of your thumbnail, the lobster versus the lobster arms and head look. In other words, Boo, with that sunburn, you don't look like the sharpest knife in the box. Tucker, don't be offended. That's the way I look when I go swimming. 30 minutes in the sun, I'm a lobster.
Because it can also cause liver damage, which in some cases for her, it actually did.
That's all I have, Judge.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask any more because this is getting worse.
See, excused, not subject to recall?
That's correct. Not from the defense.
Okay, I don't hear anybody asking for recall, so you're excused not to come back to her. Thank you.
Everybody, thank you for joining. I really appreciate y'all being here. Been a little bit unusual of a week. We've got a lot of verdict watches and not a lot of other stuff. That was a really good witness. We are still in the jury watch for the Ali. We're over 9 hours into deliberations. Now, remember, they had 49, 49 instructions they had to follow. Frankie, thank you. Oh, bless your heart. And I mean that in the sweetest kind of way. What was I saying? Oh, the verdict watch. So we're still in the verdict watch for the Ali case. And I personally think that they're hung up on mama, but they did have 49 jury and juror instructions to go through. They also had multiple charges on both Mr. and Mrs. Ali. And then they had lessers to go through. I'm really not surprised that it's taking a little bit of time. But I am concerned that it's taking as much time as it's taking. I think he's an open-ended case. It's mama who's going to be the problem.
Go ahead and have a seat. You've been previously sworn.
Oh, someone asked me last night. This is a good thing I could be talking about while they're swearing this person in. Mr. Ali can be found guilty. Mrs. Ali can be found guilty, not guilty. I mean, they both can be found guilty, not guilty, and hung. But if Mr. Ali is found guilty and Mrs. Ali they're hung on her, they can retry her again without Mr. Ali. These are two separate cases that were tried at the same time. They were not tried in connection with each other. Thank you, hon.
You're doing today.
Okay.
Erica, I want to start off by asking, how have the actions done by the defendant on June 1st, 2024 affected you?
I have lack of nutrition. I usually am always weak. I have a lot of scars, a lot of pain. Pain is usually internally, my stomach.
Okay, well, I guess, so seems like a lot. I guess let's start with the physical first, all right? And if you will, if we can start from the head down, okay? What type of injuries
I hope she doesn't throw up on the stand. Just saying.
did you have to get treated because of what Mr. Delgado did?
Well, I have a hole left from the trach. It's just there. And then one of the bullets went through my dominant left hand.
Permission
Got
to
hit 10 times. By the way, she had 10 bullet holes in her body. The worst were 5 in the abdomen.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
You took this photo?
I took the screenshot of my x-ray.
And it's a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 53.
I don't think I received these medical records in discovery, so I'm going to object. Unless they're in discovery, we can use them.
They are in discovery.
Okay, which ones are they?
They're tendered to you.
Dude, they're in discovery.
In discovery. Also, I object.
Were they tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, they were tendered. We tendered him a hard drive with all the pieces of evidence we had. This was on that hard drive.
Okay, well, I guess if you're sure, as an officer of the court, I'll overrule the objection. You may proceed. Submit.
Thank you. Provision published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Erica, what are we looking at here?
That is my left hand. In between my middle finger and index finger, you will see small little dots in between the two knuckles. Those.
Now let me stop you there. Are they?
Well, there's bullet fragments right there, and as well in between the hand.
So
like
is this right here?
Yes.
And this little dot right here?
Yes, and then that one as well. That as well, and then in between the two middle fingers, that little white line that's in between, those are bullet fragments as well.
Okay, and which hand is this?
This is my left hand. It's my dominant hand.
And where are those fragments today?
They're still in my hand. They cannot be removed. If removed, they would cause a lot more damage.
What kind of damage?
Nerve.
Probably not being able to function correctly. At the moment, I'm able to move my hands, but I have no sensation in these 3 fingers. I have multiple pain, always radiating up to my arm, down all the way to my neck, due to the fragments and the damage that is to my nerves on my hand.
And do you have a hole here? Or
Yes, I have a hole and I have a scar.
Thank you.
He deserves life.
Have you regained confidence in that hand?
No, I have not.
And you said that that was your dominant hand?
Yes,
So are you able to write today?
I'm able to write, not as legible, and I'm unable to hold a pen or pencil completely.
Okay. Now, where else were you injured?
I have a lot of injuries on my abdomen. There's just multiple injuries. I have multiple surgeries. I had a hole with my intestine out. with the intestine being out, it had a fistula, which is a hole.
Now, real quick, how you said you had a hole. How long did you have that hole?
I still have it. It still hasn't completely healed.
Okay. Now, and you were talking about a fish. What was it?
A fistula. It's a hole. The fistula was located in my stomach. So all the acid that our stomach has to break down foods was spilling out through there. Anything that I would intake, as in water, anything to drink, food, medications, anything was coming out through that hole. Drainage was every day. I was stuck to a wall suction, and it suctioned out every day what I was spitting. For the first couple of months, I was usually stuck in bed. Due to being in bed for such a long time, I had to relearn how to walk as well.
Okay, but let's move back a little bit. So you said you weren't able to, were you able to eat food?
No, I wasn't able to eat food at all while I was there at the hospital, nor drink anything.
Okay, and how long were you not able to eat food for?
A year? Almost a whole year.
And not being able to eat food, how did that affect you?
It emotionally and mentally, it's really, really hard. It's like as if somebody's depriving you from everything.
And did it affect you physically in any shape or form?
It did. I was underweight. I had no muscle. My hair was falling out. My teeth were hurting constantly. I would eat to keep nutrition. It was through an IV in my arm. That was like that for like 11 months. And Monday, 3 times out of the week, I had wound care, which were dressings that they would come in and remove all the dressings, all the tape, everything that they had, wash, clean, everything they needed to do to keep this area from getting infected again. Doing that and being on the meds that they had me on, I felt everything. I felt every tug, every pull, my skin burning. I would always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I having to go through this? And why is it that I'm surviving all of this?
You mentioned skin burning. What do you mean your skin was burning?
That hole that I had, the acid that would fall out, sometimes it was so much that it wasn't able to suction out. And because of that, so it would sit in the pocket.
How many of you guys have had acid reflux up here and it comes out your nose and it burns like fire? And that's what she was having on the inside of her abdomen. And it is excruciating. I knew somebody who had an ulcer that ate through, and then all of a sudden that pain, and it was like all the acid was going in their abdomen. And she goes, I'd rather give birth 10 times all natural than to go through that crap.
And around my skin around the hole would burn, like burn off.
Now, what injuries, if any, did you receive below your waistline?
A double compound fracture on my right foot.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a screenshot that I took.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense State's Exhibit 54 for inspection and any objection.
Objection, Judge.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
That is my right foot. It's a complete break
Is that where it's circled there?
Yes,
So that's the complete break you're speaking of?
yes. And I have rods, screws, and I have a plate.
So you have and where is this plate and rods and screws currently today?
Still in my foot. I will be unable to remove them. I have to keep them on like forever.
Why is that?
Because that piece right there that is broken,
This piece?
yes, does not heal. So the screws and rods and metal keep my foot together.
Has that affected your mobility in any way?
Yes, I am able to walk. I cannot wear certain shoes. My foot always is swollen. It's always in pain. I do walk. Walking is only minimal. Can't walk for a long time. At the moment, I cannot run and I cannot jump. I'm unable to lift anything more than 10 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you had to relearn to walk. How long did it take you to become mobile after this accident?
Without any assistance or using a walker or anything, would be around the time in January, maybe February. And it was very minimal.
And this is
of 2025.
Of 2025?
Mhm.
And what would you think during your mobility recovery?
I did not see. I didn't see it ending. I didn't see an ending. There was always something new, always another complication. There was always another hurdle to have to go. It feels like it's a never ending hurdle with all these injuries.
At any point in time, did you ever want to give up or feel hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I did multiple times. I started losing sleep over it. I don't have sleeping, like I have insomnia because it's constant. Like I said, always in pain. It's always just a reminder of everything that I have to go through the next day. And the next day is always a hurdle to have to just get up itself.
What would you say was the length of your recovery?
I'm still in recovery. I'm never gonna be done with recovery. I have short gut syndrome. I don't absorb foods, liquids correctly. I cannot, I don't have energy throughout my day. Just simply walking around, going upstairs or going downstairs, it's a struggle. It is.
And you mentioned that you will always be in your recovery. Are you still being treated for your injuries today?
Yes, I still am. I am seeing multiple doctors at the moment.
She will
What
for life,
medications are
y'all.
you currently on?
For
At
life.
the moment, I'm
For-
taking a Protonics. I'm taking Lyrica, Zoloft, Seroquel for sleep, and I take a Gatix. It's an injection that has to be taken every day, and that helps with some of the absorption in food that I can intake throughout my day.
Did you have to take a Gatix today?
Yes, every morning.
Did you ever have any complications while you were in the hospital?
No, I was a healthy 31-year-old with no
I'm
complications.
sorry. Did you ever have complications while you were in the hospital?
Yes, multiple complications.
What kind?
From what I've understood, it was always one thing after another at the beginning of the stay. After they were able to stable me and kind of figure out, it was always day to day. It wasn't, oh, we're going to do this because this is a long period of time. No, we had to wait day by day. Surgeries were not planned ahead of time. Surgeries were literally planned within like just days just to see how I was.
How has your life changed emotionally? How has this affected your mental state?
Really?
I've never had anxiety. I never felt depression. And it's just an absolute horrible feeling. PTSD is even worse. You lose sometimes time. You're just sitting there and you're just thinking, and it's playing over and over in your head. And you're trying to get out of it and you can't. And you just sit there.
Very painful.
It's kind of like if you feel numb and you're trying to wake up from it and you can't. So mentally, I'm constantly struggling.
Prior to this, were you on any of these medications?
None.
Nope.
I was healthy, 31, no broken bones, no medications.
How have the actions of Mr. Delgado affected your family?
It's affected everybody very differently. My parents had to start preparing for choices that I really do not believe any parent should have to make. My daughters, they're so innocent. They have an insane mind. And they're so scared. I can't even leave a room sometimes. My oldest was not even present at the time. And she is terrified to leave me alone. She tracks my every move because she is terrified that her mom isn't going to come home. How am I supposed to explain something like that to an 11-year-old? And then I have my baby. How is she supposed to see her dad, her biological father, do what he did? How is she supposed to explain that? How is she supposed to go to school and be around kids that might know what's going on? My daughter's innocence have been taken away, and they were taken away by her father.
I know that feeling.
They should not be going through this. This is horrible.
Can you do any of the things that you used to enjoy prior to this accident?
At the moment, I'm not able to.
Like what? What can't you do?
We would always be either out at the ranch riding. I cannot ride horses right now, so my daughters have to do it on their own.
You will never be able to, boo.
We used to go to the gym a lot together, all three of us. Swimming. They love swimming. I cannot get into a pool at the moment.
You may never.
Simply driving. I mean, right now, my mom and I, we watch the girls together and stuff, but my mom sometimes does have to go to work. If they want to go somewhere, they have to wait because I'm not able to drive.
Why can't you drive?
Because the doctors are not allowing me, my doctors are not allowing me to drive due to the PTSD that I have and the trauma that I have. It's not safe, and as well, my abdomen is still open, so they do not think it's safe for me to be conducting a vehicle.
Would you say that you're able to live your life normally?
No. I'm not able to. I used to be very carefree. I was never aware of my surroundings. I really never believed anything bad would happen. And now I am constantly looking at the cameras in our house. I am terrified when people come to the door. I do not like any confrontation at all with anybody. I literally shut down and don't say nothing. Like, it's a horror. It's just horrible. My sense of feeling safe and secure is already taken away.
Are you able to carry your daughters?
No. Like I said, I'm not able to lift 10 pounds or more. So I haven't been able to carry my baby at all for the past year.
That's a shame. We are still in jury watch. We're coming up on approximately
Erica, how do you feel here? Sitting in
9
court today?
hours and 30 minutes.
I am nervous. I'm just really, really nervous. I want justice. I've had to pay for my wrongdoings. I've had to appear in court. I've had to deal with all the wrongdoings that I've done. I want justice for myself too. I may not have outcried many other times that I could have, but this isn't supposed to happen. My life was not supposed to be in his hands. He's not God.
That's a good comment. He is not God.
Do you believe that Billy Delgado gave you a life sentence of pain and suffering?
Yeah, he did. He did. He gave me a life sentencing, and he didn't just give it to me, but like I said, he gave it to my daughters, gave it to my family and my friends.
Good for you, boo.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Torres,
All right, guys. If I may go code red on this
the
dude.
jury is here to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence, right? Which will probably include a prison sentence. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you have experience being in jail. Did you have a very pleasant experience while you were there?
No.
Oh, no, you don't.
Back in 2012, you were booked into the Laredo Police Department for assaulting a family member. How many days in jail did you do for that? Okay, so you.
I beg your pardon. You better get out of that garden, dude, because this has nothing to do with her life. Nothing to do that her husband provoked her into anger and they got in a squabble. And he told the cops that she hit him and she admitted to smacking him. So they arrested her and took her in. Boo. And then she took a deferred adjudication, probably because she couldn't afford to fight it. I don't know why the DA is not objecting. This isn't about her. He's found guilty. It's about him, period. I'm about ready to, I'm getting the code red ready because we're going to go code red.
Paid for that one by 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 2016, you were assaulted for an assault causing bodily injury. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No.
None?
All right, guys, code red. Can't do it. Can't do it. Hello, Missy Morales.
In 2016. In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. In 2012, I did not get arrested in 2012.
Isn't that the one with your brother?
No.
Which one was that one?
That has to be in either 2014. 2016 has to be the one with my brother. I never got arrested in 2012.
What about the accident involving damage, driving while intoxicated, and resisting arrest? Is that you?
Yes, I did get arrested for that.
That was 2023?
Yes.
And what happened in that case?
I'm sorry?
What happened in that case?
It's still pending.
Okay. Yeah. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
6 hours.
And the one for your brother was 6 hours.
I was in the holding cells.
What about the 2023 assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, I did 6 hours as well.
And the Department of Public Safety arrest for assault causing bodily injury in November 14, 2023. How many days for that one?
I'm sorry. No, the assault with Billy, they did not arrest me. They started the investigation and then they set out a warrant out for my arrest.
Okay.
And when the warrant was set out, that was the one at DPS that they had arrested me for. And again, that one was 6 hours.
And the Laredo Police Department for delivery.
Objection, Your
manufacturing,
Honor.
delivering, or controlled
Relevant.
substance.
That is
less
still
than a
under
gram?
investigation.
Okay, did you get arrested for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how many hours for that one?
I was, due to when I was released from the hospital, I went in and turned myself in. And due to all the damages, I still had tubes. I had the hole in my stomach, tubes everywhere. I was medically released.
That was in June 11, 2025. You were just out of the hospital for a week.
Exactly.
Okay. And was that, you were actually detained for that case earlier and then
Nope.
arrested? It was the same time.
Sorry?
I mean, were you like arrested for the?
No, I was not arrested. They did an investigation, presented a warrant. The warrant was set out, turned myself in, and it's pending right now.
And when were you supposed to have possessed the cocaine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection!
For relevance, Judge, and she's already answered the question, Judge. He's going into separate facts. This is under investigation. It's not a case that's been indicted or anything, Your Honor. She's not been convicted of this, Judge.
Because we're at sentencing. I'm not. We're at
Sentencing, not trial.
It's her character's at issue.
Well, no, I disagree with that. But if she's got a pending case, then that is fodder for potential bias motive. So all I have to inquire of pending cases. So
So we have a total, you're saying, and there's other incidents where you weren't arrested, the police were called, right?
Yes, with Mr. Billy Delgado, yes.
Okay. So at least we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We won't count the one in June because you shouldn't have, they couldn't detain you very long because of your medical condition, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cocaine must have been prior to June 1st, right?
From I believe so, yes. I was not aware about these charges until April of 2025.
Okay.
So was there cocoa?
So how could you have picked up
or
a cocaine
car?
charge if you're
Where did the
June
cocoa
1st,
get found?
2024?
Again, I was not arrested by an officer. I am still pending those charges. My lawyer, I still need to sit down and talk to him about these charges.
Okay, so you're telling us that prison is not a fun place to be at. Jail is not a fun place to be at. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Okay, she's not understanding the law, but if there's still an investigation open, that means charges. That means she's probably not even been properly charged, and he's throwing all this stuff out there. I don't understand why the judge is permitting this. It has nothing to do with her character right now. Open shut case. What the hell? I'm getting mad.
And that's basically.
I'm taking it out on my
experience
stuff
being in
because
jail.
the stitching's getting too tight.
And you paid for whatever you did, right?
Yes.
Now, you already have a protective order, a lifetime protective order, right?
Yes, I do.
So Billy can't see you without being arrested, being close to you without being arrested.
That is what the paper says.
Okay. He can't even see his daughter, Esmeralda as well. He can't be within a certain amount of yards or he gets arrested.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's another form of punishment for him, right?
On behalf of his choice.
Okay. That's another form of punishment though.
Yes.
Just like you were punished 6 hours at the city jail for what you've done, Billy's also being punished, right?
Yes.
Now, you have a brother named Louis?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And has he been to prison?
Yes.
For what?
I don't know.
That
Brother,
is
you
that
didn't
is
know?
not a
No,
part of
I
this
don't.
trial. Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yep.
Did you discuss his experiences in prison?
No, I
Objection to
don't.
relevance.
Judge, it's relevant. They're trying to send my client to prison. I want to know what she's heard.
Your Honor, he's talking about a completely different, an entirely different.
Trying my ass. He is going to prison. He's been found guilty. It's just a matter of how much time. Guys, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Guard your ears. I don't think I've ever done a back-to-back code red before. This is unfreaking believable. This attorney, holy hell.
You have two brothers, right?
Yes, I do.
Has the other one been to prison?
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor. Get off this line of questioning.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do.
How many?
I have 3 brothers in total, and I have 2 younger sisters.
And you share the same mom and dad?
We share the same dad.
Same dad. Your mom's been married how many times?
She's 3
Objection as
times.
to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
See, he has nothing to
And
do.
those are
He
the
can't.
only, Louis the only one that's been to prison?
There's nothing he can do to defend this guy, so he's going to try and tear up her and her family when in fact it doesn't matter if they're the worst family on the planet. This guy cold-bloodedly tried to kill her, ambushed her. It doesn't matter if they are the mafia. In this case, what was happening in this case and what this guy did has no connection to the family in any way, shape, or form. And yes, Miss Ada is getting angry. And I'm about ready to blow a gasket.
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor, and he's already been instructed that that question wasn't relevant by the court, Judge.
Well, it's a repetitious. You already got an answer to that, so I'll suspend the objection. What else?
Ma'am, do you ever remember sending a text to Miss Delgado, Billy's mom, basically apologizing for what you put your daughters through?
I don't recall. I used to talk to Miss Delgado a lot. She was the only person that I had in San Antonio, and granted, I had gone to her house multiple times because I was getting away from Billy, and I would tell her, like, I don't understand why is this happening, but I don't want to give up. They are my daughters, that was their dad, and I wanted to keep my family together. This was my second marriage, and I wanted to keep what was a family together.
I mean, basically you say you're sorry for putting your hands on him, on Billy, and I apologize to Billy every day when I do. Is that right?
Yes, I do. I do apologize to him.
Okay, there's no excuse for me to put my hands on him, but I'm sorry for putting my girls in this situation. I put them through. I love my daughters and I hate what I have put. Is that?
Well, if you can tell me the date that text was sent and the conversation prior to that, then I would understand why I was sending that text message.
July 17, 2023.
July 17, 2023?
I think you were on your way to, were you on your way to SA?
July 17, 2023?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not.
Okay. But do you remember texting things like that to Connie?
I probably have.
Okay. How many assault cases do you have, Eric? I'm sorry, I think I lost track.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
This is all irrelevant in my humble. Jennifer Cook, thank you. Thank you for hopping in, Jennifer. I know.
Let me see.
It's disgusting.
11:14. 11:14, okay. Eric, I think I.
Good one. Yeah. Your Honor.
One, the assault.
Your Honor, I think I need to leave. I don't feel so well. I'm going to throw up.
Get her off the stand. Please.
That you had in Bexar County, that was what month was that? Do you remember?
No, I'm not aware what month.
Sorry, my memory's not so
Remember
good
the year?
anymore.
22?
Hmm?
22?
22? Because you already testified that you were on deferred adjudication for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think all those assaults and records that you have, do you think that did that play into anything about this case?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have in this witness, Judge.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you got to see the program, what else is recall. This is what you stand for.
Y'all, I feel sorry for this woman. Oh, my ever-loving Lord.
State rest, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. We're-
Now they're going to bring up everybody and they're going to cry, Mijo, my son's a perfect son. My Mijo. He doesn't deserve to go to jail. Mijo, I love you, Mijo. He's innocent. If I offended anybody by doing that, my apologies, but that's about what I expect right about now. He's going to bring up mama. He's going to bring up sisters, aunties. He's going to bring up everyone to talk about how wonderful he was and how this woman lured him into the abuse and how everything is all her fault and she deserved what she got. How much you want to bet that's what crap happens here? I can't expect anything less. Yeah, they are too. Yeah, and the thing is, it's amazing how we change when we get away from the toxic people in our lives. Just saying. Yeah, he could have been a good son to his mama. Doesn't mean he was a good husband to his wife. Muy bien. Here we go.
Miss Bagwell, can you give us your complete name, please?
Megan Lee Bagwell,
Okay. And where do you reside, ma'am?
Burleson, Texas.
Okay. And how do you know Mr. Delgado here sitting next to me?
I'm the mother of his firstborn child.
Okay. So you have.
I agree. It takes two to tango, but in the end, it did not mean what he did was not justified no matter what was going on.
A relationship for some time?
Yes, for 5 years.
Okay. Do you know him to be a dangerous person?
Not at all.
I mean, do you, you have one child together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you manage the visitation periods with Mr. Delgado?
Because he does lived in Laredo, he would get him for holidays for 1 month during the summer, the standard custody agreement.
Okay. And does his son enjoy visiting with him?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you encourage the visitation?
Ex-wife.
Okay. Do you consider yourself to be a good mother?
I do.
Okay. If Mr. Delgado was a dangerous person, you wouldn't allow him to see your son, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. But you've never seen any tendency like that? You've never had any interactions with your son to cause you to be scared of your child being alone with Mr. Delgado?
No, my son adores him.
Now we're here because the jury sitting over there is going to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence. Okay? We don't know what they're going to do. They have a wide range of punishment. You heard you've heard some of the conversations with the injuries and all this stuff. I mean, does this scare you if Mr. Delgado was alone with you, that he would shoot you or something like this?
No, he would never do that to me.
If he has a prolonged absence,
He may not do it to you, but he did it to her. He's capable of doing it. There's a video, for God's sake.
from seeing your son, you think it's going to affect his relationship?
Yes.
It's going to affect your son's life?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How old is your son?
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the jury sentences him to 5 years, you won't see him until he's 16, right?
Correct.
Sends him to 10 years.
No, that's a false statement. False statement. He will be able to go to the prison because I was forced to take my kids to a prison at the ages of 4, 5, and 11, 10, 11, 12, forced to take them for visitation. And he got to hug them and he got to see them. So that's a BS statement.
You won't see him until he's 21.
Correct.
And by that time, he's all that important information that he should be receiving from his father. When he's a growing young man, he's going to miss out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's also phone calls and letters, boo.
Okay. Do you have any memories of that you spent together with Mr. Delgado and your son? Any good memories?
A million.
You want to share one with us?
No.
There's too many. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but my son enjoys talking to his dad, spending time with him. When we were together, we were a family. We had our regular fights that normal people have, and the fights that they would have were not normal. They were extremely unhealthy, extremely toxic. And I would tell both of them that it wasn't right.
Okay, but when you had arguments, when you were in a relationship with Billy, you argued, right?
Yeah, we had discussions and we would sit down and talk about what and why and how we could fix it.
Okay. You didn't throw a weight at him, did you?
No.
Why are you divorced? It was so good. Why are you divorced?
Mr. Delgado be able to try to lead a productive life and repay whatever you.
Okay, Swan, I didn't see your comment, but I just said it. Oh, Frank Leroy, memories like the corners of my mind. Misty water. Yeah.
He owes and restitution to Ms. Torres.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Objection, ask the question, Your Honor. You can't ask for a specific punishment as to the witness judge.
Okay, would you like him to continue to support his son and be a good father to him?
Yes, I would like for him to be in my son's life.
Is that what you're telling the jury here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why are you testifying
That's all I
for
have, Ms.
her?
Bagley.
Objection, you're testifying for the witness. You can't do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
What the hell?
You said that you had a child with Billy Delgado?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Mr. Delgado?
Correct.
How long were you all in a relationship for?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
When was that?
It began in 2012 and ended in 2018.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
That's when he started dating Erica, right?
Yes.
Did he left you for Erica?
No.
Why did y'all separate?
We were just young and weren't a good fit for each other, and we would rather co-parent and be cordial with each other than continue to try to have a relationship that we knew wasn't going to work.
Does Mr. Delgado pay you child support?
He does.
Has he paid you child support in the last year?
No, he's been incarcerated.
And you said that y'all were not a good fit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the actions of Mr. Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times dangerous?
Yes.
You would consider him a dangerous person?
No, I consider what he did dangerous. I don't think he's a dangerous person.
But you would agree with that what he did that day was wrong?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that what he did that day was a poor example for his son?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Questions, Judge?
Fine.
Okay, Ben, you step down. You're not subject to recall. You can stay in the courtroom or you're free to leave. Thank you. Next one.
Next one, Judge, is Jeanette Coronado.
Okay, I would be more I would respect them more if they got on stage. You know what? He was an ass. He was an ass, but I still can't believe he would do this. Or, you know, he was an ass, but he was provoked. I mean, it bothers me, and it happened in my ex-husband's case where they're found guilty, and all of a sudden they become a freaking saint. Oh, they never did anything wrong. He was a good Lutheran boy. He went to church all the time. He took care of his family. He took care of his job. He took care of me. He never did anything wrong. He was a perfect child. And I'm all like, something wrong somewhere. Don't feed me that perfect bull crap. I'd have a whole lot more respect. I would.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coronado. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause.
Denial is a horrible thing.
Have a seat over here. Thank you.
Reality became painful, but it's a good thing. Yeah, they may have been young. I'm talking in general across the board when you do this kind of testifying
Coronado, can you please
on
give us
behalf
your
of
full
a
name?
convicted, attempted redrummer.
You can speak a little English, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
¿Se siente más a gusto usted en español?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, how long have you known Billy?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted conociendo a Billy?
Llevo de conocerlo aproximadamente 23 años.
I've been known him for approximately 23 years.
And what would be the reason that you know him?
¿Cuál es la razón por la cual lo conoce?
La mamá de él es mi amiga.
His mom is my friend.
And so you've known him for 23 years. So I guess he's 30 something. You saw him actually grow up to be a man, right?
Sí.
Entonces, si tiene 23 años de conocerla, él hace como 30, ya tiene como más de 30, entonces usted prácticamente lo vio crecer.
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever exhibit behavior like he's been accused of here?
Beautiful.
¿Alguna vez él mostró algún comportamiento como el que se está escuchando aquí hoy?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Do you trust him around your children?
Claro que sí.
¿Usted se siente a gusto con él?
Let her answer. Let her interpret.
Okay. Do you work for Ms. Delgado?
¿Usted trabaja para el señor Delgado?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long have you worked for?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando con ella?
Ya 9 años.
Almost 9 years.
Antes de eso trabajé con ella en el 2003.
Before I worked with her in 2003.
Donde ella era mi gerente. Ella era la branch manager.
Where she was the branch manager.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Erica
¿Usted tuvo la oportunidad de conocer a Erika Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
And how was that you met her?
¿Cómo fue que la conoció?
Por Billy, porque era la novia de Billy.
Through Billy, because she was Billy's girlfriend.
Okay. Did she ever work same place you were working at?
¿Trabajó ella en el mismo lugar donde usted trabajaba?
Aplicó para trabajar conmigo, pero no trabajó. No.
She applied to work with us, but she didn't work.
Have you ever had any conversations with her?
¿Ha tenido usted conversaciones con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was this?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Aproximadamente tuve una conversación en la cual me gustaría expresarla. Fue el año pasado, antes de que pasara todo esto, en la oficina. Ella fue a recoger un cheque y durante la plática yo le comenté, Billy se había ido fuera de la ciudad y yo le comenté que sí estaba triste porque él se había ido. Y ella me...
I did have a conversation with her. This was about last year. Before, she went to the office to pick up a check, and I had a conversation with her. And because Billy had left, I asked her if she was sad because he had left.
Objection to hearsay.
So you had a conversation where you discussed Mr. Delgado leaving?
Tuvieron una conversación donde el señor Delgado se había ido.
Objection to hearsay.
Did Eric ever go and talk to you in person?
Objection to hearsay.
So yes or no?
Would be.
Erika fue a hablar con usted en persona.
Sí, ese día donde como me comentó de
Objection to
que...
hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, she hasn't responded yet. How can it be
You're
hearsay?
saying yes, and she's saying that she's going to say it in Spanish, Judge. I can understand it. She's saying it.
So it's a yes or no. Did she talk to it? She said
Oh, the judge is getting pissy.
Ms. Coronado, did Erica exhibit any type of aggressive behavior around you?
Señora Coronado, la señora Erika en un momento demostró algún comportamiento agresivo.
Una vez me comentó de que...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any aggressive behavior, or just she told you about it?
¿Usted vio comportamiento agresivo o ella le dijo de este?
Ella me dijo.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay, ma'am, what I'd like for you to do
Lo que quiero que usted
is
haga
not repeat anything
es que no repita
that someone else said
nada que
to
alguien
you,
más haya dicho.
Okay,
unless
claro.
I tell you it's okay. Understood?
A menos
Yes.
que yo le diga que está bien entendido.
Let's proceed.
During the 23 years that you've known Billy, have you spent a lot of time around him?
Cuando en los 23 años que conoció a Billy, ¿usted pasaba tiempo cerca de ella?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know him to be a very respectful man?
¿Usted conoce que él es un hombre muy respetable?
Sí.
You
Yes.
know him to be a very peaceful man?
¿Que es
Sí.
un hombre muy pacífico?
Sí.
Yes.
Love the turtle.
Have you ever had any issues where he becomes aggressive toward somebody that you know or yourself?
¿Alguna vez él ha sido muy agresivo con alguien que usted conoce o con usted?
No, para nada.
No, nothing.
Have you seen him interact with his children?
¿Alguna vez lo ha visto interactuar con sus niños?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's your opinion on how he interacts with his children?
¿Cuál es su opinión? ¿Cómo interactúa con ellos?
Es muy cariñoso, responsable, cuidadoso. Excelente padre.
He takes care of them. He's very responsible.
Have you seen Erica interact with her child, Esmeralda?
¿Ha visto usted a Erika interactuar con su hija Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Does she act in a normal fashion around the times that you've seen her?
Las veces que usted la ha visto, ella se comporta de una manera normal.
Descuidada como madre.
Careless as a mom.
Okay. Ma'am, if Billy's sentenced to prison and once he's released, are you going to help him get back, try to help him reintegrate into society?
Si a Billy entra a la cárcel y a él lo dejan en libertad, ¿usted lo va a ayudar a tratar de que él se reintegre en la sociedad?
Tiene todo mi apoyo.
Down, boy.
Okay. So
Frankie, down, boy. Down. Calm down now. Get it under control. Focus on the testimony and not other things.
Oh, it's not gonna bother you, or you won't be scared.
Don't make
if he
Mama Ada
becomes your
come after
neighbor.
your butt.
He's a convicted felon now, right? He's gonna lose a lot of his rights.
Objection,
and
Your Honor.
He lives next to you. Are you gonna be scared of a convicted felon coming out of prison living next to you? It's Billy Delgado.
No le va a molestar que el señor Delgado va a ser una persona que haya estado como hombre condenado y vaya a estar viviendo enseguida de usted, que va a perder todos sus derechos.
No, incluso está mi casa para que viva.
No, in fact, he has my house to live.
That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act?
Señora Alvarado, ¿usted cree que el hecho de que el señor Billy Delgado haya disparado a Erika 10 veces el día 1 de junio de 2024 fue un acto bueno?
Como mamá no sé qué acción, cómo yo respondería al decirme que uno de mis hijos fue dañado así. Y no fue la primera vez, o sea, no era la primera vez.
As a mom, I would not know
Don't make me get the nightbot on you.
how to answer if this was not the first time.
So this is not the first time he's fired a weapon at somebody?
Esta no es la primera vez que él le dispara a alguien.
No era la primera vez que escuchábamos que la niña había sido dañada.
It was not the first time that we heard that the child had been hurt.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. That wasn't the question I asked. But I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that the actions of Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on the date of June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act? Do you believe that it was dangerous, yes or no?
Le voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. ¿Usted cree que las acciones del señor Billy Delgado el día 1 de junio es una acción peligrosa, sí o no?
Peligrosa no es. Peligrosa lo es. En parte, como mamá lo vuelvo a repetir.
It's a yes or no question.
Es una pregunta de un sí o un no.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bull Butter.
Sí fue.
No,
sí
all
fue,
right, no.
sí fue.
Objection, Your Honor, to non-responsive.
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
What is the question?
Si fue peligrosa.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not asking a question. She's testifying. She's already answered that it wasn't dangerous.
Hold on for another question, please. Now.
Espera que se le haga otra
Do you have
pregunta.
another question?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor didn't let you answer the question. Can I ask it again for you, please?
Hmm?
Okay, he wants to know if shooting Erica was a dangerous
It was.
act.
Yes.
Yes or
was.
no? It is?
Yes.
Okay. They seem to be concentrating on trying to either have people say it's not dangerous, but you understand shooting someone is dangerous, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is not in conformity to Billy's character.
The prosecutor was not trying to get her to say that it was not dangerous to shoot at somebody. You jackass. What the hell are you listening to? I'm getting angry. I can't stand this dude. I just want to live in the world of code red.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank God.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can step down and you're not subject to recall. You're free to leave.
Puede bajarse, se puede meter, o puede quedarse en ese.
I'm okay with the witnesses. I'm okay with people being witnesses and all of that. I get it. That's good. It needs to be done. But this particular lawyer is driving me back crazy. Somebody asked what this was and what am I doing? This is raw honey beeswax. And even though it's a plastic thread, I hold it, keeps the strings together and keeps it from tangling.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, you were previously sworn in the case. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Flores, can you please give us your full name again?
Venecia Flores?
Valencia, you are Billy's aunt, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
yes,
You saw him grow up?
I did. I
Turn
grew
into
up
a
with
man?
him.
Okay. You've helped out in
Yes.
raising him, I guess?
Yes, I was 8 when he was born. So I remember meeting him for the first time. We grew up together. And then, I became an adult and understood the role of an aunt and took it on from there and, helped whenever I could to.
But she wasn't cooperating. That's why he withdrew the answer, because she wasn't answering it. She was trying to get the fact out that there's a child that was allegedly being harmed, and it was kind of leading to defense. But yeah.
Guide him, love him, protect him, be by his side.
So that actually it could have been like your little brother.
Yes.
And you know about this case, and you've already testified. You've seen the I don't know if you've seen the photos or not. It's a serious case. You know Mr. Delgado for a long time. Is this what Billy's about?
No.
Does he act in conformity to what, like this, shooting people?
No.
You helped out also whenever his children needed daycare stuff. You took care of them.
I did whenever they needed help. If one of them was working or they wanted to go out, the girls would come over to my house.
Okay. And there was multiple times where you arrived at the scene after they had an altercation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that? What did you do to help out?
I think I would be called to kind of help, calm the situation, talk to either Erica or Billy, depending on what was going on, kind of, just see what the situation was and how I could help either Billy, Erica, or the girls.
Okay. And at times you have to take care of the kids and bring them home?
Yes.
Or Billy or?
Yes.
The jury's sitting over there. They're going to determine, how many years Billy goes to prison. Okay. Once Billy's released, are you going to participate, try to help him get back integrated to society?
Absolutely. I will always be there for my nephew.
Okay, but he's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The state's trying to make him out to be a very dangerous person. Are you going to be okay if he lives with you or he lives with you next to you?
I would, absolutely. Actually, he was out on bond and he stayed at my house for, part of the time that he was out. My doors will always be open. Billy, to me, is not a dangerous individual. If anything, he's the opposite. He's always been a loving kid, a loving man, a family man. Loves hanging out with the family. Of course, things changed when he got with Erica, and I feel like they removed themselves a little from coming around family. But prior to that, he was all about hanging out and just having a good time and always wanting to be around us and just loving. I've never known Billy to want to hurt someone. I've never seen him harm anyone. I mean, you can ask anyone who's grown up with him or been around him. You can ask my best friends who have known him for as long as, they've been around my life, which has been a long time, and they consider him their own nephews too. And I know that they would help him into society as well. I've always seen him with a heart of gold. I'm not just saying this today. I've said it many times to people. Billy's always checked in on family. When he comes over to my house, Tia, how can I help you? What do you need fixing? Do you want me to mow your yard for you? You need any light bulbs changed? The simple things. Mm-hmm. He's always been a loving kid and man, and I love him to death, and I would do anything for him, and I would help him get back into society. And I do plan to help him, and I'm sure he will look for me when it's time. And I will be there alongside his mom and my other family members to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know that he loved Erica And I know that he would never want to harm Erica. She is the mother of his children, whom my family loves very much. And we took Erica in. We loved her and we were all good to her. We helped her, even when they would fight, even when she would.
An objection there, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and describe about taking care of Erica.
You know, if they ever had a disagreement and Erica called me, I answered the phone and I was there for her. If you know, she just needed to vent. I mean, I never thought that their relationship was healthy, and I was honest with both of them about it. I told him many times, you guys need to leave each other. This is not healthy, and my nieces are growing up in that house and they're watching this. I don't ever want them to think that it is okay for someone to lay their hands on someone that they say that they love.
Okay.
That is not right. I don't want those little girls to think that that is normal, because it is not.
You've taken care of both Mr. Delgado's son and his daughter, right? Have you taken care of the kids?
Yes, Izzy, Bella, and Emmy.
And Emmy. Since this incident happened, have you seen Emmy?
It's going to be about a year. I have seen her since. The last time I saw her was on her birthday weekend. She was able to go to San Antonio and we celebrated her, and that's been the last time that we've seen her.
When was that?
September, probably the second weekend of September.
Okay, so we're in July.
Yeah, it's going on a year.
Almost a year. Okay. Have you seen his son?
Izzy, yes, I see him as often as I can. He lives in Burleson, but when he has games or birthdays, we're there.
Okay. Will you help him? I know if he comes out, he's not gonna have a whole lot of money. He'll probably have some, opportunity to get an education in prison and stuff, but will you help?
Are you going to pay his bills? Are you going to be his sugar mama? We call those jailhouse mamas. Are you going to be the jailhouse mama and take care of him while he's there, making sure that you put enough money in his commissary that he can pay for protection? And then when he gets out, are you going to let him live with you? You're going to pay all his bills and let him become a dependent? Stupid ass questions. I just can't.
Find a job.
Absolutely. He has my house till he can get on his feet. He has a welding certificate, so I know he can go look for a job. He will obviously have a record, so it might be a little difficult, but we will be there to see him get on his feet, because I know he's not a harm to society, and I know that he can be contribute to society.
This sounds like a parole board hearing, not sentencing.
I think the state may have some questions.
Then we have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Is Ms. Flores?
Yes, sir.
So come out of here.
Ms. Flores, do you believe that
I know, right?
Billy's acts against Erica Torres, on that, you testified earlier that he's not a dangerous individual, but you would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, he was a dangerous individual?
Yes.
You testified that he's not a harm to society, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, shooting a live firearm in a residential area in a neighborhood poses a danger to society, correct?
Yes, sir. But I also believe that
It's a yes or no question.
yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Now he's going to ask.
Cut you off. What's your belief?
I don't believe that this defines Billy. I know he had a lapse in judgment, and it was a serious one. I'm thankful, and we prayed that Erica made it through for the sake of her.
If he had shot you or your daughter or your son, what would you be saying right about now? You wouldn't be saying this.
Family and my nieces, but I don't believe that this defines him. I believe that he deserves a second chance to come out into society and contribute and be there for his daughters and his son.
You didn't care that. This is what I struggle with. He has children. She has children. They deserve their mama and their daddy. I had a husband who went to jail. Those children deserved a father. But When you commit a crime that could have killed somebody, or you did unalive somebody, what about their children? What about their mom, their dads, their family? Don't they deserve the right to have that parent in their life? You took that away. So you don't deserve the right to your family. That's how I feel. My ex-husband went to jail. He committed a crime. It affected us horribly. But I still believe you do the crime, you do the time. And it does. It's not just, he wasn't just in prison. It was the family served in prison along with, because my children didn't have a daddy. I didn't have a husband. I suffered greatly for it. We suffered so much, I can't even begin to tell you. But at the same time, he loses his rights. You know, I mean, the kids have a right to a father, but their father took that right away from them. Not the state, not the judge or the jury that imposes a sentence. The one who took the rights away from the children to have a parent was the parent that committed the crime. Period. I'm tired of hearing, well, he has the children, they have rights. Well, he should have thought about that before he did what he did. You wouldn't want me on a jury. Because I wouldn't look at it the same way.
Gets forgiveness at some point. I know it's not easy.
Yes, ma'am.
Forgiveness
Thank you.
and consequences are two different things, boo. Forgiveness my ex had. Consequences he must face.
Miss Vanessa Flores, Judge.
I want to see a man get up there. We've just had women. Where's the men? I want to hear a man's point of view on this. He removed those rights and from his own kids when he shot at her. Period. He's the only one responsible. He's the only one who could be held responsible for the fact his kids don't have a father. By the way, 10 hours, 7 minutes, and 4 seconds is paused on the clock for lunch in the Ali trial. I know I'm being passionate. Sometimes trials like this can be a little triggering. That is muted on their end, not mine. I went through all this with my ex, trust me. I mean, I get it. Yeah, we forgive, and it's more for us than them, but we do forgive. I forgive him. But I didn't want to hear over and over again how he had rights to his kids. Do you know what? You lost that right when you committed the crime that you committed. In my humbleness opinion.
What's your full name?
Vanessa Flores.
Vanessa, and how are you related to Mr. Delgado?
I'm his aunt.
Aunt? And where do you live?
Right now I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you lived in Laredo before?
Yes, practically my whole life.
Where are the men?
Where are the females?
I was 9 years old when he was born.
So again, just like your sister, you basically were like, he could have been your brother.
Correct.
And during the time that he was growing up, do you ever exhibit behavior like this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any good times with him and his children?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work? Did he play with his children?
Always tried to keep him entertained.
Okay. Did he do what a normal father does? He protects them, provides for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You always saw him enjoy their company?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Billy now is looking at potentially could be a long prison sentence, and the jury sitting right there, they're the ones that determine. When he comes out, he'll be a convicted felon, won't be able to legally possess a firearm. He won't be able to hold certain jobs. They'll always carry that mark on him that he'll be a felon for the rest of his life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing all that, will that keep you, prevent you from helping Billy in any way?
No.
We help him get a job, get a place to live. We help him do that,
Yes.
even if he lives with you in San Antonio, but better than returning to Laredo, right?
Correct.
In the meantime, will you help his children if they become available for you to visit?
Of course. Always.
And right now, there's been no. They haven't attempted to see. Have you attempted to see Amy?
We always wanted to see Amy, but it's going to be a year that we haven't been able to have the rights to see her.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to help Mr. Delgado, man. You can help him find a job when he gets out. You can help him, encourage him to get some counseling.
Get off of this already.
That and more.
Well, hello.
Billy,
For those of you who are just tuning in, we are in a verdict watch for the Ali trial. I don't know why that went away, but it did. We are in a verdict watch right now. We are at 10 hours, 8 minutes, and 54 seconds. They have returned to deliberations. What we are watching is the Billy Delgado sentencing phase. He was found guilty for aggravated assault of a family member. He unloaded 15 bullets into the vehicle in direction of his then wife at the time, estranged wife, and she was hit 10 times, had 5 bullets in her abdomen, and all but killed her, and with some multiple miracles survived. And he was found guilty. Now we are in the sentencing phase. The prosecution has already put on their witnesses for character. Now they're putting on the defense's witnesses for character. They're all women, I find interesting. But right now, this is Aunt number 2 talking about how wonderful he is and how he couldn't hurt a flea. So, but anyway, thank you so much for joining.
will need a lot of help when he gets out. You agree with me?
Correct.
Somehow I think his family knows what's going to be needed. He's not the first to go to jail.
This would ever happen.
Never.
I mean, this is a dangerous event, right?
Correct.
Has Billy ever held a grudge where he hates somebody and always doesn't forgive them for things they've done against him?
Never.
How do you know? You can't say that. You don't live with the dude.
When you started dating Erica?
Yes.
He wasn't the same person?
No, sir.
Okay, so whatever happened in that relationship, it changed him.
So it's always the woman's fault. The woman changed him. She's the vixen. She deserved to get shot 10 times.
Correct.
He was a perfect boy.
What kind of unusual behavior did you notice in him, if you could tell us?
Separating himself from the family.
That was one of them?
Yes.
Anything else?
I wouldn't get those phone calls or those texts with the heart emoji saying, "I love you, punk. How you been, Tia? Do you need anything? Are my cousins okay?" Basic family things that he would call and text.
And you miss all that?
I miss him. I miss it every day.
Well, he's not going to be able to do that for quite some time. You understand that, right?
Oh, crap. They got iPads
hope
in
to be
prison. He
reunited
can call
with
and
you
text.
do that again.
Correct.
That's all I have with this witness, Judge.
It's not like he's going 6 feet under, which that woman almost did.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I am yelling over the video. My apologies. It's why I am beating this beautiful hat, because by doing this, it keeps my temper under control, because this is so frustrating. Men and women can change in prison for the worst or for the better. It is all in his hands. But this poor woman who's the victim in all this, yes, she had her roles. They fought, they were toxic, yada, yada, yada. I'm not negating any of that, but she did not deserve to have a life, the rest of her life, where she may have to eat. I mean, this woman's barely eating on solid food a year after. She's lost 2/3 of her small intestine bowel. She can't eat very much solid, normal food. She's got bullet fragments in her hands. She's had a trachea. She's got mental, emotional. I mean, this woman was literally in all intents and purposes, she was walking dead. And she still has an exposed hole in her stomach that may or may not heal. And anything at this point that hits her can kill her. She is not out of the woods. And yet she is the perpetrator. She just did this to herself. She caused him to go purchase a weapon and to unalive her intentionally. It just frustrates me, guys. I apologize. Sir.
Okay.
I guess this is Mama. Mama.
Mr. Delgado, can you please give us your name?
My name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And you are Billy's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know a lot about this relationship between Erica and your son.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were present after some of these assaults occurred, correct?
Every single one.
Okay. You would have to show up and kind of keep the peace and divide them or whatever you had to do, right?
We did. Her family wasn't around.
Okay. And it was, how many times do you think it was?
Of her putting her hands on my son?
Yes.
I can't count them.
Okay. How many times do you think the police showed up?
This is a question every time this lawyer gets up to speak to the family and the mothers. How many times did she put her hands on him? But how many times did he put her hands on her? How many times did he engage her, provoke her? Or even if she did give him one smack across the head because he was being a dumbass, which doesn't deserve it, I'm being sarcastic. Nobody's talking about how many times he hit her. Come on now. This was a toxic relationship. They both were equally toxic in it. Doesn't negate the fact that he shot her 10 times.
More than 2 handfuls, more than 10 times.
A lot of times your son didn't want to go through with pressing charges, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your son, before this relationship and during the relationship, did his character change, his personality?
Yes, sir, it did.
Can you tell us what exactly?
I couldn't understand why my son distanced himself from his family. We are a very close family. And Miss Erica's a narcissist. She can make you believe what she wants you to believe, what she wants you to imagine that she is the one that doesn't do anything. And as a mother, I have 3 boys. And I'd be damned if my boys lay a hand on their girl.
So
they were raised very, very well-mannered.
So this is very upsetting for you because your son did actually.
Against James Craig. The former dentist is accused of poisoning his wife, Angela Craig, with protein shakes after he accused Street Health. To justice.
And we have breaking news out of Colorado. We know that a jury has reached a verdict in the trial against James Craig.
The former dentist is accused of trial. Marie, additional charges were.
Okay, I thought that was in the Valley, the Ali. But okay, we'll watch that verdict too. I know some of y'all have followed it, but until then, we'll continue with this.
A little bit worse than Lane Hans. He shot a woman, right?
My son that is a parent now And when a parent hears that the child has been injured or hurt, in the sense of my granddaughter,
So that's how they're justifying this.
their response could be driven by instinct, love, or protection.
And the child's actually made an outcry to more than one person, right?
Correct.
But there's going to be justice for Erica, but there never may be justice for Annie, right?
There's never been justice for my son. We have gotten law enforcement involved, and things just lay on people's desk around here, Laredo. And
Probably because there's not enough
she's told
evidence
me,
to prosecute.
with her own words, her family will get her out of anything.
Okay. Well, she's already done, I think, 6 hours, 6 times, 36 hours already in the holding tank.
You got it in there, boo, didn't you?
For errors. Your son's going to be asked to do more than 36 hours. Okay? And that's going to be a difficult situation for you and your family, ma'am. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
There's a difference between smacking somebody in the head and getting 6 hours in a holding tank versus emptying out a 15 bullet clip, a magazine out of a lead shooter, hitting someone 10 times, 5 in the abdomen, pretty much killing them, but somehow they stay alive, causing them to try to get to the hospital in that condition, causing a wreck, injuring 2 other people, totaling 3 vehicles included their own. That's a little different from 6 hours for just smacking the crap out of someone's because they're in a fight with you. I don't condone it. Don't get me wrong. She deserved a cool off time in the tank. I agree. But he was the other half of that fight. If she had done this to him, I would be the same. It's chump change compared to what he did. There's so much, he could do this so much better.
Are you going to encourage him to get counseling, to get an education while he's in prison?
My son's thoughts in there have been discussed, and he will continue his education and come out to be the voice of domestic violence for men.
Oh my God.
Will you help him once he's released?
I definitely will. He's got all my support.
Okay. You'll help him find a job, get a place to live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're not a
And I know
Johnny
you
Depp.
You express your rage, but the jury's already made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Now they're just contemplating how many years they want to send him to prison. Okay. If they send him to prison for a very long time, he will lose his ability to be a parent to his daughter and his son. Will you agree to help?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna mute it in my ears because I lived this, where people are saying how wonderful my ex was and how he's losing all this and poor thing, poor baby. He had no choice to do what he did, but he had all the choice. He couldn't have done this. He's a perfect guy. He's a good little Christian boy, yada, 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 yada. So mods, I'm going to mute because I just can't. I'm getting angry.
His daughter and son?
Most definitely. My granddaughter has been taken from me. Miss Erica did not raise her daughter for the first 3 months of that little girl's life.
Who did?
I did, and my father and my husband. She lived with us for the first 4 months of her life because she is not a good mom.
Where was Erica during that time?
In Dallas, dealing with her emotions.
Okay. Well,
Nothing to
showed
do
a lot
with
of
this
emotions
case.
here in trial. They're going to be asking for the jury to sentence your son to prison. Would you like for your son to come out and be able to try to get back into society and get whatever normal life he can?
Yes, sir.
You still want him to have an opportunity to to be able to raise his son and daughter?
His son and daughter. I don't think that anybody deserves the right to be taking their daughter away from them when they've caused no harm to their child.
Well, he's already been.
That man loves his little girl. She is.
Cause no harm to the child? Cause no harm to the child?
His life, just like her son. They are his life. He is a great man.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor. No questions asked.
Thank you. Objection.
Ms. Coronado, I mean, your son's already been punished. They were able to obtain a divorce without Erica being present.
Correct.
They were able to obtain protective order lifetime from Emmy.
Protective order against Emmy.
Okay.
Without any presence.
And right now, as a grandparent, you don't have a visitation with your granddaughter, right?
I don't. His grandma asked me to please not come around or she would charge me with harassment.
And she has a right to do
You
that.
have to file your own lawsuit, try to get grandparent access.
And I will.
I mean, that's your intention, is to try to get some access to your grandchild.
Correct.
Why?
I will go to it.
But here's the thing. Let me educate y'all on this, because I lived it when my ex went to prison. There is no true grandparent right laws in Texas, as most people believe. The only time a grandparent's rights law is truly available is if, okay, we're getting ready to go to, y'all, hold on. We got a verdict watch for the James Craig guilty first-degree redrum of his wife that by poisoning. They're going to give him a verdict in a minute. But I want to say this. In the state of Texas, if her son had died and the grandchildren were staying with the wife or the other opposing families members, like grandparents, and if they had a good relationship with that grandchild, if they had regular visits with that child, they were in that child's life, etc., then she could sue in for visitation. But that only applies if the person is deceased. Incarceration does not guarantee her the right to visitation of a grandchild. I lived it. Okay, we're going to watch this. Tell me if by the thumbs up, if you would like to go and hear the sentencing for James Craig guilty of first-degree redrum, and then come back to this. Thumbs down if you don't want to see it.
Any extreme to get access to my granddaughter.
Because they already felt it necessary to make sure that he never sees.
How can you hurt a little girl? How can you hurt a little girl's heart and take her away? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I'll sustain the objection if you'll ask another question.
Yes. Ma'am, how do you intend to overcome this? Your son's already prohibited from ever seeing his daughter.
Objection as to relevance.
You can see him when she's 18.
We cry every day for my little girl, and they know how much she means to us. And forget about us and our feelings. How can you do that to my granddaughter, knowing that we are her life and she loves us dearly? How, if you don't care for a toddler's heart and feelings, how human can you be? Just as unhuman as my son was that day.
Well, they're using that child as a tool.
They always have.
And you compare it to what Billy did that day.
Okay, we're going to switch. We're going to do what I call a palate cleanse. We're switching cases because I need a break from this crazy woman. No, I can't say crazy woman. Very hurt mama.
So that you are aware, the court is going to be asking if this is in fact your verdict. I'm going to use first names with your last initial, just so that you are clear, so that you understand what you're looking for when it's your turn then to respond to the court's question.
Okay, let's back it up. We may have missed something that doesn't sound right to me. Okay, here we go.
this time, then I'll ask Dr. Craig and his team to please stand for the reading of the verdict.
Why are you calling him doctor? He just lost his
As to
license a
verdict
moment ago.
form, count 1, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of murder in the first degree. Verdict form, count 2, solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, Annabelle Craig. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence.
I didn't mean to
Count
say
3,
crazy.
solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, Casey Bohannon. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence. Verdict form, count 4, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. Jury unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. Verdict form, count 5, solicitation to commit murder in the first degree, Nathaniel Harris. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit murder in the first degree. Verdict form, count 6, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree as to Kassiani Constantinidis. We, the jury, unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt, find the defendant, James Craig, guilty of solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree. As to verdict form, count 7, manslaughter, cause or aid suicide, we, the jury, find the defendant, James Craig, not guilty of manslaughter, cause or aid suicide. Let me then turn to the foreperson and ask, is this the verdict of the jury? Do all of you agree with this verdict?
Yes.
At this point in time.
Okay, I want to say something. I'm not saying she's crazy for wanting a relationship with her granddaughter. What bothers me is that she is not accepting the fact that her son committed a heinous act. If she would say, I would do everything to protect that child, I want him to see the child, I want him to see her grow up, but believing that he did something so horrible that he's going to have to go to prison for. I tell people all the time, we are one decision away. We are all one decision away for being in the seat, waiting for the jury to call us innocent or guilty. One decision, all of us. But what bothers me is I respectfully don't agree with supervised visits, June. Some will let the okay. When I say supervised visits, I'm talking with him and his child, not her and the child. I believe that this grandmother should have visitation and should have rights to, and should be able to see them. I just struggle with families who refuse to acknowledge the severity of what their loved one has done. She is in shock. I will give her that. But she is not crazy for wanting to be able to see her granddaughter. That's not what I'm referring to. And I am a little triggered right now. I'll be honest with you on that. Because I had to fight this fight myself. And instead of working with me, I never denied the rights to see the children. I just get tired of the defense hashing on the victim. Tired of the defense making the victim the bad guy. In reality, she was going to pick up his child. It wasn't like he was in self-defense. He wasn't sitting there in a fight with her and she's physically hitting him and he pulls a weapon and defends himself or his child. He purchased a weapon. He loaded it. He loaded 2 additional magazines, 45 bullets. He stood by the side of the road with it in his hand and pointed it at her as she drove by. not only endangering her, but the people on the opposite side of the street. Why are they, the family, not acknowledging the severity of this? No case one, that's not Texas. It happens in every state. All right, let's go back to her.
Is it that bad?
No, but we knew it was coming. The family fights with each other. The family has a lot of quarrels with each other. The family has a lot of issues with each other. And obviously they don't care to give my granddaughter at least some peace and let her be involved with Billy's family. My husband cries for that little girl every day.
Does your husband cry for your daughter every day?
Every day. He gets ill every day. And when they hear me say this in this stand today, they know what I mean. That man and that little girl were inseparable.
And this is what breaks my heart. I feel for her, actually, and I feel for the grandfather, because apparently they did help raise the grandkids some. I get it. But all I want to hear from her is he's responsible for this. We still love him, but he's responsible. That's all I want to hear.
Eric and his family never helped her to take care of that little girl. That little girl lived in Laredo.
That's his narrative, Your Honor.
Where did the little girl live?
When she lived here in Laredo, that Erica moved over here and brought her over here. That little girl would be sent to Laredo almost every 10 days so that we can care for her. Over 15 days she'd stay with us because her mother couldn't help her care for her. But now all of a sudden she's got a whole family that can help her care for her.
So you and your husband were the one taking care of this child.
Correct. Financially and taking care of her. That little girl lived in San Antonio 5 years of her life, practically all the time with or without her mom and dad.
All right, ma'am. That's all we have, Judge.
Honestly, guys, this is a no win-win situation in general. No win-win. And my heart goes out to a grandmother who helped take care of the grandchild. She's grieving the loss of her relationship with her son for whatever years he's in prison. She is suffering too. I get it. People don't realize that the parents and family of the perpetrator suffered too greatly. We do. But this is not about his sentencing. This is the testimony here is what's bothering me. It's more about family drama and not about the sentencing itself.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, you step down, ma'am. You are welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Next witness.
That's all we have, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase. We're going to take a short recess for the afternoon, and we'll bring you back in. Should have the chart ready at that point. So take 15 minutes. Remember my instructions. We'll see you in 15. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I agree 100% with you, Ronnie, on that. Those grandkids have grandparents that love them, are going to care for them, that are going to be there for them. They are very lucky to have that. Very lucky. Not every child in the situation that these children find themselves in unwillingly have that kind of love and support. And it's really sad that when one of the parents is going to prison because of an act they did against the other parent, which is what this is, both sides lose. Both sides suffer. And I hate this part of it when they get up there and talk about how wonderful someone is, but not acknowledge the fact that they actually did commit a crime and that they need to, that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. I want to know where the men are. Why didn't they bring up any of the men? Just curious. What do y'all think? We got 3 hours, about 3 hours and 10 minutes left in their workday. I believe it's possible, but the way we haven't had a question. We haven't had anything. Okay, Washington for second degree, both guilty. Thanks for this, June. Somebody, Court TV, they did a poll, both guilty, and the Ali. They did a poll, both guilty 75%, both not guilty 4%. Ihsan Ali guilty and Zahraa not guilty 21%. Ihsan not guilty, Zahraa guilty 0. So this shows what I've been saying as far as the Ali. I think they're hanging on the mom. It is, and it's up to the family on both sides to help nurse and care for the kids because they'll be living with trauma. Amen. But they're not. I know. All that be true. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I know. And, but the thing is he's going to need the support of the men in his life. He's going to need that when he comes out. Stop objecting and let them speak. Chadwick, the reason why they're objecting is because you need to keep your answers within the framework of the question. You can't go on a narrative. And that's what's going on, or hearsay. And that's what's going on. They're rules of the court. Yeah, the defense needs the tears. Well, I don't disagree with that. See, when my ex went away, and I won't tell you what he did, there was only one victim impact statement that was read in, so we didn't have to listen to the stuff like this. But the judge did receive well over several thousand letters. I don't know. It was a ton in support of my ex. And the thing is that I was still married to him at that point. We were going through a divorce at that point. I was preparing for a divorce. But I will tell you that I was not asked to talk. I was not permitted pretty much to give an impact statement in any way, shape, or form, for or against. It was a little different. Now, it was in a federal court. They handled it a lot differently in the federal court. Sorry about that. I had something stuck on my keyboard. Amanda, thank you so much, Amanda Scott. What are you? First time, Ada, I've been hitting in the back, but I totally agree and enjoy your play-by-play. Amanda, I'm a little bit more animated than I should be. I just guess because I have been married to somebody who was convicted of a crime and could have spent 77 years per count in jail, but did not. They are already out. They've been out for a while, but this was years ago. But the thing for me is that I understand the value and the importance of all of these impact statements. I get it. But when you get the family up there, and I know they're somewhat in denial, but when you have a video of this guy doing what he did, he confessed he did what he did, and you have that said video, and then you can't sit there and say he didn't act in dangerous and act dangerously. Oh my God, Luca, thank you. Haley Mouse, you received the membership. Haley Mouse is one of our peeps, but she's dealing with some husband's got some medical stuff going on, so y'all keep him in prayer. You're welcome. This woman has to live with these injuries for the rest of her life, and she should have to, and he should have to go to prison for a long time. Yeah, like I said, I mean, when I wouldn't trust my daughter with him because she was in the house when he decided to step outside the house. He did step outside though. And empty an entire magazine on a vehicle that's moving, which means there was houses or possible people across the street. He was not thinking about where those bullets could end up. And that's one thing when you are a lead shooter licensed carrier that we are highly trained is know where it's going to end up. You don't pull that trigger unless you know that if I'm pulling it and someone's coming towards me and there's a person directly behind that person, I'm not going to let that lead go because it could go through the person and hit the other one. He had no regard for life in any way, shape, or form that day. Oh, yeah. Very lucky she didn't die. But do you know what? If she died 6 months from now as a result to the injuries, he will be brought up on a totally different charge. Totally different charge. That may be why they're going for what they went for. Although in Texas, the charge that they charged him with gets him more time than the murder. Red Room. I'm out of my favorite. I'm like digging it. I'm digging it. So, yeah, it's a hard place for anybody to be. It really, really is. And it's really sad. The children, I understand they have a right to their father. They do. But that was his choice. He made that choice. You can't put that choice on the jury. You can't put that choice on the victim. You can't put that choice on anybody but him. Yeah, she did. She really did. And so we'll wait and see what happens, but they, here we go.
D0000717D2, the state
I needed
of
to
Texas
cleanse.
versus Billy Delgado, charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, has been found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, as alleged in the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. In addition to
So 5 years to life.
Imprisonment, an individual found guilty of this offense may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you so choose to assess such a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it will not be paid to the victim or victims, if any, but it is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this, the punishment phase of the trial. and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law that applies in this case, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant because the application of that law will depend upon decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law, but you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached for your verdict if you should care to use the same. However, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Sid Harrell, presiding judge. Jury form is a little more complicated, ladies and gentlemen, because you have several choices. You have the choice of assessing a term in the penitentiary, no fine. You can add a fine. You can determine if the sentence is less than 10 years, all of the provisions, including probation. So read carefully the verdict form and make sure it is signed correctly, reflecting the unanimous verdict of the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have requested 40 minutes if they wish to use the same to argue the case. State once again has the opportunity to open and close.
40 minutes each side. That's basically, we're not going to get to the sentencing phase till tomorrow because it's already 3:30 here.
You may proceed.
Mods, I just want to tell you how much I love and appreciate our mods, Ronnie and June. Thank you so much for everything you do. We are greatly appreciate you and who you are. And thank you for keeping me on task and in control. Sort of. Love you guys. We love you greatly. Thank you for modding.
Ladies and gentlemen, who do you sentence? Who's at
You've
trial?
been good, Leroy.
Is it that man right there? Right here, sitting on this stool? Or is it that woman right there, Erica Torres? Literally, who do we sentence? Because according to the defense, it sounds like Erica Torres is a defendant and Billy Delgado is a victim. What do we hear through these witnesses? And not just these witnesses, but the witnesses, the evidence that came through guilt or innocence, that she's a bad mother. We heard it from his own mother, Connie Delgado, that she has criminal history. All I saw was mud being thrown one way. Their side to Erica. Did Erica do that? No. She took the stand. She owned up to everything she did. She took her responsibility. So really, who's at trial here? The state of Texas versus Erica Torres? Or is it the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado? Now, I want to talk about a timeline because I think it's very important. The timeline, it pertains to the guilt or innocence phase, but I think it's very important that I talk about it because it goes to show that what he did, what was the reason why he did what he did. And I think it's something that's aggravating that you can consider as evidence for punishment. As my colleague, Mr. Flores, said, you can consider evidence that was presented to you in this case and in the last case. Let's go over that time. On May 19, Erica tells Billy that Billy tells Erica that it's going to be her last birthday. Kayla de la Cruz confirms this. On May 31st at night, Emmy tells Billy Delgado about an alleged sexual abuse which was found to have no merit. Billy doesn't call Erica to confront her. Billy doesn't call the cops. Billy doesn't even tell his roommate Sharon. He doesn't even go to look for Uncle Louie. By this point, on June,
The judge has very little, if no say. Only way he would have a say is if it was outrageously, inappropriate. But in this situation, it's such a vast array of years or whatever. So no, the jury's the one. Hi, Sayla Smith. The jury are the ones who decide the verdict, not the judge. He is the assistant district attorney, Jennifer.
first, we know that Erica is out.
It is.
Socializing, having fun. There's testimony where she was having fun, socializing, having brunch. Erica testified that whenever she leaves Billy, Billy turns violent. He doesn't like that. Sharon is out of the room and testifies that he is happy making pancakes when he's calm. Erica testified that she was at brunch, socializing, moving on with her life. By this point, she had already asked for divorce. While in brunch, she gets a call from Billy. Hey, come pick up daughter, Emmy. She takes off. And that's when she's mowed down by a 9mm. Now, I ask, why is this important? Defense made it seem that it was because of this rape, this sexual assault, that there was no merit to it. No, the truth is it was because of power and control. He didn't like it. Billy didn't like it when Erica would leave him. That's what that was. That's what this timeline is. It shows power and control that Billy has over Erica. Again, she was socializing. He could have waited until Sunday for Erica to pick up Emmy. He could have just waited one day and talked with her. No. He didn't like that he was having brunch with her. He was out with friends. That she was out with friends. No. Let me call her on a Saturday. Let me bring her over. Which goes with the trap, the ambush that he was setting. I think that's very important and something that should be considered as an aggravating factor when it comes to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you saw it for yourself. Power control. You saw it for yourself. When he took the stand and Mr. Soto was questioning, look how he was acting. When he was in that interview room with Investigator Vela, look how he was acting. Power, control. Now imagine the times that we haven't seen him or when we don't see him. Now, Connie Delgado, that's mommy, that's his mom. She's willing to do anything for her son. But ladies and gentlemen, she's an enabler. She condones it. Remember the jail call? A mother can't defend against certain things. Yet, here at trial, she's justifying her son's actions. And mind you, this is when she took the stand and she said, oh, she's a bad mother. She didn't even have her kids for the first 4 months. Would a bad mother still allow access to her grandma to have access to her grandchild for 10 days out of the month? She's also inconsistent. On June 1st, she testified that Uncle Louie wouldn't do something like that. Yet at trial, for the first time, It came out, for her son's defense, it came out about this underwear, that there was mucus on the underwear. This story came out. Okay, well, what did you do? Did you follow it up? Did you go to the cops? Did you do anything? No, she didn't. No, she came up with this story for the first time right here to defend her baby boy, Delgado.
No offense, but this angers me because I'll be honest, young girls, women, I don't care how old you are, especially, I've had a daughter. Just because there's a little mucus in the underwear does not mean that somebody did anything inappropriate. My daughter, at a very young age, got an infection from swimming, and there was mucus because of an infection. You can't jump to conclusions.
And again, she takes a stand. What does she talk about? She made about Anna and how Erica and her family treated her. How Erica's family did worse things. How Erica's a bad mother. How Erica wasn't in Emmy's life for the first 4 months. She never held Billy accountable for his actions. And if we recall the jail call, ladies and gentlemen, you need to want to help yourself so that we can help you, Billy.
He was 3.
The way she's condoning and enabling him, she goes up there, yes, I'm going to be here to help him if he gets out. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to focus. The defense is, again, they're trying to shift the focus from what we have been saying. Billy made a choice. There are consequences to those choices. You must sentence him in accordance for that choice he made, for the consequences that he had on that woman right there and on the community that he put in danger. Now, I heard a statement that the state is making him look like a dangerous person. No, I think he did that pretty well himself, firing 10 shots at an individual who did not see it coming in an ambush. The state is not making him look like a dangerous person, ladies and gentlemen. The state just wants to show that a choice was made which has consequences. You've held him accountable for those consequences, but now you need to sentence him. One, as Mr. Flores said, that keeps in mind the safety of the victim, of Erica Torres, of the community, of people like Ms. Sylvia Navarro, and to deter this from happening again in our community. And Judge, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Sokol. Thank you.
Okay, I want to read something. I just looked up the Texas law on grandparents' right. It has changed a little bit since I went through what I went through almost 16 years ago. In Texas, grandparents do not have an automatic right to see their grandchildren, but they can petition a court for visitation or custody under specific situations. These circumstances generally involve situations where the child's parents are divorced or abused, neglected, sometimes incarcerated, depending, and have been deemed incompetent or deceased, or the child resided with the grandparent for a significant period of time. Like with my children, they resided with my parents for 2.5 years because the judge ordered that they could not live in the home with their father, and myself because of his crime. But when I say that, I need you to understand that it's very rare. To be successful, the grandparent must demonstrate that denying them access would significantly impair the child's physical or emotional health. Circumstances which a grandparent can seek visitation or custody in some situations of divorce. But here's the thing. a lot of these situations are based on whether or not that grandparent had had significant involvement in the life of the child. Well, in this case, it sounds like the grandmother did have significant involvement. I'm all for the grandmother have visitation, but what I'm not for is for the grandmother to have visitation as to get the child to the father so he can see him, because there's a restraining order on that. So parental abuse or neglect, if the child has been abused or neglected, sometimes upon incarceration's incompetent, but a lot of times of death of a parent, they have to prove denial of access would significantly impair the child's physical health and emotional well-being, according to this article. Demonstrate that having access to a child is in the best interest of the child, and seeking custody is a different thing. That's totally different. The Texas law generally will favor the right of the parent, so the grandparent must present a very strong case. Highly recommended that the grandparents consult an attorney. Okay, so here's what I faced. Luckily, the mother of this child has not been deemed incompetent or mentally incapable. She does have a little bit of a criminal history. That does not mean that she can lose the right to make the decisions on whether or not that child should be with the grandparents. It is a horrible situation. It is an uphill battle. Do I think this grandmother, because she is so involved in that grandchild's life, I think she should try it. But what bothers me is when a grandparent is so adamant about protecting their child, the son, who's a convicted in this situation. I question, will they be able to set aside the situation with their son to make the right decisions for the grandchild? And that's what I had to face, because my ex's mother and my ex says, and my mother-in-law and all his family believe there's no way he committed this crime. He's innocent. He's innocent. He's innocent. But yet, do I believe that if I gave my child a visitation with the grandmother, and then she decided to take the children over to see their father, which was inappropriate, do I believe that she's going to make the best decisions for my children when she's living in denial? These are all the extenuating circumstances that have to be involved in the decision of the courts on this matter. It is not a straightforward situation. If the situation concerns a parent is needed to be addressed with proper authority, don't wait to attempt to unalive someone and then bring it up in court. That is exactly true. And that's part of the problem I'm having with the parent and grandparent of this guy. They are not, we've reached 11 hours, sorry. They're not looking at the reality of what's happened. I would feel more comfortable if the grandmother said, yes, he was a good kid. He's a good guy. But do you know what? I'm angry. He did something stupid. And he's going to have to be held accountable. But while he's being held accountable, I would like my rights as a grandparent. I would have a whole lot more respect. But they're not giving that. Based off the grandma's testimony, I would be worried that she would let her son see the child despite restraining order. Well, while he's in jail or in prison, that won't happen. But when he gets out, and do you know what they say? He'll never get to see his child again. Well, that's not true, because he still has his parental rights. When he gets into prison, they will set up a visitation schedule. They can petition the courts to enforce a visitation schedule in jail in the prison. The ex-wife will have to bring the children to the prison, and if she doesn't, then they will deem somebody to meet up with her, a supervising agent, to pick up the kids and take the kids to the prison so he can have his time with his kids. They can do it every other week, depending on how far away, every month. He can talk to them on the phone. They have tablets. He can talk to them. They can do they have all kind of ways to keep the fathers and mothers connected with their children who are incarcerated. They have programs to ensure this happens. So this cry me a river about never seeing your child again, to me, doesn't hold water. And I had less rights than my ex-husband did, in all honesty, when it came to this visitation process. I was required by law to drive my kids 3.5, 4 hours every 3 weeks or so, depending on the schedule, 3 to 4 weeks to go see their father, whether I liked it or not. Once the child hits the age of adulthood at 17 to 18, depending on the situation, they can go see their father in jail every day if they want to, or prison every day. They can talk on the phone. I mean, that is what I get so flustered at. I understand that the kids should be able to see their father every single day. But that father took that away from the children, not the mother. The father did it. He's the one that decided to get a weapon and empty an entire magazine into the vehicle, and 10 rounds out of 15 into the body of the ex-wife. I don't understand why you're sitting here crying in court saying that he has rights, and it blows my mind. Blows my mind. If I got up from this chair and I walked out into the parking lot and I had a lead shooter and I got mad at somebody because they parked in my place and I emptied my weapon into them and I had minor children in the home, I did it to my kids, not my ex-spouse. I did. I'm responsible. There's no accountability for this young man. Not one person on that witness stand said anything about accountability. Yes, he did it. We forgive him. It's horrible. We don't agree with it. We're sorry the victim we're sorry, Erica, that this happened to you. Yes, it was a bad relationship. Yes, you two fought. You didn't deserve this. But guess what? When he comes out, he's still my son, and I'm going to support him. That's what I would expect a good parent to do. That's what I would expect a good parent to do. The sound is bad. I can't do anything about it. I am so sorry.
He was trying to protect his daughter in a way that maybe you shouldn't have done it. Right? And he injured somebody, he regrets it, he told you he's remorseful, and he wouldn't do that. But you have children. Somebody's injuring your child and you feel helpless. You can probably do something out of the ordinary. Okay? That's what. And these gentlemen here are trying to condemn him. Okay? Found him guilty of the aggravated assault. We'll carry that for the rest of his life. That's a felony conviction. Okay? Certain jobs are not available to him. They're all done. The range of punishments, probation, for life in prison. I'm here to tell you, probation is very hard. You can't judge and sentence them to be citizens, but probation is got to be 10 years or less. But it's very hard. You can come out 31 times for marijuana, cigarette, you got sentenced in prison. DWI, nobody gets hurt, just you, cop pulls you over. For him, he gets prison. Okay? Anything he violates the law, he goes to.
I feel like I want to address this with you, She-Wolf. Kids should be able to have contact with parents. I'm not saying they shouldn't in any way, shape, or form, unless the parent harmed the child in a way that they shouldn't have contact. The kids are not involved in the parents' issues. I agree 100%. We can't keep our kids from the parents just because. She-Wolf, I'm not saying we should. I'm not. But what I'm saying is I feel like that when you're sitting in front of a jury and they're going to decide the fate of a parent because the parent committed a heinous crime, Don't bring the child into this and say their child, don't convict him for 30 years because his children have a right to be raised by their father. That's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. And, you know, my children could see their father. They did want to. And I took them, but I struggled with the fact that it was forced on his schedule, his life. Didn't care what my life was about. Didn't care that my kids, my daughter was in cheer, my son was in band, for example, or my daughter was in band, or I was trying to work, I was going to school. I had to curve my entire life around his visitation with the kids instead of the other way around. I had no problem with him seeing his children. What I had a problem with is that I had to be the one sacrificing everything for him to do so when he's the one that committed the crime to put himself there. There has to be, okay, Ronnie, there has to be a balance. But unfortunately, in some aspects, inmates have more rights than those of us on the outside do. And that is a very hard thing to live with. I do not understand why that has to be the way it is. So in this situation, I believe the grandmother should be able to see her grandchild. I'm not against it. I'm just against them using the children as an emotional ploy to sway the juror to give him less time.
It's very hard to judge in order of counseling, in order of classes, drug classes. And we're also, okay, we're not, in this case, I asked questions about the severity of the offense. Would that drive the sentence higher or lower? And a lot of you said no, it just depends on the whole entire set of facts. I asked about second chances. Okay, most of you raise your hand, everybody deserves a second chance. I asked if you were for punishment or rehab. I think that was, we have a majority said rehabilitation. Okay, those are few extremists that said no, I want to punish. Right? I think in this case, the judges have to do a wide range. I would be back there to listen. What's important to you? What drives the sentence? Right? Is it his lack criminal history? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the abuse of the took? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the injury to Erica? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? I don't know. Okay? But I'm here to tell you that in order to appease the Torres family, I would suggest that you sentence Delgado to at least 5 years to minimum. Okay? You'll be able to get back out to society, you'll be able to see his kids, you'll be able to get his education, get training, come back out and try to keep him alive. Okay? You have all the evidence before you heard the witnesses, saw how this Delgado is around his family, how his life changed, how he takes care of his kids. He was a good person. Okay? It takes that description time and completely changing what they want you to do is. Okay? So more pushing, urging punishment for that one incident and the severity of this incident, right? But it doesn't match up to Billy's life, does it? Okay, normal life, takes care of his kids, his family, loves his family. He said he always was really good, he became involved in it. I suggest the majority of said is give him a second chance. Eric has been arrested 6 times, she's got a second chance, more than 2 times. She has 6 chances. All right? We're just asking for one more for that. All right? The applicant Delgado family, we thank you for listening to the case.
So the gist of all that was he deserves a second chance. I have seen it multiple times. I cry every time. I have been by Camp Mystic at least 9 times since the 4th of July. I was involved with the reunification of the families with their beloved remains. I was intimately involved in some of that stuff, so that's very difficult for me to deal with. Hi, Jake. So peaceful in here. I love it. I thought I was watching your stream a minute ago, but was somebody else's, and the chat room was just a mess. Happy to be here. Thank you. Well, Jake, you just missed my rant and raves about prison. About the closing, the impact statements, pulling children into it and all that. But we love having you here. Thank you for joining us, and welcome back. Welcome back, my love. Uh-oh, here we go. Getting the evidence out.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard a lot of testimony. We heard from the witnesses. A lot of Mr. Delgado's family, right? A lot of friends. And I understand it's hard. It's difficult to take the stand and testify. And they testified as to that he's a good person, that he's a great dad. He's been there for his family. And I'm sure at one point, Mr. Delgado was. I'm sure he was. In fact, you even had someone come here and testify and say that they believe shooting a person 10 times wasn't dangerous. That's how much they like Billy Delgado. As preposterous as that sounds. But somewhere along the
There's a question posted for y'all to answer.
way, Mr. Delgado changed. Billy changed, and he is not that person that they're talking about. Mr. Delgado changed, and you saw the real person he was. And like Erica told you, he puts up a front, he puts up a character. Well, on the date of June 1st, 2024, he pulled back the curtain. And he showed the public, he showed the real world who the real Billy Delgado is. Now, defense came up here and they told you they're asking for a 5-year minimum. 5-year minimum. And we talked about this in Ward Dyer. I asked if you all could consider the full range of punishment. He's asking for 5 years. Now, I'm going to ask you to consider
5 years.
Of 5 years. I ask that you consider it, think about it, and then get rid of it. This is not a 5-year case, ladies and gentlemen. By no means. This is not a 5-year case based on the evidence and everything we showed you here today. Punishment factors. What are you going to consider? What must you consider for a proper sentence? We look at the severity of the crime. How serious is the crime that we're looking at? Harm to the victim. What did she suffer? Remorse of the defendant and acceptance of responsibility. Is the defendant sorry for what he did? And deterrence. A sentence should deter the offender from committing future crimes and also deter others from committing similar crimes. Severity of the crime. He put the entire community at risk for his own selfish motive. Ladies and gentlemen, he shot a gun in public. Not only was he trying to shoot and kill Ms. Erica Torres, but he was also shooting with no disregard for where those bullets were going. You heard Mr. Pina take the stand. He was worried that bullets were going to fly into his house. You heard Officer Castillo. He was off duty, and he heard the gunshots. This was not a little isolated incident. This is something that affected our entire community. This was something that was out in the public. And you have someone playing cowboy like this, but shooting guns. He left Erica with no choice but to drive away, injured and fighting for her life. What was she supposed to do? Sit there? You heard her scream, "Kayla, call 911, he shot me." Was she supposed to sit there? And if you look at that video, State's Exhibit 5, I know we talked about this previously. He's walking, and he's walking with a purpose. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because he was going to finish the job. He was going to finish the job that day. Because for him, his objective was to kill Erica. Because don't believe for 1 second he was going to go up and open the door and say, "Are you okay? Are you all right? How can I help you, Erica?" No. He greeted her with gunshots raining down on her. That's how he greeted her. "Hello, how are you doing?" Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't going to go in to check on her. He was going to finish the job, what he intended to do. Sylvia Navarro, the accident victim, she came here to testify today. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what we showed you on State's demonstrative. When Erica got shot, she got shot right here. She drove down 2 blocks with no recollection, and she told you, "I was trying to get to the hospital. I was trying to make it to the hospital." So she turns right onto Clark Boulevard, drives down, no recollection, bleeding out, in and out of consciousness. The entire community is going about its day. The community doesn't stop because a crime occurred, putting women, children, other drivers at risk, people walking on the sidewalk, and she's driving this entire way until boom, right there. The crash that you see. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this was not something that was just between a couple. This was something that affected a lot of different people. She told you that her life was shaken by what Mr. Delgado did. She still has injuries for that. She had medical bills. She's still in pain. She has to get medication for this. That was her family vehicle. That's what she used to get to work. She had to get rides after that. You're talking about, that's just one person. There was still another person in that car, and there's still another person in the van that was smashed in the middle. So this isn't just about Erica as well. He affected so many lives. This is about the damage, all the damage that one man caused. All because he wanted to kill Erica Torres. She told you she's afraid of getting in cars because of what happened that day. Harm to the victim. What harm did the victim suffer? What harm did Erica Torres suffer? You heard Billy's mom tell him, this is not a slap in the face. No, it's not. Because she laid there in that bed with her stomach open for days, for weeks, for months, getting suction out of her stomach. She's essentially lost a year of her life in a hospital. And Mr. Vega, he was there and he's like, well, is sitting in jail bad? Sitting in jail is pretty bad, right? He asked her. What about
Not
sitting
as
in a
bad as her hospital.
fighting for your life, not being able to eat food, not being able to eat solids, not being able to drink liquids for a year? That's pretty bad. And who's responsible for that? That man right there, Billy Delgado. All this damage to everyone that suffered, everyone in the community, and to Erica is because of him. She told you, I'm going to have lifelong injuries. She's had over 30 life-saving surgeries. She has assisted living. She has to live with her parents. She's filed for disability. She has to get rides from her mom. She can't drive. She is completely dependent. She has lost her ability to be a normal person because Mr. Delgado stole that from her. He took that away from her. She told you she has PTSD. She lives her life in fear every day. And you all saw the picture. In case she ever tries to forget, she'll always remember because there's still little pieces of the bullet sitting inside of her. Little fragments that they can't take out because they'll cause more nerve damage to the hand that she writes with, her dominant hand. But how dominant is it, right? She can only lift 10 pounds. She can't pick up her daughter to give her a hug. She told you she can't ride horses. And she obviously can't walk very far because of the malnutrition she can suffer and because she can't eat large portions. She in fact fought here to testify today. She told you, I have no energy. She testified, I'm always in pain. As she sits here, she's in pain. Her normal will never be normal because Billy Delgado took that away. And Billy Delgado made that happen. She will never live her life according to her terms. And we don't know how this has affected her life expectancy. Because anything can happen, but she can't take medications the same as you and me. She can't get medical care the same as you and me. He left her in a fragile state. And not only in a fragile state, he gave her a life sentence. She's going to have a life sentence. Whichever way you spin it, she will have a life sentence of living with the injuries, the pain, and the suffering for the rest of her life. We heard Joe Martinez, who treated her with all 3 of her hospitalizations. He saw her every day. He told you she only has 105 centimeters of her intestines. She's at high risk of malnutrition. She can't eat like a regular person, and it won't change in the future. She won't get better from this. She is permanently damaged. Like he said, she can't have surgery to fix this. This display, he even said it's not normal. The way it is today, that's the way it'll always be. And she can't have anything done to her because he told you she can't reproduce skin. She can't heal like you and I can. So God forbid that something happens to her. She cannot fix her abdomen. If they accidentally cut her bowel, it'll cause the same injury as before. And he told you he saw her suffering, that she couldn't eat or drink for that year or for that time while she was not able to eat. She testified, my hair was falling out, my teeth hurt. That's because she wasn't getting the proper nutrients. She wasn't getting what you and I get, what us normal people get from eating food. So then we look at remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. We consider remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. Till this moment, Mr. Billy Delgado is still hiding behind his excuses. Remember, was I blacked out or I did it for my daughter? But not once has he taken responsibility for the actions of that day. And even then, people are trying to justify his actions. But that's just not the case, ladies and gentlemen. Because that was a dangerous act, and no one deserves to suffer that pain. No one deserves to suffer the pain that Erica is living through, day in and day out. You saw the way he was with officers. You saw the way he was with Mark Vela, and you saw the way he testified. And if that's not enough, you saw the way he was with his mother on the phone, the way he spoke to her. He's a different person in front of people. He puts on a character. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hate to see what he's like behind closed doors. But you know who does know? Erica. Those are the glimpses of the real Billy Delgado. June 1st, 2024, that's the real Billy Delgado that we're dealing with. And you heard Mr. Delgado. You heard him tell you. Because I asked him, did you regret this? And you heard what he said. And I asked him, did you regret it right away? And he said, I regret it as soon as I did it. Right after I did it, I regretted it. That's not the case. He doesn't regret it. And he still doesn't regret it. Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. Not very remorseful there. The only thing he could accept that day was trying to kill Erica. Because he afterwards tried to stalk her. He tried to get to her, like stalking prey. Walking up to her. Erica's lucky to be alive. Why is she lucky?
Some would disagree with, and this is not to be tacky, but some would say sometimes death is better than this kind of life. I don't agree with it. I would want to live, but that is how bad her life has been and will be for a long while. And I think he needs to pay to the fullest extent of the law. My humble opinion.
States Exhibit 6. Like I said, Erica is lucky to be alive, right? Oh, I apologize. The next section. They've taken the magazines into custody. She's lucky to be alive because she had 2 magazines in Mr. Delgado's pocket that were waiting for her. She had 2 magazines. If you see him reach into his pocket, you see him, he's there, he's digging into his pocket. He's there reaching to his pocket because that's what he was reaching for. That's what he was reaching for.
Oh, dang it. Assault verdict is in. It's in the penalty phase of the other trial. We're going to finish listening to him and then we'll hop over there. I was hoping it was the Ali. Wait. Verdict watch. Ali's. Okay. Nope, it's still going.
Fully loaded magazine.
Dang it.
Ready to unload these on Erica. That's the real Billy Delgado. Not to mention the one he used in Charlie. Remorse and acceptance of the responsibility.
But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we tell our children as growing up to things that we cannot protect you from. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much. Thing I did. How about that?
Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. This was days after Billy Delgado had shot Erica. While she's laying in a hospital unconscious, fighting for her life. He didn't regret a single thing. That's the real Billy Delgado. That phone call, that's the real Billy Delgado. Deterrence. How do you deter someone like Billy Delgado from committing future crimes and also deter other people, others from committing similar crimes? And Mr. Vega's right. He brought up a very good point. In voir dire, he asked you, who here believes in second chances? Who here believes in second chances? And everyone, a lot of people raise their hand, and understandably so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chance number 1. That's chance number 2. Chance number 3. Chance number 4.
Ooh, he's good.
Chance number 5. Chance number 6. Chance number 7. Chance number 8.
I like him. He's good.
Chance number 9. And chance number 10. And let's not forget, the biggest chance of all, when Mr. Delgado grabbed this firearm, placed his finger on the trigger, wrapped it around the trigger, pulled it out, and pointed it at Eric. That's the biggest
Wow,
chance.
that was good.
He had all these chances. He had all these chances. So this is not about second chances. There you go. So sentence. You heard Dr. Madero say Erica had less than a 50% chance of living after the medical treatment she received. You saw the defendant fire 10 shots at Erica with no mercy, no hesitation. We're going to ask you for 75 years. 75 years to serve. We're going to ask you for 5 years for each and every single casing he fired at her. 5 years for each shot he laid against her. And we're also going to ask you for 25 years in addition to that, for the pain and suffering that Erica will live through for the rest of her life, or whatever life expectancy she has. 75 years, ladies and gentlemen. We're not asking for life in this case. We are not asking for life in this case. What we're asking for is justice. And I'm going to leave you with one last final thought. Because every single time that you try straying away from 50, I want you to think of every single time you try thinking about going below 50, I want you to think of, because the date of June 1st, 2024, all Erica heard raining down on her was multiple gunshots.
Good for you,
And now
dude.
we're here today. It is time to make a decision, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to ask you that when you go, you grab this punishment range form. And you will sign 75 years to serve. That is justice. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you'll have the charge of the court in the back to guide you. You will.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh. That is powerful. I'm scrolling back on the other one. That is powerful, y'all. Powerful. Okay, they're going to come back in. I don't think they waited long, y'all. Just a few minutes. Okay.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I received indication you have a verdict. Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Could you hand it to the bailiff for me? Thank you. Mr. Delgado, counsel, would you please rise for me? Cause number 2025 CRG 000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 50 years. No fine assessed. Do you wish to have him pulled?
Yes, sir.
Jury list one more time.
50 years. That's almost life.
Okay, same thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call your last name. If you agree with the verdict, say yes. If you don't, for some reason, say no. Nieta?
Excuse me for a moment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to accept and receive your verdict. At this time, Mr. Delgado, would you and counsel please approach the bench for me? The jury, having returned a verdict of 50 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is there any legal reason why we should not proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal,
He can get, I think he can parole after 30 years.
which your lawyer can further advise you on. If you'll have a seat
30.
over there, I believe we may have some victim impact statements. Any victim impact?
Yes. Yes, sir. Will we be going off the
You bet your butt there is.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes, and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated,
I
you
got to
can
take
face
a
me, you
comfort
can
break.
face the
I'll be
jury, or you
right
can
back.
face
I'm
the
listening,
defendant.
y'all.
You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss sense of safety and the road of healing is still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, They feel the pain in ways you may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did.
All right, guys, I want to say this. Some of the medications they have her on can keep her in that position. Doesn't mean she's not malnourished. It doesn't mean she's unhealthy. I mean, some medications kept me big a long time. Just saying.
Or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took
Good girl.
so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety and you took the light from her eyes and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I say, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not destroy. The pain you caused is deep and the betrayal is devastating, and yet we still choose not to live in hate. Like my daughter, I hold on to faith and hope, onto the belief that love, courage, and truth are stronger than violence. Forgiveness is not easy. It is not forgetfulness. It does not erase the pain, but it is a choice that we make to reclaim our power, not to excuse what was done, but to refuse to change, to let it change us. I forgive because I refuse to let your actions define the rest of our lives. You need to understand what you did, not just in words, but in your soul. You didn't just break the law, you broke hearts. You shattered trust and you left behind wounds that may never fully heal. I hope you carry the truth with you, and I hope in time you seek true accountability, not for our approval, but for your own soul. My daughter is still here by the grace of God, and she is rising every day. That's a miracle. That's strength. That's something you could never take from her. And as her mother, I will always be by her side, reminding her and your daughters that light still shines even after the darkness of night. We speak not from vengeance, but from truth, and the truth must be heard.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, your duties are now concluded. I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts during this case and your consideration and your close attention to the evidence. I know nobody volunteered for this duty. Everybody was drafted, but I do hope it was educational for you and you learned a little something about your criminal justice system. You are excused with our thanks. We're going to let you go from the jury room one more time. All of the instructions I gave you previously are now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you after the case is over with, but that's entirely up to you. You're free to go. Would everyone rise for the jury? All right, we recess. Thank you very much. I want to commend counsel for their professionalism in this case. It was a pleasure meeting you and working with every one of you. Take care. Mr. Delgado, you're remanded to custody of the Webb County Sheriff's Office for transportation to the Texas Department of Corrections. Good luck.
Judge, do we get a chance to speak to the jurors?
That's why I sent them back there.
Yeah, I sent him back there for that reason, y'all. Too bad the judge couldn't completely honest. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So the year 2075 will be his year of release. Well, he could get parole after. Y'all, I am getting so close to being done of the brim. I got to do the rest of it. I'm going to really deck this one out. Look at that picture of her, y'all. Isn't that horrible? I mean, that's horrible. Okay, now we're going over to this case. Turn it on.
Thank you. What would you like me to do?
I mean, just that this has been a very unique thing. It's been a hard thing. I mean, it's hard to lose your mom, and 3 days after that, lose your dad. And, have to spend the next 2.5 years trying to untangle whatever he tells you, whatever anybody else tells you, and whatever might be going on. It's just been hard to not be able to really mourn my mom. I think probably 2 weeks after she died, I set an alarm on my phone that's gone off every single day for the last 2.5 years at 10 p.m. And it just says mom. Just because I found myself not being able to spend that time to think about her and miss her and mourn her. She didn't get along great. She was a good lady. She loved me and I loved her. And I'm sad that there's no more time with her. It's a hard thing. I mean, I don't know if I have anything specific to tell you. It's been a hard thing, Judge. And I appreciate everything you've done in this court, all the judgments that you've made, any sacrifices that might have meant. You've been very important to me and my siblings for staying on this case and for doing everything you've done. So we appreciate you, and we're sorry we had to learn who you were under these circumstances. It's a very sad place, but we thank you for everything you've done, and we trust your decision when it comes to everything else moving forward. So.
Next we have
Angela, you're so welcome. And you know what? Every time I see your thumbnail, it gives me this My sister was an ocean person, and they scattered her ashes just the 15th of this month, and then her husband died on the 17th. But that picture she would have on her phone and in everything, because she would have loved that thumbnail. So thank you. That just kind of feel like I got a little love note from my sister today. So thank you for joining us. We are now going into 12 hours in deliberation. In a minute, we're going to be going into 12 hours of deliberation. But right now we're in the Craig, the trial where the doctor poisoned his wife and unalived her.
Let's just add a little color of the courtroom for our viewers that we just learned, and that is 8 of the 12 jurors came back in the courtroom to listen to these victim impact statements, including the foreperson sitting in the back of the gallery.
Yeah, an interesting contrast to the case we just saw in Texas, where the jury is responsible for sentencing. In Colorado, they are not. And some of them interested to see how it turns out.
Yeah, and that was the victim's son. We're going to have more from this. We do need to take a break. We'll get you back to the courtroom for more of those victim impact statements. Stay here with us on Court TV Live.
Saturday nights on ION is our night. Let's go!
These dang commercials are going to be the bane of my existence. Hey, welcome back. Delgado was found guilty, and 50 years is his sentence. 50 years.
For the Adelson clan.
The Matriarch Mastermind murder trial. Live coverage this August on Court TV.
And got 50 years. Yep, I'm eating protein. My weight loss is stalled, so I'm kicking it back into gear. That's all on me, boo. So, oh, I wish, honey. I'm going to screenshot this because I've never really been in the ocean. I've never been on a cruise. I've been to the beach in Texas, which to me is not pretty. Give me. I want to be able to see I want to see to the bottom. You can't see your toes when you're in the ocean in Texas in a lot of places. So I want to be able to go on a cruise. I want to go swim with the dolphins. I want to snorkel. I want to do all the things she and I were going to go on a cruise. When we found out her cancer came back just days before Christmas, just 2 weeks prior to that, we had just finished agreeing to book a trip, a cruise, and we were going to go together for a full 7-day cruise. And I agreed because I'm really don't like being submerged in water, but I agreed to do a snorkel trip and all these things, and we planned it all out. And the day after she we were going to go speak to a travel agent, and then she found out the cancer came back, and we never got to do it. So one of these days I'm going to go do it. One of the days I'm going to go do it. So we'll see. But I need a bestie to go with me. I don't have a bestie to go with me. I need one. I don't have a bestie anymore. So anyway, Robbie, thank you for joining. Thank you for hopping in. We appreciate you. I'm going to kind of fix this up a little bit. I'm not liking the way it's setting. There we go. Save it. The layout now has changed. Texas strong. That's right. We got a lot of Texas folk here. I'm thinking about, and I need to get a hold of my Texas mod. I'm thinking and trying to figure out how we can do a Texas roundup where we can all get together and visit. I want to go over to one thing, our poll. The poll that we have, I'm going to end the poll and we're going to look at the results. So the poll results are, hi Amanda, as a Texan, Panama City Beach, Florida is my favorite. I have a friend that lives in Panama. Maybe I should go see him. So in the Ali trial, both guilty 68%. Ihsan guilty, Zahraa not guilty 24%. Both not guilty 7. And then not Ihsan not guilty, Zahraa guilty 0. Let's see how that poll compares to the poll with Court TV. Guys, we're pretty close. Well, let's see. In Court TV, the poll, the 13th juror, both guilty was 75%. Ours is 68. But they had like a lot of voters, like 5,400 voters. Both not guilty was 4%. We had 24%. Wow. Ihsan guilty, Zahraa not 21%. We had 7. So we're reversed in that area. So that's an interesting poll. That's interesting.
All right, let's get you back now for more victim impact statements in court in the Poison Shake murder trial. The victim's brother, Rick Prey, is now speaking.
There has been mention made in the testimony of witnesses and statements of attorneys about the closeness of the Prey family and about our shared belief in the possibility of eternal nature for families. As you have heard, there are a lot of us, 10, 5 girls, 5 boys. I am the oldest brother, and Angie is the youngest. I first met Angie when she was about 4 months old. Between the ages of 19 and 21, I was living in England, serving as a volunteer for a church. When I left there, my youngest brother's 10.
Stop messing with the mic, dude.
When I returned home, 4-month-old Angie was there. I'm closer to my parents in age than I am to Angie's age. I didn't get to live in the same house with Angie for very long, just a few months really, before I went away to school and eventually married and started my own family. Now we are all older and spread out. 6 of my siblings have eventually migrated to Utah over the years. I'm in Texas, Tim is in Arizona, Scott remains in western Kansas, and as you know, Angie ended up in Colorado. You might wonder how we can say that we are close when there are so many of us. There is a wide, gradual spread in ages, and we are spread around the country. You've heard about our text chain. We've had monthly FaceTime call going before Angie was gone. Rotating Christmas gift exchange, birthday carol cards, and calls. Occasionally, family reunions, weddings, births, funerals, vacation visits, and other activities and events keep us up to date with each other. Whenever we've been together, it's like we've never been apart. All those things certainly help us keep together and in touch, but they are only the support system for the primary force that makes us close. When we were growing up in our home, our parents set aside one night a week for family home. We had a theme for our family, which we would repeat together during this time. Love makes our house a home. When you're born into the Prey family, you are accepted, you are included, you are loved. What is the requirement to be loved? Simply that you are a member of this family. That doesn't mean that to say that we always agree on everything, and that we always approve of everything any one of us does. We are like many families who work through those sorts of things. And we are successful because there is an underlying foundation of love and acceptance. This is a magical force in our family. If you are a member of the immediate family, you receive this love and acceptance. If you marry into the family, you receive this love and acceptance. If you are a child of one of the siblings or nieces and nephews, you are recipients of that love and acceptance. We don't have to know family very well to talk every day, to feel and to extend that love and inclusion. Even in the midst of challenges one of us might be facing. Angela was an insatiable lover of her family from a young age. She championed and loved a couple of her older siblings out of the major challenges they were facing. One of them says she saved him. She was best friends with her older sister. Her love of genealogy stems from her love of her family. Our love for our nieces and nephews.
Okay, Robbie, let me see if I can find another feed, but unfortunately, this is pretty much all we're going to get. I don't think he's close enough to the mic. We do have the captioning. I am so sorry. I can't fix the court. But I'm going to keep it playing. I'm going to turn it down just a hair. Y'all turn it up a hair because that may be a little bit of the problem because I'm 100% gained.
Extends to concern for their
Maybe getting a little feedback.
Also, we tend to be nosy. We love all of them because they are hers. I was always impressed with Angie's obvious love, friendship, involvement, care, and concern for her children. She loved them and supported them, and they loved and related to her. She was a special mother with a unique ability to connect with her kids. She was always finding
The brother of the victim remembering his sister, Angela Craig, the victim in this case, saying that love is the magical force in their family. Interesting note, Angela's just one of 10 kids in that family. You mentioned a large family, 10 kids in that family. Let's bring in our guest, still with us, former Chief Trial Counsel, Richard Grundy. Richard, just want to get your thoughts on this.
We don't know when the verdict is. That's the problem. I have never had a jury that's been out for deliberation for 12 hours without a single question. Not a single question. Okay, so I cranked the volume down. The problem is we've had really bad court audio, and I've had to gain everything up 100%, and I had to gain myself down 100%. I'm actually gained up a little bit more than I probably should be. But anyway, so when is the verdict in for Ihsan Zahraa? Your guess is good as mine. It is 4:52 here. That's 5. It's 3. It means it's almost 3 there. We have about an hour and a half left in their deliberation day until we go into tomorrow. I was supposed to have tomorrow off. So what's going to happen if we're still waiting? We're going to do verdict watch, but I'm going to be working in my studio. I'll be in and out of the live. No, the clock stopped because I have stopped the video. That's why the video's not playing. Yeah, I did that to myself earlier and it freaked me out.
Again, victim impact statements.
The wrong way with the jurors.
I agree with you. I think that victim blaming was not successful in either case. And this one really makes me sad because, again, she went to the hospital more than once to doctors to say, these are my symptoms. I'm not feeling good. I know something's wrong. And he would even say, oh, I brought you a protein shake because you're not feeling well. And we know there was poison in that. He's now been convicted of that first-degree murder. But the other thing I have to say about this is the 6 kids that they had together. We heard from one of them, Robert Craig, the victim impact statements. A lot of viewers say, hey, do these make any difference to a judge issuing a sentence? Does it matter to the judge what the victim say in terms of the actual sentence? Your thoughts?
Oh, they did, Angela? We didn't hear about that.
I do think it does.
Oh my gosh, we didn't hear about that. They did? Count 3? Okay, I got to look. I'll look it up.
I know, and this is one of the things that was really interesting in Delgado, where as Michael made reference earlier, the jury is actually doing the sentencing. I mean, I didn't know that it was over, and they were taking them away. I was waiting for the judge to say, I'm adopting that, or I'm not adopting that, and you are here now decreed, but I guess it was all done. So I do think they matter in situations like in Massachusetts. If you get convicted of first-degree murder, we're going to do victim impact statements, but we know what the sentence is going to be. It's a minimum mandatory sentence, so that's very often the case. So, Judge, Your Honor, if I could ask you one question. If the victim in the Craig case had received better medical care and she survived, should Mr. Craig get a different sentence?
Well, I think when the victim lived.
Okay, so they had a question in count 3. They wanted to know what the count meant in reference to authority. Count 3 was the attempted kidnapping in the first-degree domestic violence. The charges are part of a broader set of serious allegations against Ihsan Zahraa Ali, accused of attempted red room. So the kidnapping was the attempt of grabbing their child, touching the child without her permission, and trying to remove her against her will. That is what count 3 is. So the jury has to come back, that's right, and say they cannot agree on a verdict, and that has happened several times before. The judge will grant a hung jury. So they have to come back. He'll send them back with instructions to continue deliberating more. And then they sometimes will give them oh God, what's that charge? Not George. Oh God, what's the charge? I forget the name of it. And then he'll give them a charge, and then they go back. And then if they can't reach it, then they'll come back and it can be a hung jury. Well, that's true. I think that is a huge part of the issue. I bet day one in and of itself was reading through and understanding the instructions. I would venture to say. Yeah. That's right. Allen charge. Thank you. Brain cramp, the Allen charge. That's right. So they will need to give an Allen charge before they can do, well, depending on the state, but yeah, that's where we are. Yeah, everybody's now hitting me with the Allen charge. My mind is still reeling over all that crap with that other case. You know, I do feel for the family and the parents and the children and everybody. They're all victims in this guy's actions. You know, it just would be nice to have heard from him to sit there and say, you know what, guys, I take responsibility. It is my fault. I shouldn't have done it. All I can do is apologize. I accept the fate of the court. I accept the verdict. You know, for once, I would love to hear somebody come back and take full responsibility, but that won't happen. All right, let's get back.
Then yeah, there is an opportunity for a better, different sentence. Absolutely, just my opinion. All right, Richard Grundy, thank you so much for joining us tonight. A real delight to have you on.
All right, folks, stick around. Coming up in our next hour, we'll get you back to court for more victim impact statements in the poison shake murder trial of James Craig. And the judge issues his sentence. Also, we've got new video of convicted killer Brian Koberger, who was stopped by police 4 months before the murders of 4 college students. Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson will have that for you. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Yep, and I made a boo-boo, so I was beating last night, and I was watching a movie with June, and I made a mistake, and I had to undo the entire 4 inches. That's 3 inches. I'm sorry, that was 3 hours worth of work I had to undo. It was like she did not want to give him that, but maybe these. Yeah. So now I'm going to have to undo just 3 rows. Nothing too bad. So I need to give a shout out to my fabulous mods. Y'all are amazing. You guys, when you can find people to work with you and everybody works so well together and put up with each other's cray cray and support and sometimes tell you how the cow ate the cabbage. You're very blessed in this business, and I am. I know how much my mods really dedicate their time and energy, and they are very good mods. They're amazing mods. They do a fabulous job, and Lord knows I wouldn't want to do this without them. So thank everybody. Give a round of applause or a little something up. We do have a mod, a love your mod emoji. If you are a member of our channel, you've got special emojis that you can throw up. And yes, and I think I just might as well just do it right now. I'm going to give some mod love to my mods. See, there's the mod love emojis. In order to get that, if you are a member, you click on the little emoji icon, and the very first list of emojis are our special chat emojis for our members. And if you'd like to become a member, it is only 99 cents to do so. We've got membership different levels, but 99 cents is the beginning entry level. Yes, they are. And you know what, y'all sit here and talk about how wonderful our chat is. It's because of our mods. And if you see the little next to your comments, you'll see an emoji, dollar bill, or whatever, and you see a little heart. Put your arrow over the heart and see how I'm throwing hearts. You guys, that helps our algorithm when you do that. It royally helps our algorithm when you throw up hearts or any kind of anything like that in that. It just really helps. So thank you so much. Oh, wunderbar. Let me go over here. I have a new mention. We got movie. Oh my God, y'all are going crazy in the movie suggestion. I just watch it. I think we'll have to do a movie night. I'll have to see what my schedule is like for today. I've got a lot of mail I got to answer in Discord, but right now we're live. Be back in a minute. Thankfully, they're not night mods. Yeah. That's true. Angela, welcome. Oh, we got a new member. Welcome. We got a new member. Now you can use those new emojis. You've got new emojis.
Vermella blocks hot
Use
flashes
them.
and night sweats. 94% of
Oh,
women
no.
saw relief.
No. We don't want that. We are emojis. I'll just throw them out there so everybody can see all of our custom emojis. I learned how to make emojis. I have a coffee mug that says, in my humble opinion, IMAJ like mine. I have my famous Heidi, which is right there, and Hamish, which is right there. And those are our mascots. My sister gave me. We got our love mod. We got our button. We have our rainbow unicorn poo. We have mind blown. We have the gavel. We have the ASL ear. And we have the ILY. There we go. So I threw them all up there so you guys could see. Hey, Gabby. I'm a ho. I'm a hi. I'm a ho. I'm a low. I'm a Joe.
Oldest brother, his name is Rick Prey.
She was a light in our family that shone brightly. She didn't confine her love, service, friendship, and concern only to her family. We have heard from many friends.
Real quick, hey, Gabby, have you been in contact with Carmen? I've been trying to get a hold of her. If you do, let her know. I'm looking for that little Energizer bunny, as I call her.
She has helped greatly in friends who loved her deeply. She was a force for positive change in her family, her own life, and in the lives of all those who had the opportunity to be around her. These words sound like superlatives. Often spoken
Hard to hear him.
about someone who's gone. The amazing thing is they are not superlative and can be attested to by almost everyone who I speak of him as if she was still with us in this life. I wish that were true. Because Jim decided to betray her trust and ours. Because Jim decided to cast aside the love and forgiveness extended to him by Angie and us. Because Jim decided to bring shame to his family and cast aside his good upbringing. Because Jim decided satisfying his lusts, needs, financial issues, and desires was more important than having his children raised by a mother
I
who
know.
loved him. Because of the selfishness.
I know, but man, I'm going to be in her town the 14th and 15th of this month, and I want to see them.
Greed, lust, dishonesty, and narcissism of Jim Craig. This bright young light has been extinguished. She is not here to add her light and strength to our family's love and companionship. She's not here to shine her light on the lives of her children. And we worry about that. And then there is a hole in the fabric of our family. There is a hole in the fabric of our family that cannot be filled. It is impossible to calculate the love, service, and good things lost because her life was needlessly and cruelly cut short. We join the knowledge that this life is not the end, and that families can be eternal, that through Jesus Christ all things are possible. I still wish I had my baby sister here today so I could continue to watch her shine and be the recipient of her life. I would just add some things. I've covered a lot of things that I wanted to say. Gave a good introduction to our family. But I want to add some things about Angie that are more experiences that I had. My name is Rick Crayon, number 3, second boy. When Angie was born, I was about 17, and she was a cute little girl. Just even you could see her personality. So I got to get in a big family. I got a lot of experience changing diapers. So I made sure that I changed Angie's diapers. And she would probably say that her poop didn't stink, but I will attest it did. And she was just fun. I like babies anyway, but she was fun. I left to a mission also. I went to Belgium, Holland. And when I came back a couple of years later, she was 4 years old. Somewhere in there. And so she was at that age where she was talking, and she talked a lot. And she
Oh, they blocked out the sound. Yeah, Gabby, that's the correct date. Yep, 14th and 15th, I'll be in Livingston.
Precocious, but very fun to be around. But I like life. I went out for my own night at life. I went to, well, actually, when I got back, I went to junior college, and so I was there for only 2 years. Then I went to BYU and got married, and all that things, the kinds of things that you do as you grow up. And so I would see her, like Mike said, at family events and things that we attended once in a while, and they would come to Utah sometimes. So things got, it was not as easy to remain close, but because we are the family that we are, we did. We knew what she was doing and what things were going on in her life. 2013, my dad died. And that was one of the things that brought our family together. We got to catch up on a lot of stuff, and it was kind of a sad occasion for us. But we buried him, and then we had to take care of my mom. We brought her out to Utah, so we had to sell her house, and she was there helping. whenever she could be. We got her house in Ihsan, Utah, and then she was diagnosed with terminal cancer, brain cancer. And we, and all of the kids that were here or there, took turns, 24-hour shifts with my mom for 10 months. And Angie would come up, and she'd be there. And so I got to know her even better as an adult as we went through it. And the kinds of service that she provided for my mom while she was there. She was very accurate with her medication, kept records, helped us do all that kind of stuff. And it was good to have her around. In fact, when she was there, we would tease my mom. We all have pretty good sense of humor, but my mom had a good sense of humor too. We tease her about things, even sometimes things she couldn't do because of the brain tumor, which seems cruel, but it's not. It's funny. And she would laugh, and Angie had some good sarcastic things that she would do, and it was just fun, even when we were suffering. She went through, when my mom died, she took all the photographs that we found in the basement and we cleaned out, and she digitized all those things. And it was a big process because there were a lot of photographs that my mom had inherited from her mom, and some even past that. And she took them all the ones she couldn't get done while she was there back at her house, and she continued working on them, and we would get updates. And it was great. And we still have those things out on the web that we can look at because Angie took that time. My wife became good friends with her through the years. We went up to see Mary's wedding. We went up to help her out, to help Angie get ready. I got to hang out the lights and chimneys, and it took me almost all day to do it. But I was glad to do it. It was really fun to be with her and see how she works and how she loves her children. And the things that she had done and that wedding were amazing. She had stuff for kids up on the stage and all kinds of displays that she put together. She was really dedicated to me. And just things like that through our whole lives. She was always there for somebody who needed her. And there's a lot of other things I could say, but I've taken enough time for that. The last thing I remember actually from that, I think that wedding was one of the last times I ever spent a good amount of time with Angie. The next thing that she did that I remember was Wendy and her and Tony and I think Kathy went towards Roots Hackers, the genealogy thing, and that's the last time we saw her alive. So we got to Aurora. When she was dying on the way, we found out that it was possible that Jim had poisoned her while we were in the car on the way. And it was very shocking to even think that would happen to you. When we got there, one of the things we were there with Jim's parents, and I got to talk to them a bit. And it was really difficult to be there and knowing what he had done and talking, or at least as far as I knew, we had enough evidence to know it was pretty certain that's what had happened. And talking to his parents was, because I couldn't tell them, and I knew this was going to hit them hard. So the night before, just a few experiences. The night before he got arrested, he came home, and that was really difficult. I met him coming down the stairs. I was in the living room. He came down the stairs and hugged me, and I wasn't in a hugging mood, but first time in my life that I felt like I just really wanted to sing. And, but I didn't. It's not me. And later that evening, he held a family night for his children and taught about the atonement.
I know.
And my sister Becky, who's really close to him, I remember her kind of pounding her head. I think the dishwasher or something not real hard, but she was having a hard time. But to sit there and listen to him teach the atonement to his children, knowing what he had done. And I would just like to say to Jim, just a little bit, to think about what you've done. Think about your parents. And I would just ask one thing, that you tell your parents, that you come clean and you tell them the whole story and apologize to them so that they don't have to suffer and wonder about you. I love Angie. I wish she was here, but she's not, and we'll see her again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the brother of the victim really praising his sister, talking about how devoted she was to the community, the family, and everything else. All right, we're going to take a break. But before we do, I want to let you know that we remain on verdict watch in the attempted murder trial of two parents in Washington State. This is the second day of deliberations, and they've now been deliberating for over 12 hours, almost 12 and a half hours now. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are both charged with attempted murder. Prosecutors say they tried to choke their teenage daughter, Fatima, to death at the bus stop of her former school. Fatima had run away earlier that day back in October of 2024 to avoid a planned trip to Iraq, where she says she didn't feel safe. Now, earlier today, the jury returned and asked the court for the definition of legal authority as it relates to count 3, which is the charge of unlawful imprisonment. Well, the judge basically told them, look, you got to go back and reread the jury instructions, that you could not give them the definition. It was in the instructions. And remember, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali face up to life in prison if convicted of second-degree murder. All right, we're going to take a break here. Coming up next on Court TV, we're going to hear from the victim's daughter.
Yeah, I'm going to mute that because they're going to have a commercial break and then it will cut into me. So right now we are exactly in this is where we are. We're at 12.5 hours. Yep. Yep, yep. I did not expect it to be this long unless we were looking at a hung jury. In my humble opinion. Do I think that it was attempted kidnapping? I do. I don't believe that, the way he was, I don't know. Some people may arguing you can't have both red room and attempted kidnapping in both. I think you can. I think the jury in Ali versus Washington State is hung on the mother, but I'd say she's guilty as of assault one. Okay. That's fair enough, Joseph. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I had another question. What am I working on? That is what I'm working on. I got that much more to go, and I'm going to try and get it done tonight. It is an hour an inch. I'll tell you how many hours it's going to be. Never expect a jury to deliberate as long as they have ever, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes it's shocking, but at least they're taking their time. And yeah, I will say, Gabby, you're correct on that. I'd rather see a jury take longer than what I hope for them to come back within like an hour. Because I think I think that it deserves a deliberation. And I'm going to count this. So far, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I got 40 hours in it. 40 hours in it so far, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 more. 40. Did I say 45 or 40? 40. I'll have about 45 hours into just that beating alone. Let me put this in here. And then I've never done this, but I'm going to do it on this hat. Let me pop this down so y'all can see. So what I'm going to do is, if you can see the thread. So I'm going to bead one row all the way around it. And so that's going to take some time. So I think this hat is going to have about 70 hours to 80 hours worth of work into it, because once I've got to bead it all the way around here, then on the underside, I've got to lay a thin tube of silk thread that I have to hand sew, because I don't like people being able to see the thread, because when you look close, you can see the thread, and I don't like that. Then I've got to do the hat band. So Misa no nosa what Isa gonna do so with the hat band dasa. Oh, Ada, your hats are fabulous. I love them. If I was a hat person, I would buy one, but I really do look terrible in hat. Even a baseball cap? Oh, come on. Oh, I take sunglasses and I bead the rims, but I have to buy the sunglasses. They're not super expensive, but I do need to buy the sunglasses because I can only, I glue those in. I do sell, but I don't have a shop. I sell
Criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor David Bruno. David, great to see you
I
as
wish I
always.
could, Gabby. I never
friend.
thought
And,
about
you know,
that.
This is one
I'll
of
have
those
to get
cases
pictures and put them in there
where
and take
the
custom hats
sentence
for
is known,
sale.
right? It's mandatory life in prison.
Guys, this hat is going to be $1,000 hat when I'm done. At $15 an hour. That's what I should be charging $20 an hour, but I do $15 an hour.
Without parole. But this victim impact statements is still extremely important because, again, we often debate whether they have any effect at all. It won't have an effect in this case, but certainly it has an effect on the victims, their ability to express themselves in court.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the primary thing here. Look, it's because of the first degree with deliberation in Colorado, it is a mandatory life without parole, right? So there's no leniency. And oftentimes we're on this network and we're watching sentencing where there is discretion from the court. And that's where victim impact statements and aggravating and mitigating factors are so important, because that's really what's required in the balancing when sentencing somebody to a crime. In this case, and some other states, that does not have any discretion. So basically, we all know what he's going to get. He's going to get life without parole, but it is therapeutic for the victims and the family members. And we're seeing this. We're seeing the family step up and talk about the victim. And I'd imagine that is therapeutic for them to get it out and really feel, and those emotions get to run through. And that's what we're really watching here. It's so sad to hear from the family, because, this could have went a completely different way. Could have went a divorce, separate. And instead, we saw what happened: the deliberation, the research, the purchasing, and the cover-up.
Yeah, and the cover-up, to me, is a big deal when we talk about the fact that there's really no room for leniency here. If there was some sort of balancing act, when you start thinking about who this guy is and what he did in this case, just a serial cheater, had 6 kids at home, a wife devoted to him and the family, taking care of the family. Seems like she's a very nice person. She suffered. He not only premeditated it, but what he premeditated was for her to suffer. And we know she suffered. She went back and forth to court, and finally, then he tried to cover it up by creating more lies. So if there was balancing act in this case, he probably would have had no chance anyway.
Yeah, well said. It was also critical in the evidence itself on consciousness of guilt, right? Because he was saying suicide. He was trying to present an alternative theory to the death. And then when you just stack on top the after conduct and the evidence that was shown of cover up and all these other actions that were trying to show that this was something other than a murder, it actually goes to the consciousness of guilt and was critical in the case itself for prosecutors to get this conviction.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, David, stand by. I want to take folks right back into court for more victim impact statements. The court is now hearing from the defendant and the victim's 21-year-old daughter, Miriam Craig.
I was the second child of my mom and dad, her oldest daughter, and although I may not have been hers, she was my best friend. A lot of people keep telling me that my mom is here with me, but I hope more than anything that she's not. I hope she's somewhere so much better, yelling at people for not labeling their family history pictures. On the videos and pictures and stuff that we've seen throughout the duration of this trial, you've seen some of the ugliest dogs in the world. Two little fuzzballs that followed my mom everywhere. They loved her so much. One of them, he should be dead by now. We don't know how he's made it this long. I was supposed to be able to hug my mom when he died. And instead I was left to take him home and figure out what to do with him since my mom was gone. I was supposed to be able to plan my sister's weddings with my mom, even though there was nothing in the world I wanted to do less than plan weddings. I was supposed to be able to share with her the stories, the things happening in my life, and the projects that I started and never finished. And I was supposed to be able to trust my dad. He was supposed to be my hero, and instead he'll forever be the villain in my book. And it hurts so bad every day, and I miss her so much. And I know there are so many more people that would love to be able to stand up and say a lot about my mom and how wonderful she was, and some people who would just love to stand up and remind us some of the stupid things she did and said, and some of her crazy moments. But I think I speak for everyone when I say that life and the world will truly never be the same. It will never be as bright as it was when my mom was here with us. And I regret every single day that I don't get to spend my days growing up and introducing her to my babies and their babies and worrying about like what retirement home she should be in, or should I should hire an in-home nurse or something. I just don't know, Judge. I miss her. I want my mom. I want more than anything to go home at the end of the day and just give her a hug and call her and tell her about all the crazy stuff that's happened. And to get her advice, whether asked for or not, on my life. And I don't know, it's a terrible situation. And we, like my brother said, we trust your decision, and we trust that justice has and will be served. And thank you to you and to the jury and everybody who is here supporting my mom. Thank you guys for everything. And I'm sorry this is happening.
Thank you.
What a tragedy. That young lady won't have her mother around for all these major milestones coming up in her life. All right. Before we go to break, folks, an update in Texas. Billy Delgado learns his fate in the shot 5 times assault trial after a jury found him guilty of all charges.
I'll go ahead and send this. This is what he was found guilty on. Woohoo! He was found guilty on all of that.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Let's get you back into that Colorado courtroom where sisters of Angela Craig, the victim in the Poison Shake murder trial, are at the podium giving their impact statements. Let's listen in.
Out of the 9 older siblings, there's not one of us that would have hesitated to put ourselves between her and danger. None of us could have imagined that the person she chose as her companion, the father of her 6 children, and the man we welcomed into our family as our trusted brother-in-law, would callously and cruelly and without mercy take her life. And he perpetrated this murder while she was in her own home with her own children around her. He's heartless, cowardly. He's a pretender and a liar. He's a snake in the grass. Conversely, Angela was generous. If you needed help, Angela was there. It didn't matter if you were 15 years older than her or 2. She wanted to improve herself and was always learning new things and choosing to try new experiences. She was funny and happy, and we've heard all of this over and over because we can't think of any other words. These are the words to describe her. She loved life, she loved her children without bounds. Family, whether it be her siblings and her parents, her children, they were and are the center of her universe. She was a force for good and wanted to accomplish so many things. She was so busy. She was a loyal friend. She never gave up on her marriage. She never stopped to rebuild. She never stopped trying to rebuild trust when it was destroyed. Never stopped trying to love the man that she had committed herself to, and he killed her for it. She could not know that this man was and is only capable of loving himself. It has been excruciating to hear the details of her life with this person whose judgment and treatment of her and his relentless infidelity were a constant source of anguish and heartache. To see the videos of him poisoning her over a period of 10 days, causing intense pain, confusion, and helplessness that ended in her horrific death has been unbearable. He seemed almost giddy as he recorded her symptoms to us in our family chat. He knew what kind of pain and trauma he was inflicting. He was torturing her. It has been shocking. We were fooled. We were unable to help her. We were unable to save her. We were unable to rescue her from the person that was supposed to honor her, protect her, and love her. He killed her. And then, in an attempt to save himself from the consequences of his despicable crime, he and his defense team disparaged her by attacking her mental health, her trust, her strength, her faith, her commitment to family, and her ability to keep a confidence. In an act of ultimate betrayal and ridiculous irony, they accused her of taking her own life. Simply shameful. His name is intentionally omitted from my statement. I don't plan to ever speak it again. I will walk away from this courthouse and I will never look back. I will leave the final judgment to God. This convict is no longer my concern. He will join thousands of other prison inmates that are living a life they have earned because of their selfish and evil choices. Those are his people now. Ironically, this person who lived for the excitement of expensive cars, rich food, and a constant stream of women won't ever drive again. He'll never again be alone with a woman, and he won't even be able to pick the clothes he wears or the food he eats, and I'm okay with that. Angela's gone. Losing a sibling is like losing a limb. How is it possible? Angela is loved fiercely. We believe in life after this one, and that we can be together again. I believe that when she left this world, she was greeted by our parents, our grandparents, our brother-in-law, our nephew, and so many others that cherish and love her. I know she's happy. She's watching over her children and her siblings and all those she loves. I will see her. I will hug her. And I will belly laugh with her again. In fact, I'm sure that Angela, when we leave this life, will be the one to embrace us, to make us laugh, and to take charge of the situation, because that's what Angela does. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right, we'll pause it right there. When we return, the judge hands down his sentence. Keep it here on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, our verdict watch continues as two parents stand accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter. We're live with the very latest from today's deliberations.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Saturday nights on Ion is our night. Let's go! Double headers every Saturday at 7 and 10 p.m. Eastern.
Oh shit, that's gonna. All right, I gotta demonetize me. They're gonna ding me on it. They always do. I hate these dang commercials. I don't think we should get hit if it's a commercial on YouTube. Then we should not get hit on the music. Oh well, AdaKay merch. Yes, Frank, that is absolutely true. Yeah, I know. I was hoping to have this hat done by today, but I didn't work on it like I should have. But it is what it is. As soon as I've got an order coming in for Miss Erin, as soon as the hat arrives, I will be starting her hat. And I got to get to work on it and get it completed. I've got 2 more hats to do. I am actually doing hats for Christmas. I'm sitting on my shirt tail and it's driving me crazy. I actually have hats for Christmas. I'm doing baseball caps and cowboy hats and such, felt hats. I will take the baseball cap orders up until the end of the second week of Christmas, December. But all the others I'm taking up until that point. The baseball caps average between 45 and I think 85, depending on what you have on it. But the average cost is $65 to $75 for the average cost on a hat. Just depends on what you want. That's baseball hats, not these. I got to stand up for a sec. Oh, how do you like that shirt? I stole it from my sister. I got all these little beads on the floor, guys. You don't realize how many beads hit the floor until you're almost done beading and you run your foot across the floor. I have spilt, what's his name? I have spilt an entire thing of beads on this floor multiple times. I recover them by using a lint roller. It's all not right. That is so not right. Honey, they're flatter than a fritter and they're half as big. I went from a double D to a B.5 C. When I lost all my weight, that's where I lost it. It pisses me off so much. Yet now I was going to have to get the mommy, what is it? The mommy makeover, where they do the tummy tuck, the arms, the boobs, the butt, the whole 9 yards. But then again, the pain, oh my God. I don't know if I could handle it. Well, I know I could handle it. I don't know if I want to handle it. Gabby. Okay, you happy? I will tell you that the bra is helping me far more than I care to admit. Let's just say if I bend over, they fall out, so we ain't doing that. If I raise my arms, it's horrible. Guys, y'all don't have these problems. Guys are lucky, man. They don't have problems with all that kind of stuff like we do.
We turn now to Idaho, where new details are emerging in the criminal investigation into confessed Idaho student's murderer, Brian Kohberger. Court TV has obtained newly released police body cam video of Kohberger just months before he murdered 4 University of Idaho students. Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson joins us now live with a debrief.
Michael, good evening. New body cam video of confessed killer Brian Kohberger in Idaho 2 months before the murders and telling police he's honest.
Not.
Hey there. I stopped you going a little fast. You didn't realize this is 35? Oh, it's 35? It is, yeah. So you're going 41? Yeah, 43 is what the radar said. Sure. Oh, yeah. Do you have your license, the registration, insurance? Were you wearing your seatbelt when I stopped you? No.
No. He admitted no?
That's no good. Just being honest with you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I would have said yes.
Body camera video newly released of killer Brian Kohberger during a routine traffic stop 2 months before the brutal murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The state had planned to introduce the video as evidence during a trial to show Kohberger was driving a white Elantra. Prosecutors also say evidence shows that his cell phone pinged near the victim's home around the time of the traffic stop. Last week, Kohberger was sentenced to 4 life behind bars sentences without the possibility of parole or appeal after accepting a plea deal that took the death penalty off the table. At sentencing, Kohberger declined to address the court or the victims' families. However, in the video, Kohberger is quite chatty and calls himself an honest person.
Were you wearing your seatbelt when I stopped you? No. That's no good. Just being honest with you. Yeah, I appreciate that. You guys are, there's absolutely no point being honest. Yeah. You have the radar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just for future reference, I mean, I'm obviously an honest person, right? I told you I wasn't wearing my safety belt. When people lie to you about that, say I lied to you about that, right? Just for my own knowledge.
Shut up, dude. You're going to get yourself in trouble.
You recall it's not the first traffic stop we've seen. Kohberger was also pulled over by police a month before the murders after running a red light. He wasn't cited. And he was also stopped as he drove across the country with his father after the murders. These videos are helping to piece together a timeline when still so much is a question. Michael?
All right, Matt, thank you so much for getting us up to date on that. Folks, I want to get you back into that Colorado courtroom now, where the judge is delivering his sentence to James Craig.
Is a mandatory sentence of life without the possibility of parole. I'm going to keep my statements, I think, relatively brief because in some ways the evidence, the crime, the verdict, and the sentence all speak for themselves. Dr. Craig unleashed a path of destruction as wide as a tornado and just as devastating. Damage to his children, damage to Angela's family, damage to his own family. None of the individuals that are here in the courtroom before the court today will ever be the same. Their losses may be different, they may feel different, but everybody here shares a loss, whether that is a mother who is no longer there, whether that is a son who will now be in prison for the remainder of his life. The individuals here today will share at least a loss. I do want to focus a little bit on the family. One of the things that I guess has been most impressive to the court has been the ability for the family to maintain some humor and some light. The ability to withstand the urge to dim the family and to allow her light to extinguish, but rather to embrace the joy she brought, to retell the stories, and to continue to create memories, perhaps not with her, but about her. It's a demonstration of the strength and resilience of the family. The children will need that strength, the guidance, and the loving hands from all of you.
Love bomb.
It's an impossible hole to fill when a child loses a parent. And a loss such as this cuts even deeper and more jagged under the circumstances in the situation when both parents are lost. Concluding today with a verdict and a sentence closes this chapter, but unfortunately, and perhaps maybe for the best, not the book. And I think that that is important for the family to remember as you continue to grieve, move on, maintain your alarms at 10 p.m., to take the time to remember who she was and what she meant to the family, and the memories that all of you now have the opportunity to share without having the additional burden of trial, hearings, court appearances, and to be able to put that behind so that you can begin to heal. It's a hole that will never fully be filled, but hopefully it is one that will be filled with joy, stories, and memories as all of you continue your text chain and all of the joy that you bring to one another. With that, the court at this time then will pronounce sentence as to count 1, murder in the first degree, class 1 felony, or hereby sentences Dr. Craig to life without the possibility of parole. As to count 2, solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, the class 6 felony, the court at this time sentences Dr. Craig to 18 months in the Department of Corrections to run consecutive to count 1. As to count 3, solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence, a class 6 felony, the court also imposes an 18-month Department of Corrections sentence to run consecutive to count 2 and consecutive to count 1. As to count 4, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree, the class 5 felony, the court at this time will sentence Dr. Craig to 3 years in the Department of Corrections. Count 4 to run consecutive to all other counts. Count 5, solicitation to commit murder in the first degree, the class 2 felony. The court at this time will sentence Dr. Craig to 24 years in the Department of Corrections. That count to run consecutive to all other counts. Count 6, solicitation to commit perjury in the first degree, class 5 felony. The court at this time will sentence Dr. Craig to 3 years in the Department of Corrections to run consecutive to all other counts. Do we have a calculation of pre-sentence confinement credit?
I normally don't show the troll stuff, but this made me laugh. Just checked out your previous trial coverage. I'm out. clearly you're batshit crazy if you thought Karen Reed was innocent. Unsubscribing instantly. Bye. You're not welcome here. If you come back, you'll be blocked. Have a great life and enjoy the block party. That is funny. Why do people actually do this? I have a question. I have a question, and I'm not mad. I find this funny. Why don't you just unsubscribe and leave quietly? Why do you have to come in and be a dick about it? But do you know what? Thanks for the click. Thank you for helping my algorithm. Have a great day. You know what? And there's not everybody in my mods and in my channel and in my chat. Oh, well, tough. You know, we don't all agree. We didn't all agree on the Karen Reed, but this is a safe place for everybody to agree to disagree, voice your opinion. Y'all have flipped me before. I thought somebody was innocent or guilty, and y'all flipped me before because of our healthy discussions. That's what this is about. That's right. We don't need you to announce your departure. We're not an airport. Just leave. Attention. Attention. All disgruntled travelers, please go to the terminal called Block Party. We have a lot of lovely people for you to meet, and we have food and we have fun. But like the Roach Motel, once you enter, you will not come out. I had to have that laugh. I had to have that laugh. We do respect everyone's opinions here. Please don't be disrespectful. And as long as you're respectful, we'll be happy to allow you to voice your opinions. Oh, ain't that the truth? Send him to yellow. Yeah. Well, that's okay. We have some place called the Block Party, and it's a lot of fun. And you'll be with people that I think you will get along with very well. Okay. Oh, by the way, I'd rather her say she didn't like my view and belief that Karen Reed was innocent versus that I'm a crappy commentator. So I'll take it.
Thank you. Court at this time will note pre-sentence confinement credit from the date of arrest. Will amend minimus upon receipt of the pre-sentence confinement. And with that, the court at this time then will remand Dr. Craig to the custody of the Department of Corrections. Let me ask quickly though, before we do that, is there restitution that the court needs to be aware of?
You know, we are in the end, the sum total of our choices. This doctor's choices will send him behind bars for the rest of his life. No possibility of parole. All right, let me bring back in my guest. Still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor David Bruno. David, I want to talk about the judge's remarks. Well, first and foremost, I want to talk about the sentence. We knew it would be life in prison without parole, but I think she was making a statement by taking all of those other crimes, and most of those were outside of the acts that got him convicted of first-degree murder. These were the cover-up crimes, the solicitation for perjury, things like that, tampering with evidence. She sentenced him to maxes on those, all of them, to run consecutive to each other. I think she clearly was sending a message.
Yeah, back to back to back to back is what she did. And that was the discretion, Mike. I mean, we knew on the murder count in Colorado that it was a mandatory life without parole. But on the other ones, there was discretion in the individual ranges, which she went max. And she could have made them concurrent, meaning all serving the same time, but it really does not matter. and very short remarks too. And she even noted that because really there was nothing else to be said other than, Michael, I'm a little bit surprised. If I were up there on that bench sentencing to this man, I would have stripped him away of that doctor title. And she continued to call him Dr. Craig. And there's no more doctor for Mr. Craig. There's no more patients.
Well, technically, he is right and he's wrong. Let me explain. My ex was a doctor, and until their license is either turned in and surrendered or revoked, that title stands. They may not be a practicing doctor, but the degree title still stands. Even if you turn in your license and you're no longer practicing, the degree still stands. So he can have a doctor by his name for the rest of his life. Most people won't recognize it anymore, but just saying.
For Mr. Craig, the only
Personal
thing that
experience.
he has left are bars in a jail cell with other inmates that are serving similar sentences.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. And I agree with you 100%. When she said Dr. James, it was jarring to me. And I had forgotten that, yes, he was a dentist. You call them doctors as well. And, you know, just the fact that a doctor finds himself in this position just blows my mind. She did say in those remarks, she said to the effect that everyone affected by this will never be the same. And she also said that he set a course of destruction as wide as a tornado. And she did keep her remarks short. But I just want to talk a little bit about remarks by judges. We talk a lot about victim impact statements, the impact that they have, the catharsis, the closure. Oftentimes, judges have a responsibility here to say some things, and they try often to say things that might soothe family members and let them know that the court has taken everything that's happened to them seriously. That's just as important.
It is, you know, because part of these sentences too, Michael, are to deter conduct. Right? Punishment is for punishment and also deterrence for future conduct. So the judges, they do have a role there on the deference, right? So that's one, but also when you talk about the tornado of harm and wrecking, this is at the top of the list of an example because it's not just the victim here. The victim and the defendant had children. And we just saw that right then and there from one of the daughters. And my heart bleeds, you know, because I have family too. I have children. And I can't even start to think of a child going through life knowing that not only have you lost your mom, but your dad is sitting in prison for the murder. And that, I think, is the ultimate harm and referenced by the court by a tornado of harm.
Absolutely. It was a great metaphor. And, you know, we heard at trial, he basically broke this woman, the way he treated her, the way he treated his family. And again, the victims, 6 kids, as well as 9 siblings that the victim had. And it goes on and on and on. All right, David Bruno, thank you so much for being with me tonight. Truly appreciate it. Folks, don't go away. We're going to bring you special coverage of Court TV's newest case, the return mail murder trial in Montana. This one's a good one. Right here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Wow. Bing. Let me mute this sucker before we get in trouble. Well, since you're being loved, you'll stay. Oh, okay. I'm glad you're staying. Ronnie, you see what I'm saying? And in what from uns. Stop provoking. You know, Frankie, why are you punishing me for your little thing with Ronnie? Why are you threatening Ronnie with unsubbing? I don't think we will either. No one's screaming at you. I'm in the same boat with you. Oh, I'm in the same boat with you. You guys, let me look at our stats today. We're at 3,354 subscribers. And this particular live right now, just so you know, we're at 2,663 total views. Yay! We got 4 thumbs down today, y'all. Why am I getting all these thumbs down all of a sudden? I know. Hello from Honduras. Hello. Eddie, thank you so much for joining. So I noticed the moment I got over 1,000 views a day, I've been getting a lot of thumbs down, and I got a little bit hurt by that. And my son said, "Mom, they just may not like the content. It may not be personal with you." And I'm like, I get it. Not screaming with way too many code reds. Honey, are you telling me I did too many code reds today? I may have. I know, and that's something else he said. He goes, it's an interaction. Don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, thank you. Do we still have time? Hello, guys. Hello. Yeah, as long as it's helping my algorithm, okay. I'm still in the 90 percentile. I did hit a lot of code reds today because I felt that I don't do code red often, so I have to really be up there to get it, really frustrated or angry. Oh, they were warranted. Yes, it was one of those days that I could have lived in a constant code red. I would have. A lot of people think that if they hit the thumbs down button on your video, it's giving you a negative interaction, but actually not. YouTube counts it. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Channel has been a breath of fresh air. Oh, covering all the trials, having a wonderful conversation with each other. I'm loving it. Oh, thank you so much. If you don't like, keep moving. I'm with you on that. Okay, let's get back in.
Coverage of the return mail murder trial of Jordan Palmer. Michael Ayala. Defendant Jordan Palmer is claiming self-defense after he shot and killed his neighbor on April 19, 2024. Now, Palmer claims that he was putting a piece of mail that he found on the ground back in a mailbox when his neighbor, Stephen Campbell, started accusing him of stealing and began attacking him. Now, before we get you into court, here's more on the case against Jordan Palmer.
It was a fight over a piece of mail that ended the life of 45-year-old Stephen Campbell near Bozeman, Montana in April of 2024. First responders found him lying on the pavement with multiple bullet wounds, a Glock 19 on the ground above his head. Standing over Campbell's bloodied body was 44-year-old Jordan Palmer, a neighbor. Palmer told officers at the scene, quote, "This guy just attacked me. I shot him." According to Palmer, he had found a piece of mail on the ground and went to the address to return it to the mailbox. That's when he said Campbell showed up, accusing Palmer of breaking into cars, and when Palmer denied it, he says Campbell started swinging. Palmer's charged with deliberate homicide, a capital offense, and could spend the rest of his life behind bars.
All right, that case got started earlier today with opening statements. I want to take you into the courtroom for openings.
On April 19th, 2024, around 11:20.
Gabby, I love you.
911
I thought the
received
same.
a call that they described as an open, silent line. No one was there. The caller hung up. And as is their protocol, dispatch called that number back to see if anybody needed help. The caller answered when dispatch called them back, and it was Jordan Palmer. I anticipate you'll have the opportunity to hear that 911 call, and you'll hear that the man that was shot accused Mr. Palmer of trying to get in someone's vehicle. I anticipate you'll hear on that call that Mr. Palmer claims that man verbally threatened him and was swinging at him. And in response, Mr. Palmer fired a gun at him 7 times. That man was Stephen Campbell.
7?
Officer Eichen ordered Palmer to lie on the ground and observed.
Did she say 7? That's a wee bit drastic, don't you think, for that kind of a situation? That's concerning.
A pistol laying close to Mr. Campbell's head. I anticipate you will hear testimony that there was no connection found. There's no reason to believe that these men never met or had any knowledge of each other. No prior history with each other. What you will see is there was one gun found on scene, and the evidence does not support Mr. Palmer's claim that he was being attacked prior to the shooting. That when Mr. Palmer shot Mr. Campbell, he committed the offense of deliberate homicide, and I would ask at the close of all the evidence that you find him guilty of deliberate homicide.
I was just confronted and attacked by a dude on the street. That was the first thing that Jordan Palmer said when he called 911 on April 19th, 2024. Jordan called the police. He told them that he was attacked, but the police conducted an investigation that was not thorough. It was not detailed. After you hear the evidence that is available about all the mistakes that were made by the police investigation, I expect that you will find that Jordan was attacked, that he acted in self-defense, and that he is not guilty of deliberate homicide. The police gathered the video that you get to watch, and the state's going to say, well, you can't really see anything, and sorry about that. That's the police officer's fault. They could get a subpoena or a search warrant that would allow them to get that original raw video from Vivint. They didn't do that. The police discovered no motive. There is no explanation for why Mr. Palmer would.
We have about 30 more minutes before the jury will leave for the day. So we're going to watch this for 30 minutes.
Have shot a man who wasn't attacking him. You, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be the check on our government. You are going to be asked to determine, did the police investigate and did the state prove that Mr. Palmer intended to cause the death of Stephen Campbell without acting in self-defense? I believe that you will find that Stephen Campbell did attack Jordan, that Jordan was forced to react, and the police never gave either of these men the diligent and thorough investigation that they deserved.
Oh, lovely. The police's fault.
All right, so the battle lines were set in opening statements. That's going to court now for day one of testimony. On the stand is Officer Jacob Aiken with the Belgrade Police Department. He's one of the first to respond to the scene. Now, the jury is viewing body cam footage.
May I proceed?
We're getting a report of a male being shot. And we are checking for online now. We're getting further details. So copy around. on scene. Probably good with them. Did you? I can see him, okay? Absolutely, yes, sir. I need you to get face down on the ground, okay? Yes, sir. Oh, man. 207. We got one with a chest wound. The other male that shot him is on scene here. Hey, just keep your hands where I guess. Yes, sir. Is this okay, sir? Yes.
Okay, the court has reduced the volume.
Officer Aiken, I want to take you to 233307 in this video. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Officer Aiken, I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. Do you have that in front of you? Yes, I do. Does State's Exhibit 7 match the screenshot of the body-worn camera? Yes, it does. It has the same timestamp, 233307? Yes, it does. And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as it appeared on that night? Yes, it did. And I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection, Ms. Wisowski?
I have no objection.
7 is admitted, may be published to the jury.
In this timestamp, 233307, does that accurately kind of represent the time that you arrived on scene? Yes, it does. And what did you observe when you got out of your car?
I observed a male, obviously, laying on the ground, and another male was near him.
I'm going to go ahead to 233311.
Did you take?
You may.
And Officer Aiken, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. That, I guess, what is that?
It's the still frame from my body cam.
And does that fairly and accurately represent the scene as it appeared on that night?
Yes, it does.
And it has that same timestamp, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
I hope.
Ms. Wisowski,
I have no objection.
State's 8 is admitted into the record as Exhibit 8.
I'm going to go ahead to I guess the last portion. I'm going to go ahead to 233432.
May I approach?
You may.
Officer Eichen, I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Sorry, is it 9 on there?
Yes. It is.
Is that a photograph or a still frame of that moment from the video 23, 34, 32?
Yes, it is.
And does that accurately depict the frame we're looking at there?
It does.
And I'd ask to admit State's Exhibit 9, Your Honor.
Ms. Brasovsky,
No objection.
9 is admitted.
Now, Officer Eichen, I just want to ask about this really briefly. When you were arriving on scene, did you ever make any, or do you have any recollection of making any observations of a pocket knife?
No, I do not.
And just, is it fair to say that it was the first time you saw it was in reviewing your body-worn camera footage?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Where was your attention when responding to the scene?
I just had a thought when I saw this comment from June. Could you imagine being a juror on the Ali trial, not coming up with a verdict and head out of the weekend? That would be rough. Okay, gotta go now. Hope everyone has a great night. Frank, you're a gentleman. Yes, Gabby. Thank you so much for hopping in. My thought was, I wonder if they have anybody on the jury that is of like culture and faith. How would that help or hurt them if they had somebody on the jury that was in like culture and like faith? Is it possible? Do you think that they may? Just that thought just popped into my head.
My attention was on Campbell,
So walk us through, at this point, what did you do?
I'm sorry. One second. Okay.
Is he crying? What?
Trying to do what I could.
Why are you crying?
What does that mean?
You know the man?
So we were trying to do life-saving measures on Campbell. Trying to put pressure on the wounds and trying to do what we could to save him. So,
who was there with you at that point?
There's a few people there. Myself, Officer Turnquist, and there was a Montana Highway trooper there.
More law enforcement arrived on scene?
Yeah.
Who else arrived on scene?
At the time, I'm gonna be honest, I do not know. So, obviously, I was pretty focused on Campbell. So, those are the only two people that night that I remember getting on scene. So, but I know there was a lot of different agencies there.
So when you two were trying to perform life-saving measures, who was doing most of those efforts?
Usually who's ever there. So obviously I was the first one there. So I was trying to assist the scene, make the scene safe, and then.
All right. It looks like the officer getting a bit emotional talking about coming upon that scene with someone shot on the ground. I want to remind you folks, we do have our eye as well on that courtroom in Washington in the attempted honor killing trial of Ihsan Zahraa Ali. Juries continue to deliberate there. They're at 13 hours and 30 minutes or so, just a little bit more than that. If anything happens out there, we will take you out there as well. Coming up next, however, here on Court TV, more testimony in the returned mail murder trial. And that continues when we return. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing.
Okay, guys, Ronnie. We love both of you guys. Gabby, we love you. Oh, but don't tell your hubby. Ronnie, señorita bonita. Peace out, Cub Scout. I hate that saying. Peace out, Cub Scout. Somebody I knew used to say that all the time, and it's like, oh. My grandma used to say, peace out, don't doubt.
Yes.
And Jordan Palmer was the name of the man who said that he was attacked by another man.
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about what happened once you arrived on the scene. When you arrived, Jordan was still on the scene, right?
Yes, he was.
He hadn't run away.
No, he didn't.
He hadn't tried to hide from law enforcement.
No, he didn't.
And there was nobody who was making him stay on the scene, right?
No. As far as we knew, so.
When you got there, there was no one else on the scene other than Mr. Palmer and Mr. Campbell.
Yes, that's correct.
And Jordan was right there next to Mr. Campbell, right?
Yes, he was.
He was standing with his hands up.
When I first arrived on scene,
Yes.
I believe that was after I got out of the car and approached him. He did have his hands up.
And you wrote a police report in this case, right?
I did, yes.
And when you write a police report, you try to be as accurate and thorough as possible.
Yes, we tried to. So,
And the reason for that is that you can't remember everything, right?
yes,
So you often rely on police reports to refresh your memory.
yes, yeah.
And you also have the video, but sometimes that details may be blurry in that.
Yeah, sometimes. So,
Isn't it true that in your police report in this case, you said, and I quote, upon arrival, I found two individuals present. One of them was lying unconscious on the ground while the other stood above him with his hands raised.
yes,
And Mr. Palmer's gun was not in his hand, right?
no, it wasn't.
I think we saw earlier one of the state's exhibits, his gun was a couple feet away on the ground, right?
Yes, it was.
And all he had ever had in his hand was a cell phone, right?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about where Mr. Campbell was. Mr. Campbell was found lying on his back on the ground, right?
Yes, he was.
And if somebody gets shot in the back, do they normally end up falling back and lying on their back?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say lack of foundation and speculation.
I would sustain that, Ms. Brasovsky, if you want to rephrase.
I can move on, Your Honor. When you're performing CPR on someone, is the first step of that to place them on their back?
Yes, it is.
So when you found Mr. Campbell, he was in the position that he would be placed in to begin the CPR process, right?
Yes, he was.
And at that point in time, it was only Jordan Palmer who was on the scene.
Yes.
So the way that Mr. Campbell was laying on the ground would fit with Jordan Palmer beginning the process of performing CPR on him.
Yeah, possibly.
And isn't it true that Jordan also told you that dispatch had been telling him how to perform CPR?
Yes, from what he was telling me.
And Mr. Campbell's body was located pretty close to a mailbox, right?
Yes, it was.
And I want to bring out a demonstrative map that I brought to court today and see if you can look at that and see if that fits your memory of the scene. And And Officer Eichen, I believe you testified on direct today that you're pretty familiar with this Mantle Drive area.
Yes.
And you're familiar with 808 Mantle Drive because that's where you responded to this incident.
Yes.
Are you able to see the map that has been placed next to you?
Yes.
And I know there's probably some details missing, but does that look roughly like the 808 Mantle Drive area?
Oh. Yes, it does.
And does that look roughly to scale?
Yeah. Like in what aspect, I guess?
Does it look like, for example, that if you compare the size of a tree to the sidewalk to the car, everything's kind of proportional the right way?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And does this look like a Google Earth aerial view of that area?
Yes, it does.
It's just a little more zoomed in than the ones Mr. Bowen showed you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, officer?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Ooh, love that
Now,
voice.
do you have a marker or pen on you?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, if I may approach to give the witness a marker or pen.
You may.
Or if I can actually, if you just want to use your pointer there.
Okay.
Can you point me to the location?
All right, folks, we're going to bring in our guest in a second. I do want to show you, though, that we've stopped our verdict clock in the Washington versus Ali
They went
Ali
home.
case because the jury has gone home for the day in that attempted honor killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Deliberations are going to resume tomorrow. They deliberated now over 2 days, 13 hours and 42 minutes. It's a tough case, and it's showing in the deliberations. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that case as soon as a verdict is reached or any other questions from the jury. Let me bring in my guest now here to discuss playing out in Montana is National Trial Attorney Michael Jaffer. Michael, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me here on the program. I want to get your initial thoughts on this case. It's a self-defense case. We saw, or the jury saw, some body cam video, very cooperative defendant. He's already beginning to defend himself. He defends himself a little bit on the phone when he calls 911, talks about the guy tried to attack him, had to shoot him, telling the cop, look, he tried to attack me, shoot him. But he's very compliant, doesn't seem to leave, and the defense attorney on cross makes a point of that. What do you make of the case so far?
Two universes in this case. The universe where he did it and he's lying about it. The universe where he did it, but he's telling the truth about defending himself. We don't know which universe we live in, but either this guy is a arch charlatan who knows how to lie and emote properly and put on this facade, or he's not, or he's telling the truth, right? That's why the jury's going to have, they're going to have to ferret out this situation and figure out which one of these two universes we live in. But so far, him cooperating with the police, being compliant, calling the police, it bodes in his favor. Here's what I tell attorneys all the time, right? You obviously hold your breath any single time your client opens their mouth and talks to anybody, but you're lucky when you get a client who did speak to the police and does something that's in line with the defense you intend on putting together. That's why his defense attorneys will hold this on their sleeves and say, look at what he did. This is not the behavior of somebody who did something nefarious. So far, it's going to bode very well for him right now as the trial is underway.
Now, what we do know, Mike, is that there is surveillance video of what happened. It's kind of grainy, can't 100% tell what's going on. But what you can tell from that video is that he did embellish a little bit. What he tells them is that he attacked him, the guy attacked him, and that he was swinging at him. It's not clear whether he attacked him or not. You can get into that a little bit, but what is clear is that there was no swinging going on. How much will that end up hurting him? Again, this is directly after the incident. He's saying these things, maybe going on his head, a lot going on. What do you make of that aspect of it?
I use Greek mythology to describe these cases all the time, and now I'll say that the gods of the jury are always offended if you feel that you are offending their intelligence or lying to them. It never is good. There have been so many cases where a defendant, we know later on, was exonerated because other evidence came out, but was convicted because they said something that was a fib, was a lie, was an embellishment. This is a material germane fact in this case, whether or not he was swinging at him, right? Because if you're a juror, at the end of this case and you're deliberating, you say, this guy's making up a story. He said things that ended up not being true? How can we believe that he was defending himself? And at the end of the day, he shot the guy who was unarmed. So it's going to be very bad for them. This aspect of it will be very bad for the defense.
Yeah, and again, the idea is, why would he try to embellish if he thought he was completely in the right? Right? He's trying to make it seem worse than it is, so it certainly doesn't bode well for him as far as that fact is concerned. Michael, stand by. I want to take a break now, folks. Coming up, we'll have more of that cross-examination of the officer in the return mail murder trial right after this break. Keep it here on Court TV.
I'm going to keep this running for a little bit. Y'all are welcome to hang with me. I'm not going to cut this off just yet. Not just yet. Now I'm intrigued with this trial. And I'm in a swing on doing this thing. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing. But I understand if y'all need to run out, especially my mods. Y'all been here all day. Everybody give my mods a... What? Come on, bud. They have done a fabulous job all day. They've done a fabulous job all day. Definitely, Ronnie and June, you've been with me all day long. And then I'm going to have to refresh. There we go. And then Gabby, thank you for hopping in and being with us. We are so grateful. So grateful. If you were here, I'd cook for you. I'd say that because I know you're not. Gabby, Ronnie, do you know what I was thinking? Is that maybe we all ought to do a Texas roundup and rent a Airbnb somewhere, and all of us Texas folk get together, or anybody who want to fly in. I did. I'm having a problem with my soundboard. For some reason, the Rodecaster Pro, that the program app on my computer is not letting me do anything. I can't even get it to load. So tomorrow I'm going to be calling them and saying, help, help. What's this? So y'all didn't even say goodbye. All right, get back to this. I mean, anybody can come if they want to come. Yeah. I know, but I do have it, and I'm so happy to see it.
Of Officer Eichen.
Okay, yeah, we've already done all that.
Conduct any.
Okay, so I'm going to find us something else to watch. I do want to watch this, y'all. Y'all may not like Vinnie Politan, that's fine, but I want the information. Sometimes I don't like the deliver of the information, but I do like the information. That makes sense? Hey, June.
Here's the story. Dan Markell, a celebrated law professor and loving father, was shot execution style in his Tallahassee garage on July 18th, 2014, in the middle of a vicious custody battle with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, who was trying to move their children to South Florida. Prosecutors say the real motive lay not with Wendy herself, but within her family. Charlie Adelson, her brother, and a wealthy Miami area dentist orchestrated a murder-for-hire plot to end Markell's resistance to relocation and assure full custody and control. In November of 2023, just days after Charles was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation, Donna Adelson, his mother, and Markell's former mother-in-law was arrested at Miami airport moments before boarding a flight to Vietnam. She now faces identical charges: first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation, accused of funding and coordinating the lethal plot rooted in vengeance and control of Dan's children. Held without bond, her trial is now set for August of 2025, while the once elite Adelson family crumbles under public shock and courtroom exposure.
You know, sometimes in the cases that we cover here on Court TV, you look at killers and why they do what they did, and sometimes they're in desperate situations, or they've had a rough life, or, you know, things like that are part of the story. That's not part of this story. This Adelson family had a great life. Harvey built this incredible business. Charlie, his son, was doing amazingly. The cash is rolling in. They're living down in South Florida, hobnobbing it up. Life was good. Life was good. But that might be one of the reasons that all this happened. Because, you know, we need everything that we want. We will not be stopped. We will not be defeated. It took a while, though, for these arrests to take place. The case didn't necessarily go cold, but it was dormant. And investigators set up an undercover, and they call this the bump, right? Not the disco dance from back in the day, right? It was a bump where an undercover would bump into Donna Adelson, have a conversation, try to stir things up a little bit to try to get them talking again, because they were getting wiretaps and undercover recordings of the Adelson family, who they suspected all along in this case, but needed to gather and garner some evidence. So let's take another look at a really important part of this investigation, which was the bump, where an undercover officer air quotes, right, bumps into Donna Adelson.
Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friends moved on for quite some time after your problem up north has been solved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuca. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Amazing, right? Cool as a cucumber after being approached by someone saying they're connected to a murderer. Wow. Okay, this bump is huge, and it brings us to the first question in our investigation. What did the bump prove? What did it prove in this case? Here to help answer that question is Monica Jordan, mitigation specialist and defense investigator in Florida. She worked for the convicted hitman Luis Rivera, who I believe the undercover was pretending to be connected to in that. And joining us on the phone, Carl Steinbeck, former prosecutor, defense counsel, and host of the Carl Steinbeck channel on YouTube. He's on the phone. Thank you both for being here. Monica, what do you think of this bump? What does it prove to you?
To me, it proves that she knew something. I mean, she didn't immediately say, "What are you talking about?" She continues to listen to him talk about, you know, and get his whole message out before she even says, "I don't know what you're talking about." And I think it absolutely proved she knew what he was talking about. And that's why she was as cool as a cucumber.
Yes, so cool. Carl, I want to take a listen because Donna ends up calling that undercover agent. It takes a little bit of time, but calls the number that she's given in that paper by the agent during this bump. So let's listen to that call, and I want to get your reaction to that.
You approached me on Holton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who was in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend. I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to ask your friend who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it.
Okay, Carl, what are your thoughts about what the bump and this follow-up call proved to you?
Well, there's quite a number of things, Vinny. Number one, like Monica was saying, it shows that Donna was intimately involved in all the details of this murder. Another telling thing is it also shows that the extortion defense that Charlie used in his previous trial 20 months ago was completely fabricated, because that's never discussed among these two. Keep in mind, this bump happened right before Sigfredo Garcia was arrested by a month or so. And so they thought they were in the clear for almost 2 years. And then all of a sudden they get hit up with this guy talking about how they're tied into the murder of Dan Markel. So it's very telling the way their actions were. And it also shows that not only Charlie was involved in the murder, but also Donna, as well as Katie, because this triggered also Charlie to subsequently call Katie and then have a meetup with her where they got more recordings of their conversation. And it also shows how poor planning this murder plot was. And this is a flawlessly executed bump. And this actual call that she gave back, it shows that this bump was really good in terms of getting more information out of them and showing they're not going to let up on this. We're dialing up the pressure against you, Donna. And so Donna's call, you could tell it was very scripted. She's very nervous. And she's even lying to this undercover agent where she says, I talked to 10 or 12 of my friends. Well, why didn't you call a lawyer? Why don't you call a lawyer? You guys are intimately tied in with all these lawyers, high-powered lawyers down there in Miami, and you don't call a single lawyer. And, oh, by the way, what about calling the cops? That's what a normal person would do, is call the police on this guy that's threatening you. But what do? They try to handle it internally, which again reveals this was a Southern Florida Adelson murder plot that took out Professor Dan Markel.
Yeah, Monica, that's such a big part of this, right? If your son-in-law is murdered and all of a sudden you're being approached by someone who is connected to the murder, would you not fear for your safety, the safety of the rest of your family, perhaps the safety of your daughter, perhaps the safety of your grandchildren? But none of that happens.
Correct. And I agree with Carl. She should have gone to the police. But more importantly, she's still trying to control the conversation with the agent. Listen to me. I don't know who your friend is. Maybe you can describe him to me. I'm so confused. That's just all fodder. She is controlling the narrative, which is what she's done with her children and this marriage and her grandchildren and throughout this entire conspiracy to commit murder.
Carl, that's such a great point by Monica. Even in that moment, she is attempting to control it. Do you think that part of Donna Adelson trickles into her upcoming murder trial, that she's going to attempt to somehow control this murder trial?
Absolutely. I think you can see it in the exhibit list that the defense attorneys have presented as well.
No more Botox, no more anything.
Those are witnesses. And I think all of it just shows that they have really nothing to show for in a defense. It's going to be sort of a repeat of Charlie's.
Oh.
They may try to claim she's really not aware of everything Charlie was up to try to create some distance. But this call is what's going to seal her fate. All right. This bump and her manner then and the way she acted on all these wiretaps, it seals her fate. There's no question, but that a jury or any reasonable jury is going to find her guilty very quickly.
All right. Carl Steinbeck, thanks so much. Check out Carl Steinbeck on YouTube on his channel. Great insight into this case and other cases. Monica's going to stick around. Coming up next, would Donna have ever returned from Vietnam?
No.
Matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markell.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind murder trial. Live coverage begins this August on Court TV.
Was assaulted by another inmate while I was here the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes.
And when you say here, do you mean the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes.
And what has the response been?
They said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime, I could have Tylenol.
Life is a little different in the big house. Donna Adelson is locked up waiting for her murder trial. She's tried to get out several times unsuccessfully. And a big part of it has to do with how and when she was first arrested. Let's take a look at the body cam video of the arrest of Donna Adelson at the airport.
I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to? Because my insurance. Why do I have to?
Let me help you out so you hurt yourself.
You'll be freezing. You'll be glad you have it. When did they issue a warrant? So what happened is we have to take you to our warrants room for that information to get entered, and then after that gets entered, before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail. Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
Donna Adelson at the airport with her husband Harvey. One-way tickets to Vietnam. Vietnam, that's one of those countries that doesn't participate in the voluntary extradition of people. And we don't have an agreement with Vietnam that they'll extradite people back to the United States who are wanted for crimes like, murder. Which brings us to the next question in our investigation. Would Donna have ever returned from Vietnam? If she doesn't get arrested in that moment, would she have returned? Here to help with our investigation, Monica Jordan, also joining us, criminal defense attorney, former federal prosecutor Tim Jansen. Great to see you. Before we answer this question, I want to play this clip. This is an open call. Donna Adelson caught on an open line, I guess had been speaking to Charlie, and it was still recording, even though Charlie wasn't on the other line behind bars. But Donna is speaking out loud to people who she's in the room with, I guess in her home. Let's listen to that first and then talk about whether or not she ever would have come back from Vietnam.
No, she would not.
The other thing I don't understand how my daughter could help
Absolutely
me with
would not.
I've been looking it up over and over because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but
Hey, Gabby, if you need a skincare routine, talk to me, boo. But Ronnie's got a good one, too.
there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
I do that
Maybe she
too.
can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time. Is she going to tell on you that my parents are kidnapping in the country? My lawyer told us to do that. Okay, but if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell? You tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with my.
Ronnie, will you put up the Bellamy link? Because that's where you can get all that.
And some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because if the plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is.
Thank you, love.
Who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she could see it.
Absolutely amazing that was captured on audio, by the way, on the open call. All right, Tim, what are your thoughts here? Do you think she ever would have come back from Vietnam?
First, she's never coming back, Vinny. She didn't plan on coming back. She planned on either killing herself or going to a non-extradition country. And in her plan,
there you go,
she had
Gabby.
a third party buy the tickets so the FBI couldn't be alerted. And she didn't even book a return flight. So she was never coming back. She was leaving. She wanted Wendy to come to the house to see where everything was because her and Harvey were never coming back.
Monica, this is unreal, right? She's captured at the airport. This is like a scene from a movie on her way to Vietnam. Donna Adelson in Vietnam. Like she's trying to explain that this is some sort of a vacation that they were taking. Do you think she was ever coming back?
Hell no, we won't go. Gabby, one of the things I tell people when they talk about skincare, you got to be healthy on the inside out. And everybody our age usually needs, we lose our collagen. And so I do this. It's a collagen boost. And it has hyaluronic acid, antioxidant, biotin, boba, and collagen. And it's wonderful. And it's like a fruit punch. And it's really good. It's also got a little bit, and we also have a hydrate boost that goes with it, which is right here. So I do one of these, one each together, because one's no flavor, and one's raspberry lemonade. The others are fruit paradise punch. You can mix them, but I do these, and it helps keep me hydrated, and it also helps keep the collagen. I'm drinking rum right now. I bet that definitely not healthy, right? It's very dehydrating, my dear. Very, very dehydrating, my dear. So the biggest thing is collagen and hydration, but then also the skincare needs to be all natural. This Walmart skincare stuff will actually give you cancer. As per my dermatologist, I'm a skin cancer survivor, y'all. And so I'm very, very careful about what I put on my skin because you may know this, but you may have forgot. Your skin is the largest organ of your body. Anything that you put, lotions, chemicals, anything on your skin will be in your bloodstream within 25 seconds-ish. Holy crap. Hold on. Did y'all hear that heckle? My son's having fun in there. I only have a drink at night. During the day, I don't drink any soda. All I drink is water. I love water. My number one drink go-to is Gatorade. I don't drink coffee water. Gatorade is good, but this is better because it has all your electrolytes and everything. It also has a little bit of an appetite suppressant, a wee bit. And it has all the collagen and everything you need for your body. Okay, commercial over.
No, and I think there's something very telling in her statement to her friends and probably Harvey, who she was speaking to, and that is, I want to tell Wendy, but we can't because she'll tell somebody. Well, when I'm going on vacation, the whole world knows, and they know where I'm going, and they know how to get to my documents if something happens to me. But the fact that she doesn't want to tell Wendy is probably more
I know,
evidence that she's
right,
not
Ronnie?
coming back than anything else to me, even more so than not having a return flight, because she's scared to death Wendy's going to tell somebody and it's going to ensnare them in this trap where they can't leave.
Let's take a listen, because Donna Adelson had to explain all of this in a hearing, this open call. Let's see what she told the court.
So your testimony is that you weren't trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, you know, we've been to Vietnam before with friends. We were on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We could buy a ticket and we can go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Bull crap.
That's sort of clever in a way.
I like a dog. That's
I
right,
guess
Ronnie.
That's the only way you could attempt to explain all of that. Are you shocked that they waited that long to attempt to flee?
I am shocked. I think Dan had sold Charlie a bill of goods that he was walking out. And you can recall there were some conversations between Charlie and his mother saying Dan thought we had this thing won. She thought they had this thing won. That's why she was fleeing. And when she heard Georgia say, stay in touch or something to that effect, she knew she was next. And that conversation at the jail was done by mistake. She didn't hang up the phone. And that's how they got alerted that she was going to be traveling. And that's why the warrant wasn't in the system. The state and the FBI had to hurry and get the judge to sign the warrant. Agent Sanford was driving to the airport. They found out she was on the flight, and the judge signed the warrant like about a half hour before that he took off. I think he signed the warrant at 4:30, and that flight was at 8 p.m.
Wow, that's unreal. So if they're not on that open call, they're in Vietnam. This trial never happens.
That's right. Now, the only other thing is she contacted a neighbor or a friend of Charlie's asking for locations in Vietnam. He got tipped off because he's like, I don't even really know her. They called the state attorney's office and said something sounds suspicious.
Wow, unbelievable. Okay, Monica Jordan, always great to have you on the program. Thank you so much. We'll see you again soon as we get closer and closer to this trial. Tim's going to stick around. Up next, do Donna and Wendy Adelson love each other?
What a question. What a question is that, Vinny? Oh my gosh, that's an interesting question, Vinny. That's very interesting.
Murder trials.
Interesting, Vinny.
Dan Markell, a respected Florida State law professor, was gunned down in his driveway in 2014. An execution-style killing that stunned the academic and legal communities. As investigators peeled back the layers of his bitter custody battle, a disturbing family dynamic emerged. At the center were his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, and her mother, Donna Adelson, whose deep involvement in Wendy's personal affairs raised suspicions. Prosecutors alleged Donna orchestrated a murder-for-hire plot with her son, Charlie Adelson, to eliminate Dan and free Wendy to relocate with her children to South Florida. Prosecutors allege emails and secretly recorded conversations suggest Donna was the family matriarch pulling the strings, pressuring Wendy, managing finances, and expressing chilling resentment towards Dan. Though Wendy has not been charged, her closeness to Donna and the family's coordinated actions have drawn sharp public scrutiny. Donna now faces charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. A dramatic fall from grace that has shattered a once prominent South Florida family.
This story is about family dynamics, to say the least, right? The dynamics of one family breaking up, the divorce of Wendy and Dan, and what to do with the children, and then the family dynamics of the Adelsons, you know, Donna, Charlie, Harvey, and of course, Wendy. So interesting what was captured on audio in this open call where Donna had called Charlie in prison. Everything's recorded, right? Charlie drops off, but the recording keeps rolling. Donna now speaking to people in her home. And in this part that I'm going to play for you, she's speaking about her daughter, Wendy. Very revealing, because usually, like the conversations, you don't expect the world to hear. Let's take a listen.
So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie last night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Yeah. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger we don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation.
She didn't think the world was going to hear that, but those, you're revealing your thoughts. These are private conversations on an open call that got recorded. Here, Donna's talking about Wendy. What is going on here? All of this brings us to the next question in our investigation. Do Donna and Wendy love each other? What is this mother-daughter relationship all about? Is it about love at this point, after all that has transpired?
I think not.
What's going on? Here to help answer that question, Joel Waldman, host of Surviving the Survivor podcast, which has gone extremely in-depth in this case over the course of many, many years. Also with us, criminal defense attorney Sydney Rushing. Great to have you both here. What do you think, Joel? Do they love each other? Is it mutual? Is it back and forth? Does mom love her daughter? Does her daughter love her overbearing mother?
Well, Vinny, you know my mom well. She was married to my father, who passed away, sadly, for 63 years. And when I interviewed her about it, she said, I don't really know what love is. I just know that I care deeply about this guy. Well, when it comes to Donna and Wendy, I'll tell you the same thing. I have no idea what love is, but if it is transactional and insular and expecting something sort of quid pro quo, then yes, I think that they still love each other. I think, though, that in that jailhouse call you played, the so-called hot mic call, they spoke for like 5 hours a day. This is Donna and Charlie after his conviction for 1 full week. They spoke about 5 hours a day, and Wendy came up on more than one occasion, and both of them perturbed, to say the least, about her lack of interest in Charlie and basically lack of interest in this case overall, although a lot of people think that Wendy's at the center of it.
Let's take a listen, Sydney. I want you to hear Wendy talking a little bit here about her mom, Donna.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life? Maybe, yeah. Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would like not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
Okay, Sydney. Does a series of murder trials change the relationship between a mother and a daughter when the daughter's been testifying against everyone, including her brother?
Oh, yeah.
So I think it changes the relationship. But, you know, when it comes down to love, I definitely think that Wendy still loves her mom and Donna still loves her daughter, right? There's that mother-daughter love that I don't think ever will go away. But I definitely think their relationship has changed. One thing in this is, you know, when the questions was her mom controlling? Was her mom, overbearing and things like that? And when he's kind of like, well, maybe a little. And she answers the questions almost like she's still kind of trying to protect mom and maybe not being fully honest, or maybe she from the outside, or she can't see herself from the outside looking in and seeing that that's exactly what mom was doing. She isn't charged in this case, and this may be another situation where my overbearing mom just steps right around Wendy and does what she thinks is best to try and get Wendy to come back down to South Florida versus what Wendy actually wanted.
Joel, this is so interesting, right? Because this whole thing, we go back to what it's about. It's about these two children and where they're going to live, right? This family breaks up, where are the children going to live? Yet Wendy obviously not charged, not yet, may be charged somewhere down the road, always possible. But what's your take on the relationship between Wendy, Donna, and Charlie that to this point would paint the picture that a mother and a brother would do all of this for Wendy?
Yeah, well, I think Wendy cast herself sort of as the damsel in distress. This is my own opinion. And she was essentially the catalyst, whining and complaining about being stuck in Tallahassee with her husband, Dan, and
So June, are we saying I need to be live tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning?
her children, and basically igniting this flame, getting Donna to act and putting Charlie in the position of acting as the tough guy, person who's going to set up this hit. And eventually all that talk and all that blathering became reality. One of the interesting things is we've been monitoring phone logs now that Donna's behind bars. She was in Leon County, where Tallahassee is, and was moved to Wakulla. And interestingly, as far as we can tell, no calls from Wendy to Donna, but plenty of calls from Harvey to Donna. So it seems like Wendy has forgotten a bit about her mom, at least while she has been incarcerated for this period of time after her arrest.
Let me ask you, Sydney, what do you, in Donna's upcoming
trial, wait a minute.
Is this relationship going to be?
If Wendy is if Wendy is being smart, which I think she is, her attorney probably told her, do not call your mother. Everything you say on the phone is recorded and will be used against you. Do not write your mother, because everything you say will be used against you. In other words, do not communicate with your mother. Everything you say can and will be used against both of you. Therefore, I think you're reaching in a place that's wrong here, guys. I'm disagreeing with this.
You think for the jury to understand?
So I think that's going to be a pretty big piece, because, they're trying to say that Donna was the mastermind behind this. Donna's the one who put this all together. So I think that trying to see what that relationship is something that is, honestly, I think is really going to hurt for Donna. It's not going to help. I think someone might try and sway a jury saying that any mother would do this for their daughter or something like that. But that relationship, knowing how micromanaging it is, how overbearing and just, in control she has to be, that works against her during the entire trial, because again, they're framing her as the mastermind. Basically, Charlie's the one who did it, but she was the mastermind behind it all. that's really I think it's really gonna hurt her. And it's a piece of the puzzle, but I think that when the testimony comes out, Donna's not gonna be in a very good position.
Sydney Rushing, great to have you on the show. We'll be talking a lot in the future about this case as we get ready for it to start. Joel's going to stick around. Still to come. Did Donna literally launder the money?
Was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was. And I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money?
This week.
Join us each morning to get trial ready for the day's proceeding. Plus, deeper dives into true crime stories with our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight. They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves.
Money that has always kind of stuck in my head. I'm trying to understand it, trying to figure it out. Take a listen to Catherine McBanowa, Katie McBanowa, talking about that money.
Was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car.
Whoa. That brings us to the next question in our investigation, the damp bills. Did Donna literally launder the money? I've had a hard time understanding and trying to figure out why the money was damp, why it was wet. Here to help us with our investigation, Joel Waldman and Tim Jansen. Joel, do you have a theory on this one?
I do, and it's one word, paranoia. This has nothing to do with germ phobia. I'm just channeling my own Jewish mother here and what she might think. And I think Donna realized what she was doing is obviously not kosher and could be, could circle back to haunt her. So I think she literally washed the money in the washing machine to remove what she thought might be any DNA evidence that may prove that it was touched by either Donna and or Harvey Adelson. So giving a whole new definition to money laundering. That is my personal opinion.
It's unreal. Let's take a listen to Charlie Adelson on cross-examination talking about the money.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house.
No, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you said.
I think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine McBanowa got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
All right, Tim, what are your theories about where the money came from, and was it damp, and why was it damp?
Well, I've defended money laundering and I've prosecuted money laundering. This takes it to a whole new level. You have really bad criminal defendants who aren't used to committing crimes, who are terrible at it. She probably did try to launder it, probably watched some show and saw some forensic show where they were able to get DNA or fingerprints on money and tie it back to her. Katie gave pretty good information. And Charlie's whole story about I gave her this money, I was being blackmailed. She said it was in a bag. He said he put it in her purse. And the whole money thing, he staples the money. How these people treat money really shows how petty and dumb they are. And the last thing where Georgia locked him in, hey, we're near your house. He says, I'm 10 minutes out. They live like 35 minutes away. So they were going to drive all the way to his house, not knowing he was going to be there.
Good point.
And just turn around?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. And the whole conspiracy theory is laughable, completely laughable.
Let me ask you, Joel. I mean, you've covered this for years. I've spoken to so many people connected to the case. You know every fact inside and out. What is your theory on how the Adelsons ended up in this predicament? You know, you're living a nice life. It's a nice life in South Florida. You go to court, you win, you lose.
You have a stoopy, greedy ass witch for a mother. That's how you end up in this situation.
You can always work something out. Tallahassee, yeah, it's far away, but it's not across the country. How did they end up where they ended up here?
Yeah, you know, I channeled my mother earlier. My father was a psychiatrist, and he had a very simple way of describing things. And I would channel him by saying pure stupidity. It was a series of really bad choices. I think that, Donna, Harvey, the whole family, to some degree were in on this. They knew about it, minus Rob, the estranged son. And I think it began as a conversation, almost as a joke or a punchline. Hey, wouldn't it be great if we could take out Dan Markel and the kids could come down here? And Donna, who's obsessive and started thinking and ruminating about it, perseverating, was able to coax her son, who wanted to be a tough guy, who was dealing steroids on the side. And one thing just sort of picked up on another. And you've got the damsel in distress, Wendy, who's kind of poking everybody along the entire way. And it went from talk to making these awful choices with the, with this sort of happenstance fact that Katie McBanna was dating Charlie, and she happens to be the baby mama of a guy who is essentially a career criminal. And then it all just fell into place, and the plan was carried out. And now they see the ramifications and repercussions of criminal activity and the reality of all that.
Tim, you know what, and it's hard to get into their minds, right? And how you end up where you end up. But I think Joel did a great job of explaining how it could happen here. The one thing that's not in the equation is, hey, how do you think it's going to impact two young boys who don't have a father?
Exactly.
Right? Like, if any of this was about caring for those children, you would never even think about eliminating their father, a loving father. You know how many kids out there are dying to have a loving father like Dan?
Well, you know what, Vinny? They don't think of the consequences because they believe with their money and their knowledge, they were above the law. They insulated themselves with these lower class people who had criminal records. They had a buffer in between Katie, and they were dumb enough to put her on the books. These were terrible criminals. And this all gets back to Donna. It's all about control. Yep. They wanted it. They wanted those kids, and they didn't think about those grandchildren.
Tim Jansen, Joel Waldman, thank you both so much. We'll be speaking again and again and again.
What about the dad?
So why was Donna Adelson allegedly so desperate to have her grandchildren close by? I think it's pretty simple. Her son Charlie was a playboy. He loved fast cars, beautiful women, and wasn't close to settling down. Her other son, Rob, was estranged from the family because he dared to marry out of the faith. So Wendy's children may have been Donna's only chance for grandchildren who she felt a need to control. The question is, did she resort to murder to get that control? I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
Oops, didn't mean to do that. Wow, y'all. What do you think? What I want to know is they don't say much about the father, and I can't find a whole lot of information on Mr. Adelson. I don't understand. Do y'all have any insight on Mr. Adelson? I just looked up. Mold can get moldy. It takes a while though. Yeah, it can. I've seen moldy cash, but it's because it was in the ground for a very long time. Manipulating, get their hands on. Yep. Guys, look how close I am. But it's not going to be even. I can't get it to be perfectly even. It's going to be off-centered. Even if I take this one out, it just doesn't match. It's okay. Hold on a minute, y'all. Oh, I'm going to get this done tonight. Anybody up for a movie tonight? I think I'm in the mood for a movie tonight. Gabby, thank you so much for joining. Everybody, thank you. But if I'm thinking about putting a movie on tonight, and I didn't know if anybody was going to join me. I don't know what movie I'm going to put on tonight. We've been talking about movies tonight. So let me look at the movie suggestions. Here's member chat. Yes, we're going to talk about that tomorrow, Gabby. Thank you for throwing that in the member chat. Gabby, you can throw those kind of things in the member information suggestions. Okay, we have multiple things. Oh my God, what the hell is that? Okay, right. Well, we got a lot of suggestions. Okay, we have a suggestion. Let me just share this so y'all can see it. Maybe I'll make it bigger. Bigger. There we go. We have Watch Miracles from Heaven. I think this a lot of people were looking into, but I don't have Apple TV right now. My subscription lapsed, so I can't do that one. Netflix, we can watch The Forge. So those are the two, unless anybody else have a suggestion. So we have The Forge. Struggle to find his calling. A 19-year-old Isaiah faces life-changing opportunity when principled business leader offers to be his mentor. Or we have when a daughter is diagnosed with a terminal illness, devout mom Christy suffers a crisis of faith and she fights desperately to save her girl. I wish I had Apple TV. Let me see if it's still, I don't think it's functioning, but let me see. What is it on Apple? Let's see if I can log into my Apple TV. I don't think I can, but let me see. Let me see. I'm seeing if I can get into my Apple TV. If I can, we'll watch it. I thought that might be fun, lighthearted one we can watch. God, it's like Fort Knox getting into your stuff. I'm in. Okay, let me see if I can get it. What's the name of this? Is it a TV show? Oh, okay. Nope, I can't. I can't do anything in that. So anybody have any other suggestions? June, do you have a suggestion? What is this? I don't know if I want. Do we? Hold on.
It's easy. Hey guys,
Okay, here we
stay
go.
with me as I transform from Alexander Skarsgård to your favorite android murder bot. 5 quick, easy steps. Socks. Bodysuit.
80 Music Man, I would love to watch it. Oh, good night, Gabby.
We'll hold for when you gotta go.
I have Netflix. Anything on Netflix we can do.
Oh, it's easy. No. Push. Slowly shrink. Pants are on.
Oh my gosh.
Deep breath. Now to connect the 2 pieces. Hinge to me. Hinging. We're cut. Go back. Suit on.
I'd be claustrophobic.
Line it up. Right. Shoulders. Right here. Shoulder place. Bam. Speed this up in the edit. Gloves on. Gauntlets. Boots. Punch your toe. Nudge you in. Forward.
That's exhausting just looking at it.
Go. All right. Piece of cake. Murderbot in the house.
Oh, that's cute. That is so cute. Okay, guys. That's what happened when Delgado money was buried. Yes, it is. Oh, God, yes, it is. Oh, Lord, have mercy, you guys. Oh, let's see what else is going on. I'm seeing if there's anything else we can do before I need to go. All right, guys. So I think what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and do our giveaways. And then what we'll do is do our giveaways, drawing entry thingies. And then I'll go take a comfort break and then we'll watch a movie. I'm probably I didn't get any major suggestions, so we'll figure it out. But if you want to watch a movie with us, we do movies over in the Discord. So come join us in Discord and we will pop a movie in. It's always fun. We can chat either verbally or usually by typing in the movies. Okay, so let's get ready to get this stuff going. All right, here's the iSubbed folder. The way this So, Ronnie, is your fence done? Did they finish your fence? I hope so. It's going to be about 10-15 minutes before I start the movie. What is it? 7:30? We'll say 7:45. I'll restart the movie over in Discord. Y'all can come join us. I would appreciate it. It would always fun to have guests in Discord. Tomorrow morning, we will be back for the Ali verdict watch. I mean, gosh, who'd have thunk it would have been 3 days? None of us thought it would be 3 days. None of us. Oh, yeah, I know. We're all kind of, so I'll have the hat done on at least that part of it done tonight. And then I've got to be getting ready because I got to confirm with Mr. Joe, but I think Mr. Joe's going to be in the house on the 31st. God, I hope so. I know he left Phoenix today. Joe Schmo left Phoenix today. So let me do this. How are your travels going? Are you still planning on being here on the 31st and the 1st? And then that way we can, no needle through thumb. I don't know if you can see it. Come on, give me my focus. There's that black dot. I put it right through my thumb. Oh God, that hurt. Hell no, it's only halfway done. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Chat with you tomorrow, Ronnie. Thank you, everybody, for being here. All right, before we go, let me give you the stats. Someone said I was told that they really enjoyed hearing about my stats, so let's give it. All right, we have today, we had 3,360 views. Oh, my Lord, y'all. Oh, my Lord, y'all. And I earned a total of 0.002 cents. I didn't even earn a penny today. I don't even know why I'm monetizing. I really don't know. But we had a lot of good viewers today. Thank you so much for being with us. Oh, someone asked, what is our sub count? Our sub count is 3,360 and counting. Oh my gosh, y'all. Let's get to, let's get to 4,000. That would be stinking amazing. That would be stinking amazing. That would be awesome. Awesome. All right, guys, y'all have a great day. We will see you tomorrow morning as we await for the verdict in the Ali trial. And I get ready for Joe Schmo. I got to clean this studio. I got to move stuff around so he can fit. I know I have to talk like that every once in a while. I'm exhausted. I've been live for 9 hours and 8 minutes. So I think it's time to say nighty, night, nighty, night, nighty, good night. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.